Did you know in the books, Tyrion caught Jorah with a slave that looks like Daenerys? When Tyrion decides to leave Velatis, he hears "Imp," a deep voice said behind him. In the corner of the room, a man sat in a pool of shadow, with a girl in his arms. Tyrion notes that she appears to have Targaryen features, long silver hair, purple eyes, and very young. Tyrion guesses she is Lyseni, but the man whose lap she filled was from the Seven Kingdoms, burly and broad-shouldered, 40 if he was a day, and maybe older. Jorah Mormont. It would have been more interesting if the show had chosen to adapt this scene. It would have shown Jorah to be a more flawed and complicated character than how he is presented in the show. This video will go through Season 5 of Game of Thrones, which is where we started to see the real decline with show-only storylines that went nowhere like Dawn. The dumbing down of great characters like Littlefinger and Stannis. And despite there being a lot of great things about Season 5, this is where the show gave up trying to adapt George R.R. Martin's novels, which is why he left the TV series. We'll use artwork to show what happened in the book and what was too dark for HBO to adapt. In this episode, Winterfell displays the Flayed Man sigil in the opening credits, indicating House Bolton's control of the castle. Additionally, Pentos and the Eyrie reappear in the sequence for the first time since Season 1. In the Westerlands, a young Cersei Lannister and her hesitant companion Melara Heatherspoon cautiously make their way through the woods. Despite Melara's reluctance to continue, Cersei encourages her to press on. Eventually they arrive at a hut deep within the woods, where they encounter a woods witch named Maggie. Without fear, Cersei boldly enters the hut first. Upon meeting the witch, Cersei demands to know her future. Initially hesitant, Maggie eventually agrees after Cersei threatens her. She requests a drop of Cersei's blood, which Cersei willingly provides by pricking her finger with a dagger. After tasting her blood, Maggie grants Cersei 3 questions. Cersei's first inquiry is about marrying the prince, to which Maggie responds that she will not marry the prince, but will marry the king and become queen. Cersei then asks about having children with the king, and Maggie predicts that the king will have 20 children, but Cersei will only have 3, all of whom will die before her. Lastly, Maggie foretells that Cersei's reign as queen will not last, as a younger and more beautiful queen will eventually replace her, taking everything she holds dear. The novels contain numerous flashbacks, but showrunners David Benioff and D.B. Weiss initially imposed rules of no dreams, no prophecies, no flashbacks when they started the series. They particularly aimed to avoid flashbacks due to the confusion caused by several in their original unaired pilot. However, these rules were eventually disregarded as this episode features the first flashback in the show's history. The scene featuring young Cersei in a flashback occurs 25 years prior, approximately 5 years before Robert's Rebellion. In the books, Maggie informs Cersei that her future husband will father 16 children, as opposed to the 20 mentioned in the show. The identity of these 20 illegitimate offspring remains unclear, even to Varys, who only knows of 8. In the episode The North Remembers, 5 known bastards are killed, while Gendry manages to escape. The remaining 14 bastards' identities remain a mystery. In the novels, Melara Heatherspoon, a member of House Heatherspoon, accompanies Cersei to Maggie the Frog, while Jane Farman, a timid girl, also joins them but flees when Maggie wakes up. Melara is portrayed as bold in the books, but in the show she exhibits Jane's hesitance. In the books, Melara asks Maggie the Frog if she will marry Jaime in the future. Cersei becomes furious at this question, considering Melara to be a manipulative individual undeserving of Jaime's affection. Maggie predicts that Melara will never marry and will die as a maiden. She ominously warns Melara of her impending death, stating, "Your death is here tonight, little one. Can you smell her breath?" Shortly after, Melara meets her demise by drowning in a well, strongly implying that Cersei played a role in fulfilling the prophecy. In addition to the prophecies shared with Cersei in the books, Maggie the Frog also reveals another prophecy. After the death of her children, the Valonqar, High Valyrian for little brother, shall wrap his hands about your pale white throat and choke the life from you. Cersei believes that the Valonqar refers to Tyrion, but it may actually pertain to Jaime, who was born after her. In the books, Maggie the Frog is depicted as an elderly woman, short and covered in warts, with eyes that have turned a crusty yellow, lacking teeth, and possessing pale green, sagging cheeks. In the show, her initial appearance, where she sits in a chair partially concealed by shadows, pays homage to Colonel Kurtz's introduction in Apocalypse Now. In the present day, Cersei makes her way to the Great Sept of Baelor to pay her respects to her late father Tywin. Upon entering the Sept, she reprimands her brother Jaime for releasing their brother Tyrion, which indirectly led to their father's demise. Cersei never suspects Jaime of releasing Tyrion in the books, instead believing it was the Tyrells due to a coin found in the possession of a mysterious figure who disappeared the same night as Tyrion. It is worth noting that Cersei's criticism of Jaime for joining the Kingsguard can be seen as somewhat hypocritical. Cersei actually manipulated Jaime into becoming a Kingsguard knight so that they could remain together at the Red Keep after Cersei's arranged marriage to Rhaegar. Unfortunately, this plan backfired when it angered Tywin, who saw it as a betrayal of his family's legacy. As a result, Tywin was resigned as Hand and returned to Casterly Rock with Cersei. It was only after Cersei married Robert that they were able to be reunited. This was Charles Dance's last portrayal as Tywin. Charles Dance is listed in the main cast despite only making a brief appearance as a corpse. The 7 vases surrounding Tywin's body are canopic jars holding some of the body's major organs. In the books, embalmment and the removal of certain organs slow down decomposition, akin to ancient Egyptian mummification. However, in Tywin's case, this method proves insufficient, leading to a foul odor emanating from his corpse after a few days. At his funeral, several attendees fall ill, with Tommen even having to leave the Sept to vomit. The books emphasize that Tywin rarely smiles, a characteristic that is also portrayed in the show. However, in the novels, as Tywin's body lies in state, the drying of his mouth causes his lips to curl upward, creating the illusion of a smile. This unsettling sight unnerves both Cersei and Jaime. Tyrion's arrival in Pentos has been made possible by Varys, who frees him from the crate he has been concealed in throughout the entire journey. Varys tells Tyrion that he and Illyrio Mopatis have worked together in secret to restore House Targaryen to the rule of Westeros. Tyrion, consumed by bitterness and self-hatred, appears determined to drown himself in alcohol. Yet, Varys forcefully interrupts his self-pity, reminding Tyrion that he still possesses valuable skills that could be utilized. These talents could be instrumental in placing the rightful candidate on the Iron Throne. The 7 Kingdoms desperately need a ruler who is stronger than Tommen but more compassionate than Stannis. This ruler must be adored by the people and capable of maintaining order among the nobility. When Tyrion argues that such a person does not exist, Varys points out that he never specified the gender of this ruler. Varys presents Tyrion with a choice: to drink himself to death in Pentos, or to accompany him to Meereen and engage in negotiations with Daenerys Targaryen. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tyrion agrees to the latter option. In the books, Varys does not accompany Tyrion on his journey to Pentos. Apart from a brief scene, he does not make an appearance in the 4th and 5th novels. Instead, it is Illyrio who welcomes Tyrion in Pentos, engaging in a conversation about Daenerys and her dragons, and persuading him to join her council. Pentos makes its second appearance in the opening title sequence, following its introduction in Winter is Coming. The Unsullied topple the large golden harpy from the top of the Great Pyramid in Meereen to show the Meereenese people they are under Targaryen rule now and their old traditions are gone. The giant harpy statue removed from the Great Pyramid of Meereen symbolizes the old Giscari Empire, which persisted through the cities of Slavers Bay following the fall of the Valyrian freehold, maintaining a thriving slave trade. The Sons of the Harpy utilize its imagery to highlight slavery as a long-standing Giscari tradition. In the books, the statue is torn down immediately after Daenerys conquered Meereen. The Master's long-standing customs and traditions are no longer in effect. Amidst these events, one of the Unsullied soldiers, known as White Rat, has sought solace in a brothel. Tragically, while lying in bed, White Rat's life is abruptly ended when a member of the Sons of the Harpy, a resistance group operating in Meereen, slits his throat. In response to this heinous act, Daenerys is presented with the murderer's mask, left as evidence at the scene. Determined to bring justice, she commands Grey Worm to uncover the identities of those responsible and orders for the fallen soldier to be laid to rest in the Temple of the Graces, serving as a powerful statement against the Sons of the Harpy. In the book, the identity of the Sons of the Harpy remains unknown as they are never seen wearing masks. While they have previously targeted unarmed freedmen on the streets or in their homes, this is the first time they have killed an Unsullied. In the book, the mark they leave near their victims is not a mask, but rather an image of a harpy drawn in the blood of those they have killed. Hisdar zo Loraq and Daario have returned to Meereen, announcing the success of their mission in Yunkai. Hisdar zo Loraq and Daario inform Daenerys that the Wise Masters have agreed to transfer power to a council consisting of former slaves and former slave owners. However, in return, they request Daenerys' approval for the reopening of the fighting pits, where slaves were once forced to fight until death. Daenerys firmly rejects their plea. In the books, Daenerys is saddened to learn that the Wise Masters of Yunkai have regained control and demand the reinstatement of slavery, but she reluctantly agrees to their terms. Jon Snow's efforts to train Olly are disrupted by Melisandre, who has been instructed to bring Jon to Stannis for a meeting. In the books, Jon practices and instructs Satin, not Olly, who is not a book character, on how to raise the shield. During the journey to the top of the wall, Jon is uneasy due to Melisandre's presence and inquiries. Stannis clarifies his plan to reclaim the North from Lord Roose Bolton, but he requires an army and wishes for the Free Folk to fight alongside him. He tasks Jon with persuading Mance Rayder to submit and have the Wildlings fight for him. In return, he promises to grant them freedom and land in Westeros. In the books, Sam never boasts about his actions, especially not about killing the White Walker. He consistently refuses to take credit whenever the topic arises. In the books, Stannis planned to strike the Boltons at Dreadfort, not Winterfell. Davos is also absent from Castle Black, as he was dispatched by Stannis to White Harbour to seek the support of Lord Manderley. Littlefinger and Sansa observe Lord Robin Arryn's struggles while he spars with another young boy. During this, Sansa notices Baelish receiving a message, which he reads and discreetly conceals in his sleeve. Lord Yohn Royce has agreed to take Robin under his wing and train him in combat, although he expresses doubt about Robin's abilities, remarking that he wields a sword like a girl with palsy. Despite informing Lord Royce that he and Sansa would be journeying to the Fingers, Littlefinger instead leads them westward. Sansa asks about any potential threats from Lord Yohn, prompting Littlefinger to explain his lack of trust in the retainers and soldiers who had seen them. He assures Sansa that he is taking her to a place where the Lannisters will never discover her. Robert Arryn, who is referred to as Robin in the show, does not partake in any form of combat or engage in physically demanding activities in the books. He is a frail and sickly boy, and even the slightest physical exertion triggers seizures. Furthermore, Robert is not fostered at Runestone. Lord Royce attempted to take Robert away from the Eyrie, but Littlefinger prevented it. In the books, Sansa remains in the Vale and continues to disguise herself as Elaine Stone, Littlefinger's illegitimate daughter. Meanwhile, Podrick Payne attempts to strategize their next move with Brienne of Tarth. However, Brienne insists that she does not want anyone to accompany her. Podrick reminds her of the oath she made to Jaime to find the Stark girls, but she reveals that Arya did not desire her protection. Brienne also points out that Podrick was not safe in King's Landing, and now that they are far away from the capital, he is secure and they can part ways. Unbeknownst to Brienne, Littlefinger and Sansa's carriage passes by, bringing them closer to their objective. Contrary to the book, Brienne does not bring Podrick along with her from King's Landing for his own safety at Jaime's insistence. Instead, she notices at one point that he is following her, as he is also searching for Sansa and believes in Tyrion's innocence. Brienne allows him to join her and treats him with respect throughout their journey, never being impolite or asking him to leave. During Tywin's funeral, Cersei is approached by Lancel Lannister, who has joined the Sparrows, a religious group, and seeks forgiveness for their past affair and for getting her husband Robert Baratheon excessively drunk on the day of his death. Cersei ridicules Lancel, denies any involvement in her husband's demise, and dismisses him. The Sparrows, a fanatical religious group following the faith of the Seven, are first mentioned. In the books, they were gradually introduced earlier, playing a role in the unrest in the Riverlands witnessed by Arya and Brienne, as well as the riots in King's Landing. However, they have already left the capital at this point. Lancel makes his return. His absence is explained by the character needing time to recover from wounds sustained in the Battle of Blackwater. In the books, his arrow wound led to a life-threatening infection, leaving him bedridden and requiring assistance to attend Joffrey's wedding. Also, he became a devout believer and joined the Warriors' Sons, a militant group of high-born knights serving the faith. While in bed, Loras and the male prostitute Oliver discuss a birthmark on Loras's thigh that resembles Dawn. Margaery interrupts them, expresses her displeasure at their lack of discretion, and sends Oliver away. Loras argues that since his is already widely known, there is no need for secrecy. He also mentions that with Tywin gone, Cersei will no longer be pressured to marry him, leaving her in King's Landing to trouble Margaery. Margaery simply responds with, "Perhaps." The relationship between Loras and Oliver is a creation of the television series. Oliver is a character that does not appear in the books, and Loras has taken an oath as a Kingsguard, which prohibits him from engaging in romantic relationships. Furthermore, Loras does not pursue any secret affairs following the death of Renly. Additionally, there is no reference to a birthmark in the books. Later, Daario manages to persuade Daenerys to reconsider opening the fighting pits by sharing his personal experience. He explains that his time as a young fighter in the pits equipped him with the necessary combat skills to join the Second Sons. Meanwhile, the news of Drogon's absence for several weeks leads Daario to reflect on the irony of a queen with no dragons. Daario's mother and past are never mentioned in the books. Daenerys decides to visit Viserion and Rhaegal, whom she had confined underground in the Meereenese catacombs to prevent them from harming innocent people or escaping like Drogon did. However, as she approaches them, the dragons attempt to attack her, forcing her to swiftly flee the chamber. Jon conveys this proposal to Mance, but he refuses to yield. Doing so would be seen as weakness by his people. Mance Rayder's execution is not solely due to his leadership of the Wildlings and the attack on Castle Black, but primarily because of his desertion from the Night's Watch, an organization he was once a part of. Although he was born among the Wildlings and became an orphan when his parents were killed by the Watch, they took pity on him and raised him as a sworn brother until he could no longer bear the life within the Night's Watch and returned to the Wildlings. In the book, Stannis does not ask Jon to convince Mance to kneel, and Jon's attempts to spare Mance are futile as Stannis denies him the opportunity to save himself by kneeling. As Mance refuses to fight for Stannis, he is sentenced to death by burning. On the night of his execution, Mance faces Stannis and, although he cannot kneel, he wishes him luck in the upcoming battles. Mance is taken to the pyre, Melisandre ignites the fire, and Mance begins to feel the excruciating pain. Unable to witness his suffering any longer, Jon walks away. Others also turn away, including Gilly and Shireen. Just as Mance is about to scream in agony, an arrow pierces his chest. Jon shoots the arrow, granting the man he admired a quicker death. Mance passes away before the flames consume him. In the books, Mance Rayder is not bound to a pyre in the courtyard of Castle Black. Instead, he is suspended above a fire in a wooden cage located north of the wall. This spectacle is witnessed by a multitude of his captured wildling troops. Unlike the calm demeanor portrayed in the book, Mance screams and pleads until his eventual demise. This behavior may be attributed to the fact that he is not truly Mance, but rather the Lord of Bones in disguise, using magic to deceive others. The method of his execution is Stannis' idea, as being burned alive at the stake in the name of the Lord of Light. Instead of Jon being the one to shoot Mance for a quick and painless death, he commands 4 of his fellow brothers, Ulmer, Donal Hill, Garth Greyfeather, to good fortune in the wars to come, and Varys' statement to Tyrion. This episode marks the start of a full season without Bran, Hodor, and Meera Reed. Writer David Benioff explained that their storyline on the show had completely caught up with the available material from the books at that time. In fact, Bran's subplot was significantly ahead of the others, so the showrunners decided that the arrival at the Three-Eyed Raven's cave would serve as a suitable stopping point. This would allow the other storylines to catch up during the already packed 5th season. Additionally, most of Bran's time in the 5th season would be dedicated to training, leading Benioff to compare this omission to not seeing Luke Skywalker's Jedi training between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. This installment upholds the series' tradition of eliminating a different monarch. Season 1, Robert. Season 2, Renly. Season 3, Robb. Season 4, Joffrey. Season 5, Mance Rayder. Tonesio Terrace and Arya Stark reach Braavos, where Arya is initially frightened by the sound of a horn blown by a man inside the Titan of Braavos. Arya learns that the Titan of Braavos, according to legend, had the ability to walk into the sea and unleash fire on enemy ships. This legend likely originated due to the statue's dual purpose as a defensive structure guarding the harbor's entrance. In times of attack, soldiers could access the statue and use murder holes to pour fire or burning oil onto enemy ships below. They then arrive at the House of Black and White by boat. Arya waits outside, hoping to be allowed in, but an older man rejects her despite her showing him the coin given to her by Jaqen H'ghar and mentioning their previous connection. Arya pleads with the man, explaining that she has nowhere else to go. Arya spends days waiting outside the house, continuously reciting the names of the people she plans to kill. Eventually, she throws away her coin and wanders through the streets of Braavos. In the books, Arya never discards the coin given to her by Jaqen. While searching for pigeons, she encounters a group of young thugs who threaten to take her food and needle. As she prepares to defend herself, the boys scatter when the man from the House of Black and White reappears. Arya follows him back to the house and demands to know his true identity. He returns the coin she had discarded into the water and removes his face, revealing himself as Jaqen. When Arya asks who he really is, he responds, "No one." And that is what a girl must become, indicating that Arya is now welcome to enter the house. The title of this episode is a reference to a temple in Braavos that is dedicated to the many-faced god. The House of Black and White is viewed as a universal sanctuary, given that the many-faced god represents death, and most religions in the series have a deity associated with death. In earlier seasons, Arya's list of people she wanted to kill was much longer compared to the version she recites in this episode. The previous versions of her list included Melisandre, Beric Dondarrion, and Thoros, who are all still alive. These individuals were added to her list in Season 3 because they took Gendry away. Walder Frey is included in the list, but he is not mentioned in the books. This is because Arya is unaware of which of the Freys were responsible for the Red Wedding. Additionally, Elend Payne, who executed her father, was not included in the show after the actor portraying him retired due to pancreatic cancer, from which he later recovered. In the books, an intriguing event takes place at the House of Black and White. The doors mysteriously open without any human intervention, right after Arya presents the coin given to her by Jaqen and utters the words, Valar Morghulis. Inside, she encounters a figure cloaked with a skull-like face. However, as soon as Arya reveals her name, the face transforms into that of a friendly old man, not Jaqen H'ghar. So, in the book, it is explicitly stated that Jaqen H'ghar remained in Westeros to continue his mission, making it clear that the person Arya interacts and trains with, whom she calls the kindly man, is not the same man. The show's writers had always intended for Tom Lashier to reprise the role in order to streamline the number of characters, but they intentionally left it ambiguous whether the Jaqens encountered by Arya in Westeros and Braavos are truly the same individual. In fact, they have hinted that there might not have been a Jaqen H'ghar at all. Instead, he could be a fabricated identity adopted by various faceless men who consider themselves no one and therefore interchangeable. In the books, Arya engages in bird hunting during her time in King's Landing, but not in Braavos. In Braavos, she assumes the role of a peddler. Arya faces 2 bullies, not 3, when they target Sam. She manages to drive them away without any assistance. This incident occurs long after she is accepted into the House of Black and White. Brienne and Podrick arrive at an inn and have a meal. While they are there, Podrick notices Sansa Stark and Peter Baelish. Brienne instructs Podrick to prepare the horses while she confronts them. Brienne brings up her sworn vow to Sansa's late mother, Catelyn. but Littlefinger reminds her of the accusations against her for Renly Baratheon's murder and the deaths of both Renly and Catelyn. Sansa refuses Brienne's request, and Littlefinger advises her to stay at the inn due to the unsafe road. Suspecting a trap, Brienne and Podrick escape on the horses they have taken. They are pursued through a forest, with Brienne fighting off their attackers while Podrick is thrown from his horse. The effectiveness of a Valyrian steel weapon is showcased for the first time when Brienne engages in combat with a rider. He blocks her strike, but her blade not only holds up, but also manages to shatter his own weapon before landing a blow. Valyrian steel is described in the books as incredibly sharp, requiring no sharpening to maintain its edge. After reuniting, Podrick mentions that both Stark girls rejected Brienne's offer of protection. However, Brienne expresses doubt about Sansa's safety with Littlefinger. In the books, several individuals accuse Brienne of being responsible for Renly's death, including Loras Tyrell, Sir Hyle Hunt, and Sir Illifar. However, Littlefinger is not among those who make this accusation. Sansa's storyline in the TV show diverges significantly from the books and appears to draw inspiration from planned plotlines in the unpublished 6th novel, The Winds of Winter. In the previous book, Brienne and Podrick never intersect with Littlefinger and Sansa. Despite diligently following various leads, they are unable to locate the Stark girls. Instead, they find themselves captured by the Brotherhood Without Banners, now under the leadership of Lady Stoneheart, the resurrected Catelyn, a subplot that was completely omitted from the TV show. Lady Stoneheart mistakenly believes that Brienne and Podrick were involved in a plot to harm the Starks and demands that Brienne kill Jaime. In the books, Brienne and Pod never cross paths with Sansa and Littlefinger, avoiding the confrontation with Littlefinger's guards. Instead, Brienne faces off against the Brave Companions, a group that served as inspiration for Locke's hunting party in Season 3. In King's Landing, Cersei Lannister is given the severed head of another dwarf. Her promise of a lordship in exchange for Tyrion's head has led to people killing dwarves and trying to pass them off as Tyrion. Cersei is angry but refrains from punishing the men who brought her the head to avoid discouraging other bounty hunters. She wants the head disposed of, but Qyburn asks if he can keep it for his experiments. The dwarf head presented seems to belong to the dwarf who impersonated Joffrey during his wedding in The Lion and the Rose. The bounty hunters attempted to pass it off as Tyrion by creating a deep gash across the face, but they overlook the fact that Tyrion's wounds have long since healed and turned into scars. Cersei informs Jaime of a gift from Dorne, a viper with Princess Myrcella's Lannister pendant. She sees it as a threat against Myrcella, which Jaime cannot deny. Cersei criticizes Jaime for not being a father to their children, but Jaime argues that their children would be in danger if he had been involved. He promises to handle the situation with Myrcella, and ignores Cersei's mockery of his missing hand. In the books, the Martells never explicitly threaten Cersei regarding Myrcella. Prince Doran only sends her a letter explaining that some of his subjects are demanding justice for Oberyn's death. In response, Cersei dispatches Balon Swan of the Kingsguard to retrieve Myrcella, as she holds a belief that the Dornishmen, especially the Martells, cannot be trusted. Jaime never journeys to Dorne in the books, either by himself or with Bronn, who ends up marrying Lollys and remaining with her at Castle Stokeworth. Instead, Jaime heads to the Riverlands to assist in the Siege of Riverrun, as depicted in Season 6 after his return from Dorne. The Lannisters opt to send Balon Swan to present the Mountain Skull as a gesture of goodwill to the Dornish. Further to the north in the Crownlands, at Castle Stokeworth, Bronn is spending time with his betrothed Lollys Stokeworth. They appear to have a decent rapport, but when Lollys mentions that her older sister will inherit the castle upon their mother's passing, Bronn slyly reassures her that individuals like her sister usually get what they deserve, clearly eyeing the castle for himself. Jaime stumbles upon the pair and informs Bronn that Cersei has gone back on her word and offered Lollys' hand to Sir Wylis Bracken instead. Bronn is understandably enraged by the sudden change in plans until Jaime reveals that if he aids in rescuing Myrcella from Dorne, Bronn will be rewarded with a much more suitable match than Lollys. Lollys Stokeworth makes her first and only appearance in the books as a character who is described as simple and extremely overweight. She holds a position as one of the ladies in the court of the Red Keep since the beginning of the series. Unfortunately, during the riots in King's Landing, Lollys falls victim to a brutal attack where she is ambushed and ganked by a group of 50 men. This traumatic event further deteriorates her mental state, and she becomes pregnant as a result. From then on, Lollys is shunned by society and becomes a social outcast. Shae, who was previously serving her, later becomes Sansa's handmaiden. Due to Lollys' low social status, it becomes nearly impossible for her to find a suitable highborn marriage partner. However, this changes when she eventually marries Bronn. They reside in Castle Stokeworth along with Lollys' older sister Felice, who, unlike in the books, never mistreated her. Lollys eventually gives birth to a child out of wedlock, but Cersei, in a fit of anger, forbids her from naming the child after Tywin. Instead, Bronn names the boy Tyrion. Bronn's disrespectful behavior eventually leads to a conflict with Felice and her husband, Sir Balman Birch. Cersei, who wants to eliminate anyone loyal to Tyrion, urges Sir Balman to challenge Bronn to a trial by combat. Bronn emerges victorious and assumes the role of the acting lord of House Stokeworth. Felice seeks Cersei's assistance in reclaiming her castle, but Cersei simply imprisons her instead. Felice meets her demise in prison as a result of Qyburn's cruel torture and experiments. Throughout this entire storyline, Bronn and Lollys never share any scenes together, and Lollys is never introduced to Jaime. In the Water Gardens of Dorne, Ellaria Sand rudely demands an audience with Doran Martell, the reigning Prince of Dorne. The first appearance of Dorne in the series was inspired by Moorish Spain in the novels. Interestingly, scenes filmed for Dorne were actually shot in areas of Spain with medieval Islamic architecture, which served as the very inspiration for the books. Despite his bodyguard, Areo Hotah, blocking her path, Doran instructs him to allow her entry. Ellaria expresses her desire to take Princess Myrcella, who is currently in the company of Trystane Martell, in order to send her to Cersei piece by piece as retribution for Oberyn Martell's death. Doran refuses, reminding her that Oberyn had willingly participated in a trial by combat, making his demise lawful and not an act of murder. He asserts that Dorne will not resort to harming children under his rule, even if the Sand Snakes are supporting Ellaria. With a sneer, Ellaria questions how long Doran expects to remain in power before storming out. As she leaves, Hotah and the prince share a meaningful glance, with the former gesturing towards his axe. But Doran shakes his head and refocuses on the Water Gardens as he ponders his next steps. In the books, it is not Ellaria but Oberyn's daughter, Obara, who encounters Doran in the Water Gardens. Due to his ailing health, Doran spends most of his time in the Water Gardens rather than in Sunspear, which is several miles away and where Trystane and Myrcella are located. Obara taunts Doran for not taking any action to avenge their brother and sister, as the Sand Snakes desire Dorne to wage war against the Lannisters. None of them harbor any ill intentions towards Myrcella. In the books, Ellaria strongly opposes seeking vengeance against the Lannisters and advocates for peace. Unlike the other former kingdoms of Westeros, who relinquished their titles and adopted the designation of Lords Paramount, after submitting to Aegon the Conqueror during the Targaryen conquest, Dorne successfully resisted the initial invasion. They later joined the other 6 kingdoms through marriage 2 centuries later, and were granted the privilege to retain their traditional titles, including Prince and Princess. In the books, Doran's guard Areo Hotah does not possess a completely bald appearance. Instead, he has white hair and a beard. In Meereen, Daario and Grey Worm stumble upon a residence believed to belong to a son of the Harpy, who is suspected of being responsible for White Rat's demise. Daario reveals that he has been utilizing the Second Sons as undercover agents in Meereen, as they are less conspicuous than the Unsullied and can blend in with the locals. To demonstrate their effectiveness, Daario punctures a false wall with his dagger, injuring the man hiding behind it. Back at the Great Pyramid, Daenerys and her council engage in a heated discussion about whether to execute the Harpy's son. However, the debate escalates into a shouting match between Mosidor and Hizdahr zo Loraq. The subplot in Meereen is significantly more intricate in the books. The Sons of the Harpy commit numerous additional murders, prompting Daenerys to deploy the Unsullied, along with freedmen and citizens, to patrol the city. While bathing, she experiences a vision of the enigmatic Quaithe, who cryptically alludes to future events. Later, Xaro from Season 2 pays her a visit, still alive in the novels, and attempts to dissuade her from abolishing slavery in Slaver's Bay. Daenerys' refusal and escalating tensions with Yunkai result in a conflict that embroils Qarth and Astapor as well. Eventually, Daenerys manages to broker a fragile peace with Yunkai. Once everyone else departs, Ser Barristan informs Daenerys about her father's madness, contradicting what Viserys had told her. He explains how the Mad King's actions against House Stark ultimately led to the rebellion that nearly wiped out the Targaryen dynasty. Daenerys is somewhat comforted by this revelation, realizing that her deranged father believed he was dispensing justice to his enemies through his atrocities. She assures Ser Barristan that the accused will face a trial. In Meereen, there are no executions or riots depicted in the books. Mossador, who is not a former Meereenese slave or a small council member, is actually one of Missandei's 3 brothers and an Unsullied. Tragically, he and another Unsullied meet their demise when stones from the river wall fall on them, an act carried out by the Sons of the Harpy. Unfortunately, no suspects are apprehended for this crime. Despite the danger, Daenerys offers Missandei the option to return to Naath, but Missandei believes she is safer remaining in Meereen. Barristan Selmy informs Daenerys that only 2 Targaryen heirs survived Robert's rebellion, herself and her brother Viserys. However, in the books, there is a possibility of a 3rd heir, as a young man claims to be Aegon, Rhaegar's son. Although Aegon is believed to be deceased, Selmy is unaware of the fact that he might still be alive. In the books, Barristan Selmy reveals to Daenerys that the Mad King had an inappropriate interest in Joanna Lannister, Tywin's wife, and behaved improperly during her wedding ceremony. In the southern region known as the Flatlands, Tyrion Lannister and Varys embark on their journey from Pentos in a grand wheelhouse, pulled by a multitude of horses. Tyrion, consumed by despair, continues to drown his sorrows in alcohol, as he had vowed to do. Varys reveals that their destination is Meereen, and they plan to pass through Volantis on their way. Varys acknowledges that Tyrion proved to be a capable ruler during his time as Hand of the King, and both of them have experienced the hardships of being outsiders due to their physical deformities, Varys being a eunuch and Tyrion being a dwarf. They relished in amassing power, but at the same time they isolated themselves from society, much like their current situation of hiding within the confines of a large carriage. Varys once again cautions him about the dangers of being seen in public, emphasizing that Cersei has offered a lordship to anyone who brings her Tyrion's head. Tyrion scoffs at the notion and rhetorically questions whether Cersei intends to eliminate every dwarf in the world in her pursuit of capturing him. In the books, Tyrion utters, "The best part of me for the best part of her," to Illyrio Mopatis rather than Varys. Varys does not accompany him on his journey to meet Daenerys. Instead, he is joined by a group of individuals who are all excluded from the show. A sellsword named Griff, who is actually disgraced Knight Jon Connington, and his ward young Griff, who is actually Aegon, the surviving son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Aelia Martell, along with Sir Rolly Duckfield, Septa Lemore, and Haldon Halfmaester. Cersei gathers the small council and announces Qyburn as the new Master of Whisperers. The position of Hand of the King will remain vacant until Tommen is older. Tommen appoints Mace Tyrell as the new Master of Coin. Cersei creates the new position of Master of War. Kevan Lannister is offered this new position but refuses, criticizing Cersei's power-hungry actions. Kevan informs Cersei that she now holds the title of Queen's Mother instead of Queen Regent, indicating that Tommen has come of age and can rule independently. In the books, Tommen is still a young child of 9 years old, so Cersei continues to act as regent. In the show, Kevan abruptly leaves, stating he will await King Tommen's instructions at Casterly Rock. In the books, the title of Master of War does not exist, as the Crown's armies are under the command of the Protector of the Realm, either the King or his regent. This situation is reflected in the book, where Cersei assigns new titles, strategically excluding the Tyrells to prevent them from gaining more influence. She deliberately avoids using the term Master because she believes it diminishes her own authority. In the book, Pycelle never offers himself as Hand of the King. Instead, it is Mace Tyrell who extends this proposition. Furthermore, Mace does not assume the role of Master of Coin, but rather suggests one of his uncles for the position. Cersei firmly rejects both of Mace's offers, as she is unwilling to grant the Tyrells additional power. Instead, she implores Kevan to become Hand. However, he declines and cautions her against making enemies of the Tyrells. Kevan also candidly informs her that she has failed as a mother in raising Joffrey, demanding that she relinquish her position of authority. This leads to a heated argument, culminating in Cersei throwing wine in his face. Consequently, Kevan returns to Casterly Rock, and the command of the Lannister forces is never bestowed upon him. Jaime assumes this role, although he too refuses to become Hand. Later on, Jaime convinces Cersei to dispatch Mace and one of his vassals to conquer Storm's End and Dragonstone, effectively removing them from their previous positions. At the Wall, Shireen Baratheon is seen teaching Gilly how to read in Castle Black's library. Gilly wishes to know about Shireen's grayscale scars, mentioning that the wildlings lack a specific term for the disease and recounting how her sisters suffered from it before Craster ended their suffering. Queen Selyse interrupts the lesson and sends Sam and Gilly away, cautioning Shireen about associating with wildlings due to the potential threat they pose to Stannis and his family. Despite the warning, Shireen remains skeptical of such a scenario. In this particular episode, an important milestone is reached as Shireen engages in a verbal exchange with her mother Selyse for the first time. Furthermore, this episode marks the first time the name of the disease that disfigured Shireen's face is mentioned, grayscale. While somewhat similar to the real-life disease of leprosy, it is important to note that leprosy is not a fatal disease in itself. In the books, there is no mention of any of Gilly's sisters, including Craster's wives and daughters, having grayscale. Sam, Shireen, and Selyse, who share a scene together, are actually related. Sam's mother Melessa and Selyse are first cousins from House Fleuron, establishing Sam and Shireen as second cousins. Sam and Gilly never encounter Selyse and Shireen in the books. They were sent to Braavos by Jon long before Selyse and Shireen arrived at Castle Black, so Gilly never receives any reading lessons. Meanwhile, Stannis discusses Jon Snow's refusal to bend the knee. Stannis shares a letter from Lady Lyanna Mormont rejecting his call for House Mormont's allegiance, stating their loyalty lies with the King in the North and the Starks. Lyanna Mormont, the niece of the late Lord Commander Jorah Mormont and the current leader of Bear Island, eventually changes her stance on not supporting Stannis and sends her older sister Alysanne to aid in the liberation of Deepwood Motte. Jon emphasizes to Stannis that the North will only follow one of their own, prompting Stannis to offer Jon the title of Jon Stark, Lord of Winterfell, in exchange for his support against their common enemies. Although tempted by the offer, Jon confides in Sam that he intends to decline, as his duty lies with the Night's Watch. In the books, Stannis' proposal to legitimize Jon and their subsequent discussion regarding Lyanna Mormont's letter occur prior to Mance's execution. In the novels, Jon also rejects Stannis' proposal to legitimize him and release him from the Night's Watch in order to become Lord Stark, but he keeps this information to himself. While it is not entirely unheard of for someone to be released from their vows in the Watch, it has been done sparingly in the past when a noble family had no male heirs left. It is generally frowned upon because it means breaking a lifelong commitment. This was actually the second time in the novels that Jon was offered legitimacy. Prior to the Red Wedding, Robb Stark had hoped to trade Jon for 100 new Night's Watch soldiers and name him his heir, assuming that Bran and Rickon were dead. However, Robb was killed before this plan could come to fruition. In the books, Melisandre imposed an additional condition on Jon in order for him to become Lord Stark and be released from his Night's Watch oath. He must reject the old gods, burn the weirwood tree at Winterfell, and embrace R'hllor. This presents a significant dilemma for Jon, as it would brand him as both a breaker of vows and a heretic in the eyes of the North. Additionally, he is reluctant to challenge Sansa's claim to Winterfell. The process of selecting the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch begins under the supervision of Maester Aemon. Janos Slynt puts forward Alliser Thorne as a nominee, while another brother suggests Denys Mallister, the commander of the Shadow Tower. In the book, over 30 names are put forward for the position of Lord Commander, including Edd's, but most withdraw due to lack of support. The main contenders are Bowen Marsh, Janos Slynt, Daenys Mallister, Cotter Pike, Othel Yarrick. Alliser Thorne starts as a candidate but steps back to back Janos Slynt after receiving minimal votes in the initial round of voting. In the books, Slynt does not advocate for Thorne, but rather the opposite. Just as the voting is about to commence, Sam interrupts to propose a third candidate, Jon Snow. In the books, it is not Sam but Eddison Tollett who puts forward Jon's nomination. In the novels, Sam refrains from delivering a public speech regarding Jon's actions. Instead, he privately influences Daenys Mallister and Cotter Pike, who have a mutual dislike for each other, into believing that Stannis might support the other in order to win. Consequently, both Mallister and Pike vote for Jon to prevent this scenario. Jon's popularity increases as a result, making him Slynt's main rival. In the show, after the votes are cast, a tie is declared, with Snow and Thorne receiving an equal number of votes. With a subtle smile, Maester Aemon casts his own vote in favour of Jon Snow. The members of the Night's Watch cheer for Jon as he becomes the 998th Lord Commander. Daenys Mallister, a contender for the position of Lord Commander, portrayed by J.J. Murphy, who tragically passed away shortly after filming, his role was not recast as he had completed enough scenes for the episode. Benioff and Weiss praised Murphy as the perfect Daenys Mallister and acknowledged that his watch is ended. In the books, it is not Maester Aemon who counts the votes, but rather Sam and Clydas the steward. In the books, it is Stannis, not Sam, who criticizes Slynt. Stannis does not focus on Slynt's actions during the Battle of Castle Black, but instead elaborates on Slynt's corrupt and villainous behavior while serving as the commander of the City Watch of King's Landing. In the novels, the election of the Lord Commander occurs at an earlier point in the timeline, following the Battle of Castle Black. However, due to time constraints, the producers decided to move this subplot to the beginning of Season 5 instead of the end of Season 4. In the books, there are 600 members of the Night's Watch who are eligible to vote, and a 2/3 majority is required to win. At one point, Jorah Mormont's pet raven, which had not been seen since his death, returns and perches on Jon's shoulder, repeatedly uttering the word "Snow." This occurrence convinces many of the men to vote for Jon, ultimately leading to his overwhelming victory as the Lord Commander. Meanwhile, before the trial commences, Mossador takes matters into his own hands and kills the Harpy's son. In an attempt to uphold the integrity of the law, Daenerys publicly executes Mossador, which angers the freed slaves. As she departs, they hiss at her and throw rocks, sparking a riot between the former slaves and their former masters. The execution of Mossador by Daenerys bears a striking resemblance to Robb's execution of Rickard Karstark in Kissed by Fire. Both men were put to death for killing an unarmed prisoner whom they despised. Although these executions fall within the rights of their respective leaders, they prove to be politically unwise decisions. Robb's killing of Rickard resulted in the loss of the Karstark army and severely weakened his chances of winning the war. Similarly, Daenerys' execution of Mossador angers many of her loyal ex-slaves, who view his actions as a form of justice against their former oppressors. Later that night, Daenerys dismisses her council and steps outside. To her relief, Drogon, who has grown somewhat, lands just above her balcony. Drogon sniffs her outstretched hand, but instead of attacking, he flies away, leaving his mother alone. In the book, Drogon is not seen by Daenerys on top of the pyramid. The last time she laid eyes on him, he was flying away after unsuccessful attempts to capture him. In Braavos, Arya Stark is assigned the task of cleaning the main sanctuary of the House of Black and White. She observes Jaqen H'ghar helping a supplicant drink from the temple's well. Arya expresses her desire to learn, but Jaqen dismisses her concerns. When Arya points out that she recognizes various effigies of gods as deities from other religions, such as the weirwood gods of the north and the drowned god of the Iron Islands, Jaqen H'ghar asserts that they are all representations of the same god with whom she should be acquainted. Although he does not explicitly name this god, it is the god of death, believed to appear in different forms to different individuals. Arya is indeed familiar with this god, as her sword-fighting instructor Syrio Forel in Season 1 mentioned that there is only one god and his name is Death. As Cersei Lannister makes her way through a large crowd towards the Great Sept of Baelor, she becomes increasingly irritated by the cheers for Margaery, completely disregarding her presence. The marriage of Tommen Baratheon and Margaery Tyrell takes place, much to Cersei's displeasure. Later that night, the newlyweds consummate their marriage and share their excitement about their future together. Dean Charles Chapman, in an interview, openly shared his discomfort with the scene between Tommen and Margaery. Chapman, perceiving Tommen as a young boy, found it disturbing due to the significant age difference between the characters. It is worth noting that during medieval times, it was legally acceptable for boys to marry at 14 and girls at 12, especially among the higher nobility, who often betrothed their children from infancy. However, consummation of the marriage was necessary for it to be considered legally binding. In the books, Tommen and Margaery share a bed, but due to Tommen's young age of 9, there is no relationship between them at this point in the story. Tommen expresses his belief that his mother is unhappy in King's Landing. Seizing the opportunity, Margaery manipulates Tommen into thinking that as long as Cersei remains in King's Landing, she will continue to treat him like a child, constantly watching over him. The following morning, Tommen and Cersei go for a walk, during which Tommen suggests that Cersei should return to Casterly Rock if it would bring her happiness, as she used to speak fondly of it. However, Cersei declines the offer. Realizing that Margaery is behind this, Cersei pays her a visit, only to find Margaery boasting about her exhausting night with the king. Margaery greets her mother-in-law with newfound confidence, subtly flaunting her queenship in Cersei's face. Feeling defeated, Cersei walks away. Margaery never refers to Cersei as her mother in the novels. During lunch, Reek serves Roose Bolton while he reprimands Ramsay for his brutal act of flaying Lord Serwyn and his family during a routine tax collection. Ramsay defends himself by pointing out that he eventually obtained the taxes. However, Roose reminds his son that instilling fear alone cannot maintain their control over the North, especially if the other houses rise up against them. With Tywin Lannister's demise, the alliance between the Lannisters and the Boltons has effectively ended. Therefore, Roose proposes that the best way to solidify Bolton dominance in the North is through marriage. In Winterfell, the Boltons have defaced all direwolf statues and frescoes in an effort to erase the memory of House Stark. In the books, Ramsay is never sent by Roose Bolton to collect taxes. However, the scene where Ramsay indulges in a lavish meal despite a potential food shortage in the upcoming winter could be a reference to a passage in the books where Ramsay visits House Stout on his way to Winterfell. He demands that the local lord host a feast for him, even going as far as making him slaughter their limited breeding stock for the next year. Ramsay greedily consumes the meat, seemingly unconcerned that the lord is now unable to replenish his herd, leaving him unable to provide for both him and Winterfell in the future. Both the book and the series emphasize that Ramsay fails to consider the long-term repercussions of his impulsive actions. His brutal flaying of individuals, particularly after promising them freedom, instills fear and compliance, but repeatedly breaking his promises does not earn him any lasting loyalty. In the books, Medgar Serwyn suffers severe injuries during the Battle of the Green Fork, and later succumbs to his wounds while being held captive at Harrenhal. Clay Sherwin, Medgar's son, is killed by the soldiers from the Dreadfort when he joins Roderick Castle in the liberation of Winterfell from the Ironborn. However, Ramsay does not personally kill him, and his body is not subjected to flaying. Following these events, Medgar's daughter Janella is left with no choice but to pledge loyalty to the Boltons, although some of her soldiers later join Stannis' army in the north. Sansa Stark is filled with horror upon arriving at Moat Cailin. She immediately realizes that Baelish intends to bring her back to Winterfell, directly into the clutches of the Boltons. Recalling their previous conversation about a marriage proposal, Sansa understands that the proposal was not for Baelish but for herself. Filled with anger, she vehemently declares that she would rather die than marry Roose Bolton. Littlefinger corrects her and explains that she will be marrying Ramsay Bolton instead. He then tries to calm her down by assuring her that nobody will suspect her presence there, and suggests that this could be her best chance for revenge. Reluctantly, Sansa agrees. Littlefinger emphasizes that a marriage lacking consummation can be voided automatically. In the books, this serves as a valid reason for annulment. From a distance, Brienne and Podrick observe Petyr and Sansa approaching Moat Cailin. Understanding that pursuing them through the castle would be pointless, she opts to circumvent Moat Cailin by taking a detour. Despite Podrick's concerns about losing sight of them, Brienne reassures him that they do not need to tail them so closely, as she is aware of their destination. Setting up camp, Brienne discovers how Podrick became Tyrion's squire. Podrick's backstory originates from the first book, yet it was omitted from the initial season due to his introduction in Season 2's The Prince of Winterfell, and his rise to prominence in Season 4. Podrick commends Brienne's combat skills and takes pride in being her squire, despite her initial treatment towards him. Brienne expresses regret for her past behaviour towards Podrick and offers to train him in swordsmanship and horseback riding. Podrick then inquires about Brienne's history with Renly. She recounts how, as a young girl, her father hosted a ball to find a suitable match for her among the young lords. Brienne was initially thrilled by the attention, only to feel humiliated when she realized they were merely mocking her. Before she could flee, Renly comforted her and danced with her, dismissing the others as unworthy of her tears. Brienne also acknowledges Renly's preference for men, but admits that it did not diminish her love for him. She reflects on the pain of failing to protect loved ones and vows to avenge Renly by targeting Stannis, whom she suspects of involvement in Renly's assassination through Melisandre's shadowy figure resembling Stannis. Despite Brienne's initial dismissal of Jaime's claims about Renly's reality in Darkwing's dark words, she now openly acknowledges her awareness of this fact. Additionally, she reveals that she is her father's sole surviving child, contrary to the books which mention her older brother's tragic drowning at the age of 8, as well as the deaths of her 2 younger sisters in infancy. Although her personal account of dancing with Renly is shared from her perspective in the second novel, she never discusses it with Podrick, and it was omitted from the second season due to time constraints. In the books, at the age of 7, she was betrothed to the son of Lord Caron, who tragically passed away along with his family due to an illness. Her second engagement was with Ronette Connington at the age of 10, but he insulted her upon meeting her, referring to her as a sow in silk and a freak. Brienne later got her revenge by defeating him in a tournament. Lastly, at 16, she was promised a 56-year-old Humphrey Wagstaff, who threatened to discipline her if she did not conform to societal expectations. Brienne challenged him to a duel instead, resulting in her breaking several of his bones and ending the betrothal. At the Wall, King Stannis Baratheon attempts to persuade the newly appointed Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jon Snow, to accept his proposal of legitimization. However, Jon firmly declines Stannis' offer and reiterates his loyalty to the Night's Watch. He emphasizes the neutrality of the Night's Watch in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms and questions Stannis about his departure plans. Jon points out that Castle Black's resources are limited and cannot sustain the Night's Watch, Stannis' army, and the wildling prisoners indefinitely. Stannis acknowledges the situation and assures Jon that his army will soon depart to confront the Boltons at Winterfell before the harsh winter conditions trap them at the Wall. He leaves the decision regarding the fate of the wildling prisoners to Jon, giving him the authority to choose between executing them or exploring the possibility of negotiation with Tormund, who may be more receptive than Mance. When Stannis suggests appointing Alliser Thorne as the new commander of Eastwatch by the Sea, Jon counters by stating that it is better to keep one's enemies close rather than far away. As Davos prepares to leave with Stannis, he encourages Jon to reflect on the second-to-last stanza of the Night's Watch Oath, emphasizing their duty as protectors of the realms of men. Davos also assures Jon that Stannis' guidance stems from the king's fondness for him. In the books, the relationship between Jon and Stannis is considerably more strained. Stannis shows little regard for Jon's decision to remain loyal to the Night's Watch and uphold its political neutrality. He frequently implies that he has the power to have Jon executed and force the Watch to join his own army. However, Jon remains unfazed by these threats. Instead, he advises Stannis to seek support from the lesser houses and mountain clans of the north, suggesting that they retake smaller castles from the Ironborn before marching on Winterfell. Surprisingly, Stannis heeds Jon's counsel, and it is not Davos who is currently seeking allies in White Harbor, but Melisandre who provides Jon with guidance on how to handle Stannis. Later, the waif confronts Arya in her quarters, repeatedly questioning her identity and striking her when she responds with no one. Jaqen intervenes, reprimanding the waif for her actions. He points out that Arya cannot truly be no one since she is dressed in Arya Stark's clothes, possesses silver stolen by Arya Stark, and was prepared to use Arya Stark's sword against the waif. Acknowledging this, Arya discards her old garments and stolen silver in the lagoon, but keeps Needle hidden in a seawall. Arya is then permitted by Jaqen to advance to an inner chamber where she assists the waif in preparing corpses. When Arya asks about the fate of the bodies after cleaning, the waif remains silent. Faye Marsay makes her first appearance as the waif in the series, although she is not explicitly named as such on screen. In the books, Arya gives her this nickname due to her pale complexion, small size, and emaciated appearance resulting from a failed poisoning attempt. Maisie Williams experienced her first costume change since the conclusion of Season 1. Williams expressed that discarding her old clothes and donning new ones on the show was a deeply satisfying experience. In the books, Arya conceals her cherished weapon, Needle, in a crevice beneath the stairs of the House of Black and White. After relinquishing her belongings in the canal, she returns to the House of Black and White in a state of complete nudity. However, this portrayal was not feasible in the show due to Maisie Williams being only 17 years old during the filming of the episode. At Winterfell itself, Sansa and Littlefinger are greeted by the Boltons and their households. Sansa, in an effort to maintain her composure, graciously accepts Roose's welcome, displaying the same politeness that had once protected her in King's Landing. From a distance, Miranda, Ramsay's bedwarmer and secret lover, observes with a mix of jealousy and anger. In the books, it is not Sansa but her closest companion, Jeyne Poole, who is compelled to marry Ramsay Bolton. Jeyne accompanied Sansa to King's Landing. After Ned's failed coup, Littlefinger kept Jeyne in one of his brothels in King's Landing and took Sansa to the Vale as his illegitimate daughter using the name Elaine, as depicted in the show. He then forms an alliance with the Lannisters by arranging for Jeyne to marry the Boltons while pretending to be Arya, who is presumed dead at that time. Despite the Boltons suspecting that Jeyne is not Arya, they agree to maintain the deception because this marriage strengthens their control over the North and very few people actually know what Arya looks like. Sansa remains in the Vale, where Littlefinger plans to marry her off to Harold Harding, the closest living relative of Robert Arryn. Littlefinger had cunningly manipulated Lysa into keeping the Vale out of the war, anticipating that the frail Robert would soon pass away, allowing him to reclaim the North from whoever remains. The showrunners have revealed in interviews that they deliberately condensed the Jeyne and Sansa storylines into one during the writing of Season 2 because the Vale plot was relatively minor and they wanted to keep Sansa involved in the events taking place in the North. Although Jeyne plays a significant role in the books, her presence in the series was limited to an uncredited extra appearance in Episode 1 of Season 1. She is one of the girls in Sansa's needlework class who later laughs when Arya flicks food in Sansa's face. And a brief mention in Cripples, Bastards, and Broken Things. Later, in the mess hall, Jon inquires about Maester Aemon's health from Sam. He learns that Aemon's condition is deteriorating and entrusts his care to Sam. Jon then proceeds to assign various roles to the members of the Night's Watch. He designates a black brother to oversee the construction of a new latrine pit for the wildling prisoners, playfully suggesting that it may be a suitable task for someone with red hair. The brother takes the remark in good humor and joins in the laughter with the others. Jon also demonstrates respect for Sir Alliser Thorne by appointing him as the new First Ranger, acknowledging his experience. In the books, Jon refuses to promote Alliser Thorne. Following the election, Stannis warns Jon that Thorne and Janos Slynt are already causing trouble within the Night's Watch regarding the legitimacy of Jon's election. Finally, Lord Commander Snow orders Janos Slynt to restore and man the abandoned Castle Greyguard. Despite being informed that it is an order, not a choice, Slynt defiantly refuses multiple times, disregarding the consequences. Jon orders for Janos to be brought out into the courtyard, adhering to his father Eddard Stark's law that the one who passes the sentence must carry out the execution. Janos, who once heartlessly took a baby girl from her mother and killed her, is now reduced to tears and pleads for mercy, realizing the consequences of his treasonous actions. He promises to comply with any request Jon makes and confesses his long-standing fear. Jon momentarily hesitates, but then gathers his resolve and swiftly beheads the cowardly former commander of the City Watch with a single stroke of Longclaw. In this act, Jon not only administers a small measure of justice to one of the men who betrayed his father and murdered Robert Baratheon's children, but also sends a powerful message. Observing the execution from a distance, Stannis Baratheon silently approves, acknowledging Jon's firmness in carrying out his duty. As Janos Slynt is taken to the chopping block, he once again boasts about his powerful friends as he did in the Nightlands. He was likely referring to Cersei, who granted him the title of Lord but did not intervene when Tyrion sent him to the Wall, making this threat mostly empty. He also relied on Alliser Thorne for protection. Hence his disbelief when Thorne steps aside to let Slynt be taken away. In the books, the impact is even greater. Slynt had Ned dragged and presented in front of the Sept of Baelor, proudly displaying his head to the onlookers after the execution. Sansa even wished for someone to cut off Slynt's head for this. He later attempted to have Jon executed for joining the Wildlings. While Jon is aware of Slynt's involvement in Ned's death in the books, though it never influenced his decisions, Kit Harington mentioned uncertainty about Jon's knowledge of this in the series. In the book, Jon offers Slynt a new position far away, giving him one night to accept. When Slynt refuses to leave the next morning, Jon initially orders his hanging, but then decides to behead him instead. Thorne briefly considers intervening, but ultimately does not, much to Jon's disappointment. Jon later sends Thorne and 8 other rangers on a scouting mission beyond the Wall to locate Tormund. Thorne is angered by this, believing Jon's intention is for him to either refuse the mission, providing Jon a reason to execute him similar to Slynt, or perish beyond the Wall. Despite his anger, Thorne accepts the mission, vowing to return to settle their differences, whether alive or as a White. In Littlefinger's establishment, the Sparrows launch an assault on the High Septon, while he is in the company of disguised as the Seven. Subsequently, he is compelled to parade naked through the streets while the Sparrows denounce him as a transgressor. Enraged by the disgrace, he urges the small council to apprehend the Sparrows and execute their leader, the High Sparrow. Despite her lack of sympathy, Cersei opts to have a meeting with the High Sparrow, who reveals himself to be a modest individual serving meals to the destitute without shoes. The High Sparrow does not attempt to conceal the actions of his fellow Sparrows. Cersei informs him that he will not face arrest or execution, and that the High Septon has been detained instead, much to the High Sparrow's surprise. According to George R.R. Martin, the Sparrows draw inspiration from the medieval Catholic Church and the Protestant Reformation. Jonathan Pryce makes his first appearance as the High Sparrow, a character whose real name remains unknown. It is worth noting that none of the High Septons of the Faith are ever given names. The Sparrows are a religious group that emerged during the War of the Five Kings in response to the mistreatment of those who follow the faith of the Seven. In the books, the Sparrows play a more prominent role. Lancel becomes devout and joins the Warriors' Sons instead of the Sparrows. The Warriors' Sons is a religious military order comprised of knights and nobles, while the Poor Fellows are made up of commoners. The show combines both groups as the faith militant. Cersei's first encounter with the High Sparrow takes place in the Great Sept of Baelor, not on the streets of the city. At this point, he has already assumed the role of High Septon due to the actions of the angry Sparrows who had taken over the Great Sept and compelled the corrupt Septons to appoint him as their leader. The meeting is orchestrated as a display of authority. Cersei's Kingsguard is barred from entering the Sept, and she is made to wait until the High Sparrow completes his prayers. Furthermore, he emphasizes that all of her allies within the faith have been stripped of their influence and reprimands her for various grievances that they have with the crown, including the execution of Ned Stark on sacred grounds. In the books, it is not the High Septon, but rather Septon Olador who was regarded as a potential candidate for the role following the demise of the previous High Septon. The TV show's High Septon, who was disgraced by the Sparrows and imprisoned by Cersei, he is actually smothered with a pillow on her orders by Osney Kettleblack. This is because Cersei believes Lancel revealed the truth about their affair and Robert's murder to him. This allowed the High Sparrow to seize power. Upon her return to the Red Keep, Cersei instructs Qyburn to dispatch a message to Peter Baelish. As Qyburn writes the message, the body of Gregor Clegane convulses beneath the covering, but Qyburn quiets him down calmly. In the books, there is minimal communication between Cersei and Littlefinger. Littlefinger casually informs Cersei that the Lords of the Vale are against him, but he shows no concern and does not seek assistance from King's Landing. Instead, he simply requests some old tapestries. Littlefinger is unaware of Stannis' presence at Castle Black, as well as his plans to confront the Boltons in the novels. In another part of the castle, Baelish subtly warns Ramsay against harming Sansa and discusses the situation with Roose, who remains suspicious of Littlefinger's true motives in betraying the Lannisters. Baelish points out the weakened state of the Lannisters, with Tywin dead, Jaime lacking political influence due to his lost hand, and Cersei being overshadowed by Margaery, who holds a fondness for Sansa. Despite this, Bolton insists on reading any messages that Littlefinger may send back to the capital. Later, Sansa is shown to her old room, which now feels unfamiliar after all this time. To her surprise, the servant attending to her warmly welcomes her back and quietly assures her that the North has not forgotten. When Sansa is told that the North remembers, it is the first time the phrase is spoken aloud in an episode. In the book, none of the Winterfell servants offer their support. In the Free Cities, further south, Tyrion Lannister and Varys finally reach Volantis. Exhausted from their carriage ride, Tyrion disregards the potential dangers and insists on exploring. They navigate through the bustling markets on the Long Bridge, where Varys enlightens Tyrion about the significance of the tattoos worn by Volantene slaves. In the books, Tyrion's journey to Volantis is not accompanied by Varys. Instead, he is joined by a group consisting of Jon Connington, a disgraced knight and sellsword, along with his ward, young Griff. Additionally, there is a healer named Haldon Halfmaester, Rolly Duckfield, and Septa Lemore. Varys almost loses track of Tyrion, but eventually finds him captivated by the sermon of a Red Priestess. Tyrion's curiosity is piqued as he recalls Thoros of Myr being the sole Red Priest in King's Landing. In the books, Tyrion recollects Thoros, another Red Priest who was dispatched to King's Landing years ago to convert Robert to the Lord of Light. The Red Priestess passionately speaks in, High Valyrian recounting her own experience as a former slave. Like other Red Priestesses, she prophesies the arrival of a savior, a Dragon Queen. However, Tyrion's interest diminishes when the priestess abruptly pauses her sermon and locks eyes with him. While attentively listening to the Red Priestess's sermon in High Valyrian, Tyrion demonstrates a clear understanding of her words. High Valyrian, akin to the Latin spoken during the Roman Empire, is primarily used by the clergy and maesters in their daily practices. However, members of noble houses are still taught this language, although their proficiency may vary. For instance, Arya received some basic lessons from Maester Luwin, but lacked the ability to comprehend the Valyrian conversation between Thoros and Melisandre in Season 3. On the other hand, Sam possesses a reasonable command of High Valyrian, while Tyrion possesses enough knowledge to comprehend it, yet not enough to engage in a full-fledged conversation. Unlike in the show, Tyrion's head is not rubbed by a brothel guard, but rather by one of the city guards. Tyrion then leads Varys to a brothel where they encounter a prostitute dressed as Daenerys. In the television series, the character of the prostitute dressed as Daenerys is a nod to the books, where she is seen sitting on Jorah Mormont's lap when he notices Tyrion. The outfit was initially created as a joke by costume designer Michelle Clapton, who was challenged by the showrunners to design the most extravagant costumes possible. Varys suggests that a woman who garners attention from both sermons and prostitutes is worth meeting. Tyrion attempts to engage with a dark-haired prostitute, but when she agrees to provide her services, he finds himself unable to go through with it. He then goes to relieve himself by the side of the bridge, causing Varys to momentarily lose sight of him. This differs greatly from Tyrion's portrayal in the books, where he engages in paid intercourse with a slave despite feeling guilty and realizing that the girl, who doesn't speak the common tongue, is distressed. However, he chooses her because the other options are considerably older. In Volantis, slaves bear facial tattoos that signify the type of labor they are assigned to. This detail was previously mentioned by Talisa Magar, a native of Volantis, in Season 2. Volantis, the final free city of Essos to be introduced after Pentos and Braavos, makes its debut. Due to the need for numerous new sets in Season 5, especially for Braavos, the production team had to repurpose existing sets and costumes as much as possible for Volantis' appearance in this episode. Sets like Moat Cailin, Harrenhal, and the Molestown Brothel were adapted to serve as interiors, while the Roman Bridge of Cordoba in Spain was filmed and digitally altered to become the Long Bridge of Volantis. As Tyrion finishes, he is unexpectedly abducted by Jorah Mormont, who proclaims that he is taking him to the Queen. The shot of Tyrion urinating from the brothel is framed in the same high-angle perspective as the shot of him urinating off the wall in Season 1. In the books, Tyrion is eventually kidnapped by Jorah Mormont, but this occurs in a brothel in Selhorys, a city near Volantis, after a challenging boat journey down the Rhoyne River. Jorah kidnaps Tyrion openly, threatening to kill anyone who tries to intervene. During the night in Volantis, Jorah Mormont incapacitates a fisherman and commandeers his boat, taking Tyrion Lannister with him. Peter Dinklage's boat scene at the start of this episode closely resembles a scene he did for the Chronicles of Narnia. In both instances, he is bound, gagged, and lying in the bottom of a wooden boat. In Dawn, Jaime Lannister and Ser Bronn find themselves aboard a Pentoshi merchant ship bound for Oldtown in the Reach. In the books, Jaime and Bronn do not journey to Dawn. Bronn remains in King's Landing with his new wife, while Jaime is tasked with convincing Brynden Tully to surrender Riverrun in the Riverlands. This event occurs in the show during Season 6's episode No One. Cersei dispatches Balon Swann to Dorne on an official mission to retrieve Myrcella, deliver the Mountain Skull to the Martells, and participate in Cersei's plot to assassinate Trystane Martell. Despite Obara and Tyenne's private suggestion to Doran to eliminate Swann, Doran prohibits any harm to come to him. Initially, there were no intentions to venture into Dorne during Season 5, since no significant characters were present there. However, Brian Cogman proposed the idea of sending 2 established characters to Dorne and teaming up Jaime with Bronn. During a meeting of the Small Council, Master of Coin Mace Tyrell delivers troubling news regarding the Iron Bank of Braavos beginning to demand repayment of debts owed by Westeros. Initially, they have requested a tenth of the Iron Throne's outstanding debts, an amount the Crown can only partially afford due to the significant expenses incurred in rebuilding the royal fleet. Mace proposes that House Tyrell could provide the necessary funds temporarily, but Cersei is reluctant to grant them more influence over the Crown. Instead, she decides to send Mace to Braavos to negotiate for an extension, believing that his high status will demonstrate the seriousness with which they view their debts. Unaware of Cersei's ulterior motives to remove him from the capital, Mace views this assignment as a great honor. Additionally, Cersei assigns Sir Meryn Trant of the Kingsguard to accompany Mace as a guard. Following Mace's departure, Pycelle remarks bitterly on the dwindling numbers of the small council members in the capital, with only himself, Cersei, and Qyburn remaining. Despite this, Cersei believes that the council has not yet become small enough. In the books, Mace Tyrell never makes an offer to settle the Crown's debt with the Iron Bank. In fact, Cersei completely disregards their demands for repayment, despite Pycelle's objections. Even when envoys from the Iron Bank approach the small council, Cersei insults them and declares that she has no intention of repaying them until all rebellious kingdoms are subdued. Consequently, the Iron Bank promptly demands the immediate repayment of all loans in Westeros and refuses to provide any further credit, effectively crippling the economy of the realm. Additionally, the bank dispatches an emissary named Tycho Nestoris to support Stannis' war efforts without any reservations or inquiries, with the sole condition that he repay the Crown's debt upon claiming the Iron Throne. In the books, Cersei instructs Mace Tyrell to lay siege to Storm's End, while Harry Swift is tasked with negotiating with the Iron Bank in Braavos. Interestingly, Harry Swift is accompanied by Rafford Raff the Sweetling instead of Meryn Trant, who is responsible for the murder of Lomy. In the show, it was Polliver who killed Lomy. Cersei convenes with the High Sparrow, who, thanks to her influence, has ascended to the position of the new High Septon of the Faith of the Seven, seeking to forge a fresh alliance between the Crown and the Faith. To counterbalance the significant political power held by the Tyrells, Cersei highlights the widespread devastation caused by the War of the Five Kings. She notes the burning of septs, attacks on clergymen, and even the violation of silent sisters, resulting in a grim accumulation of holy men's bodies in the streets. Acknowledging the High Sparrow's observation that wars often compel obedience through force rather than faith, Cersei draws attention to the historical role of the faith militant in upholding the justice of the Seven before the Targaryens' dissolution of the Order centuries ago. Proposing the reinstatement and arming of the faith militant as part of the envisioned alliance between the Crown and the faith, Cersei suggests that this army would safeguard the faith, clergy, and common people, while also serving as a tool against the Crown's adversaries. She then alerts the High Sparrow to the presence of a notorious wrongdoer, shielded by wealth and influence within their midst. In response, the High Sparrow expresses a desire for the Father to deliver fair judgment upon this individual. In the book, it is not Cersei who expresses concern about the mistreatment of commoners, septs, and silent sisters, but rather the High Sparrow. He advocates for the reinstatement of the faith militant, the military branch of the faith of the Seven. In the past, the faith had its own courts to enforce religious laws, but when secular courts were established by the Targaryens and their lords, the faith lost this authority. Centuries ago, King Maegor the Cruel disbanded the faith militant through legislation. The High Sparrow specifically mentions the Hounds Gang's pillaging of the Solpans as evidence for restoring the faith militant, although it was actually the Brave Companions, a sellsword company, who committed this act, with Rorge impersonating the Hound by wearing his helmet. Cersei is furious at the accusation made by a former bannerman, but she sets aside her pride and agrees to the Sparrow's request, unaware of the troubles caused by the faith militant in the past. In exchange, the High Sparrow promises to forgive a portion of the Crown's debt to the faith, approximately 1/6 of the total debt, and recognize Tommen as the rightful king. The newly formed faith militant launch an assault on the streets of King's Landing, targeting taverns, brothels, and vendors selling religious idols. The City Watch stands by, unable to intervene as chaos ensues. Littlefinger's brothel is ransacked, with prostitutes like Mare being dragged out onto the streets by their hair. Oliver is struck and ignored as the faith militant barges in. He hears screams from another room. The Sparrows use knives and hurl homophobic slurs at the men. Oliver flees as one of the men screams off-screen. The faith militant, including Lancel, have the 7-pointed star symbol of the faith carved into their foreheads. The faith militant in the books do not engrave the 7-pointed stars on their foreheads. They simply paint the star on their brows or attach a badge of it to their garments. It was only the most fervent members who chose to carve the star into their chests, rather than their foreheads. Lancel leads a squad to apprehend Loras Tyrell while he spars in the practice yard, citing Loras's actions as sins against the laws of gods and men. In the book, Lancel opts to join the warrior's sons rather than the faith militant since he is nobleborn. Actor Eugene Simon deliberately allowed his fingernails to grow for a period of 3 months in order to accurately portray the appearance of a devoted member of the faith militant. Margaery Tyrell confronts Tommen over her brother's arrest. Tommen, however, asserts himself and demands Loras's release from Cersei. Cersei calmly explains that she did not order Loras's arrest and suggests that Tommen speak to the High Sparrow for his release. In the books, Loras is never apprehended. He willingly departs from King's Landing on a mission to seize Dragonstone on behalf of the Crown. His intention is for the Red Wine Fleet, currently besieging Dragonstone, to subsequently return to the Reach and defend against the attacks by the newly crowned Euron Greyjoy. Cersei permits his departure, secretly hoping for his demise and to be rid of him. Furthermore, the Sparrows in the books do not engage in raids on brothels and wine stores. Tommen's belief in the High Sparrow's compliance leads him to the Great Sept of Baelor with a small group of guards. However, the faith militant blocks their path, insisting that the High Sparrow is in prayer and cannot be disturbed. The Kingsguard propose violence to clear the way, but Tommen, unwilling to risk bloodshed on sacred grounds, hesitates. The commoners' insults only add to the tension, prompting Tommen to retreat to the Red Keep. When Tommen departs from the steps of the Sept of Baelor due to his reluctance to spill blood on sacred ground, Margaery, disappointed in Tommen's lack of assertiveness, decides to bring her grandmother Olenna to the capital to address the situation. Jon Snow is instructing new recruits in the training ground of Castle Black, while Stannis Baratheon and his wife Selyse observe, accompanied by their daughter Shireen. Selyse expresses concern that Stannis may prefer Jon as his son, as she has only given him stillborn children and weak offspring. Stannis reassures her that it is not her fault. Melisandre joins them and strongly supports Stannis, stating that the Lord of Light is indifferent to Shireen's grayscale affliction, emphasizing that she still carries her father's blood. After Selyse leaves, Melisandre talks to Stannis about the upcoming battle to seize Winterfell from the Boltons. She questions whether Stannis plans to abandon her as he did during the Blackwater, but Stannis promises that he will not do so this time. Despite Jon's warning about the Northmen's aversion to her religion, Melisandre chooses to remain at Castle Black, recognizing the potency of her powers there. Jon, as the new Lord Commander, reviews paperwork alongside Samwell Tarly, examining letters from minor houses presenting new recruits. Jon hesitates when Samwell presents a request letter for Roose Bolton, citing his role in Robb's death. Sam points out that Roose Bolton is now the Warden of the North and can provide more recruits compared to the lesser houses Jon is unfamiliar with. He emphasizes the Night's Watch's commitment to political neutrality. Reluctantly, Jon signs the letter to the Boltons with disdain. In the books, Stannis strategizes to launch an attack on the Dreadfort before Winterfell. Following Jon's counsel, he opts to gather support from the smaller northern houses and the mountain clans initially, and to free some of the minor castles such as Deepwood Motte. In the television series High Sparrow, Roose Bolton recognizes the potential danger posed by Stannis if he manages to rally the northern houses to his cause. Despite the losses suffered by many northern houses during the Red Wedding, the remaining forces of the major houses, combined with the smaller houses, could form a significant army. In the books, Jon Snow reminds Stannis that Roose has superior shelter and food supplies, making both Winterfell and the Dreadfort well prepared for a prolonged siege. Additionally, Roose's combined forces outnumber Stannis by a ratio of 5-1, giving them the ability to defeat him at any given moment. In the books, Jon never sends any correspondence to Roose Bolton, but instead directs his letters to King Tommen, where he requests assistance in the form of men and weapons. He clarifies that despite Stannis and his forces being stationed at Castle Black, Jon does not possess authority over them and has no intention of involving himself in Stannis' affairs. As Sam leaves, Melisandre makes her entrance. She implores him to aid Stannis in reclaiming Winterfell, emphasizing that his knowledge of the castle could be crucial in winning the battle, even if he doesn't become a Stark. Melisandre also brings up the larger war at hand, questioning Jon about his allegiance to life or death, while removing her dress and sitting on his lap. She urges Snow to embrace her, as the Lord of Light created men and women for a purpose. Despite being tempted, Jon declines, citing his vows and Stannis' disapproval, to which Melisandre suggests keeping it a secret. When Melisandre reminds him of breaking his vows in the past, Jon admits his enduring love for his deceased lover, Ygritte. Melisandre fixes her dress and exits, leaving Jon with Ygritte's famous words, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." Melisandre refrains from attempting to seduce Jon in the novels. She does, however, display a keen interest in him and urges him to embrace her companionship, as she has foreseen him, in her visions, engulfed by adversaries and treachery. Upon Jon acknowledging the presence of enemies within the Watch, Melisandre cryptically retorts, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." Later, Stannis is in his chambers at Castle Black, engrossed in other letters when Shireen enters. Stannis starts to express his regret for bringing her along on the campaign, considering Castle Black to be an unsuitable place for a child. However, Shireen interrupts him. She expresses her contentment in accompanying him and reveals that she had anticipated being left at Dragonstone, as per Selyse's wishes. Shireen then bravely questions her father if he feels ashamed of her due to her deformity. Stannis rises from his seat and recounts the tragic tale of how Shireen contracted grayscale as a baby. Despite the grim predictions of her fate, Stannis defied all advice and sought every possible means to cure her. He adamantly declares that Shireen is his daughter and belongs with her family. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shireen embraces her father, tears of joy streaming down her face, and Stannis, after a moment of hesitation, returns the hug. In the books, the origin of Shireen's grayscale and her recovery from it are not disclosed. Currently, Shireen and her mother Selyse are stationed at Eastwatch by the Sea, thus she does not interact with Stannis. In the books, Selyse refrains from making any negative remarks about Jon or Shireen. Sansa Stark seizes the chance to explore her family's underground crypts at Winterfell. Upon reaching the tomb and statue of her aunt Lyanna Stark, she discovers the feather token left by Robert Baratheon during his visit to the castle years ago. The feather that Robert placed on the statue of Lyanna's tomb in Winter is Coming remains untouched even after 4 years have passed. The showrunners explained that due to Winterfell being abandoned and no janitorial crew present, the feather has been left undisturbed. Peter Baelish appears and expresses his expectation of finding her there. Sansa mentions that her father, Eddard Stark, rarely spoke of Lyanna, yet she would occasionally find him in the crypts lighting candles at her tomb. Despite never meeting Lyanna due to her premature death, Sansa acknowledges the widespread belief that she was a woman of great beauty. In the novels, Littlefinger and Sansa choose to stay in the Vale with no intention of returning to King's Landing. They do not explore the Winterfell crypts or discuss Lyanna Stark. Jane Poole, posing as Arya, is the one married to Ramsay at Winterfell, while she also does not enter the crypts. Theon and Lady Dustin, a loyal Bolton ally, later have a private conversation in the crypts, rather than paying their respects. Littlefinger recounts an encounter from his youth, where he had the opportunity to witness the renowned beauty of Lyanna Stark. During a grand tournament hosted by Lord Went of Harrenhal, notable figures from all over Westeros, including the Mad King, Crown Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, Robert Baratheon, and Lyanna herself, were in attendance. Littlefinger, a young boy with no notable background, was in awe of witnessing such legendary figures gathered in one place. Despite being betrothed to Robert at the time, in the final joust, Prince Rhaegar emerged victorious against Sir Barristan Selmy, causing the crowd to erupt in cheers. However, the atmosphere quickly turned silent when Rhaegar bypassed his wife, Aelia Martell, and placed a crown made of winter roses on Lyanna's lap. This act, followed by Rhaegar's subsequent elopement with Lyanna, ignited Robert's rebellion, leading to the downfall of the Targaryen dynasty. Reflecting on the consequences of Rhaegar's choice, Littlefinger ponders the countless lives lost. Sansa, however, interjects, accusing Rhaegar of kidnapping and raping Lyanna. Littlefinger responds with a knowing look and moves on to another area of the crypts. The tourney at Harrenhal is a significant event frequently mentioned in the books, but this episode marks the first time it is referenced in the series. Rhaegar's affection for Lyanna Stark and her subsequent abduction were the catalyst for Robert's rebellion against the Mad King. Sansa observes that Littlefinger is dressed in riding attire, and he clarifies that he is returning to King's Landing in response to a letter from Cersei, emphasizing the importance of not arousing suspicion by refusing her request. Sansa realizes that she will be left alone with the Boltons, but Littlefinger reveals his strategy to her. Stannis must soon launch an attack on the Boltons before the winter snows arrive, and he believes that Stannis will likely emerge victorious due to his exceptional military leadership. The Boltons will be outnumbered by Stannis, as the other northern houses would readily betray their current lord. Once Stannis triumphs, he plans to appoint Sansa as the new ruler of the North, recognizing her as the last known surviving Stark heir, and in honor of her father Eddard's support for Stannis. Sansa asks about the possibility of Stannis being killed, to which Littlefinger explains that by marrying Ramsay Bolton, Sansa will have the opportunity to infiltrate the Bolton family and eventually aid in their downfall from within. Regardless of the outcome, Sansa will become Littlefinger's influential ally in the North. Littlefinger bids Sansa farewell with a kiss on the lips before departing. Littlefinger does not mention Stannis' intentions to attack Winterfell or Sansa's backup plan in the books. Both he and Sansa are not present at Winterfell, but rather in the Vale. Littlefinger's plan is to unite Sansa with Harold Harding, the prospective Lord of the Vale, through marriage. As Jaime and Bronn sail past Tarth, which Jaime mistakenly identifies as Estermont, the captain corrects him, clarifying that they are actually passing the Sapphire Isle. This mention of the Sapphire Isle triggers Jaime's thoughts of Brienne. Jaime reveals to Bronn that he bribed the captain to allow them to disembark on a small boat near dawn, specifically outside Sunspear and the nearby water gardens. Below deck, Bronn questions Jaime's motives for wanting to protect Princess Myrcella personally, suggesting that it is because Jaime feels responsible for Tyrion's escape and hopes to make amends. In response, Jaime curtly denies this, falsely attributing Tyrion's escape to Varys. Bronn then suggests that if Jaime ever encounters Tyrion again, he should send his regards. This remark angers Jaime, who vows to exact revenge on Tyrion for their father Tywin's murder if they ever cross paths again. In the books, Jaime never explicitly mentions or thinks about killing Tyrion if they were to meet again, although he does consider the possibility of having done so to prevent Tywin's death. Jaime also feels deep regret for lying about Tyrion's former wife Tysha, which was forced upon him by Tywin. This remorse may explain why seeking revenge on Tyrion is not a major focus for him. Bronn ferries the pair to shore at nightfall as Jaime is unable to row with only one hand. The following morning, Bronn dispatches a snake near Jaime's head and cooks it for breakfast. Concerned that the ship's captain might reveal their presence in Dorne, Bronn is reassured by Jaime's claim of bribing him with a hefty sum of gold. Despite this, Bronn remains anxious. A patrol on horseback soon discovers their footprints in the sand. Jaime and Bronn attempt to deceive the sentries by posing as stranded travelers whose boat capsized, but their efforts fail. The sentries demand they surrender their weapons for identification and capture. Bronn impales his sword in the sand before swiftly throwing his dagger at the lead sentry's throat. A skirmish ensues, with Jaime struggling to fight effectively left-handed. Bronn eliminates one sentry's horse to even the odds for Jaime. Although Jaime is initially overpowered, he manages to use his metal hand to seize the sentry's sword and deliver a fatal blow with his left hand. With the other sentries defeated, Bronn remarks on their newfound sand steeds, capable of enduring long journeys without fatigue. Jaime insists on burying the bodies to avoid suspicion, prompting Bronn to begrudgingly dispose of them himself due to Jaime's physical limitations. In the books, Jaime's replacement hand is crafted from solid gold. However, for the television show, the hand was changed to gold-plated steel to allow Jaime to more realistically defend against sword strikes, as gold is considerably softer than steel and would quickly become dented. Author George R.R. Martin himself acknowledged that Jaime was not yet skilled enough to effectively wield his left hand in combat. In the meantime, elsewhere in Sunspear, Ellaria Sand has a meeting with 3 of the Sand Snakes, who are the illegitimate daughters of her lover, Oberyn Martell. Obara Sand, the eldest, is born to a peasant. Nymeria Sand, often referred to as Nym, is the daughter of an eastern noblewoman. Lastly, there is the youngest, Tyenn Sand. She is Ellaria's own daughter. Ellaria informs them that Prince Doran Martell has decided against raising Dorne's armies to seek vengeance for his brother's death. Concerned about the lack of military forces to confront the Lannisters, they express their worries. However, Ellaria reassures them that an army is unnecessary. She suggests that by assassinating Cersei's daughter, Myrcella, who is currently under Doran's protection, they can ignite a war without the need for a large-scale military campaign. In the books, Ellaria and the Sand Snakes have no intention of causing harm to Myrcella. Ellaria pleads with them not to seek revenge, and while the Sand Snakes harbor plans for vengeance against the Lannisters, they do not involve any harm coming to Myrcella personally. Tyenn's plan, later executed unsuccessfully by her cousin Arianne Martell, is to crown Myrcella and declare her the Queen of Westeros, as titles can be inherited by women in Dorne. This scheme is designed to provoke the Lannisters and Tyrells into a war with Dorne. Obara raises a concern, highlighting a potential issue. As Bronn feared, the captain tried to sell Jaime out in Plankytown. However, the Sand Snakes took offense to his demand for payment in exchange for such crucial details, instead of freely offering it. Consequently, they captured and subjected him to torture until he divulged the information. Nymeria skillfully uses her whip to topple a bucket, revealing that they had buried the ship's captain up to his neck in the sand, with a bucket filled with venomous scorpions covering his head. The scorpions seen on the merchant's head were not computer-generated, but real live scorpions. A specialized handler was responsible for bringing them in for this particular episode. Realizing the urgency of the situation, they now find themselves in a race against time to secure Myrcella. Ellaria inquires if the 3 girls are aligned with her, fully aware that this declaration would ignite a war in Dorne. Tayene is described in the books as having a fair complexion, golden hair, and blue eyes. In the books, Tayene Sand is not actually the daughter of Ellaria Sand. Among the 8 sand snakes, only the 4 youngest are Ellaria's children, while the 4 eldest have different mothers. Obara is direct and militant, confronting threats head-on. Nymeria is cunning and strategic, preferring to assess situations before taking action. Tayene, on the other hand, is impulsive and reckless. Although their initial scene was longer and included more arguments to highlight their differences, this was later established throughout the season. Nymeria and Tayene affirm their allegiance, while Obara reflects on her initial encounter with Oberyn. She recounts how he appeared one day claiming to be her father and taking her away from her mother. Although her mother wept, Oberyn presented her with a choice, stating that everyone must select their battles and weapons. He threw his spear at her feet, gesturing towards her mother's tears and his weapon, prompting her to make a decision. Obara chose the path of the spear and war, and now she reaffirms her loyalty to Ellaria by hurling her spear to impale the ship captain's head. Once they are out at sea, Tyrion requests that Jorah remove his gag. Despite Jorah's reluctance to reveal any personal details, Tyrion deduces his identity from certain clues, such as the bear sigil on his armor. Jorah confesses to Tyrion that the queen he is escorting him to is not Cersei, but Daenerys. Recalling Jorah's past espionage on Daenerys for Varys, Tyrion realizes that Daenerys must have discovered Jorah's betrayal and subsequently banished him. Therefore, Jorah kidnapped Tyrion in the hopes of regaining Daenerys' favor by presenting him as a gift. Tyrion finds humor in the situation, as he was already en route to meet Daenerys, rendering the kidnapping unnecessary. He warns Jorah that there is no guarantee Daenerys will forgive him, and she may even view Tyrion as an ally instead. In response, Jorah silences Tyrion with a slap to the face. Jorah delivers such a powerful punch to Tyrion that it results in a broken tooth. In the books, Jorah Mormont refrains from stealing a boat. Instead, at Volantis, he, Tyrion, and their companion Penny embark on a ship bound for Qarth. Daenerys Targaryen gazes down at the streets of Meereen from her royal apartments in the Great Pyramid of Meereen, while Sir Barristan Selmy reminisces about Rhaegar Targaryen. He mentions that despite the city's inhabitants appearing content from afar, Rhaegar had a different approach. Barristan recalls how Rhaegar would venture out of the Red Keep to interact with the common folk, often singing to them. He would take on the role of a street performer, captivating the crowds with his voice. Surprisingly, Daenerys learns that her brother Viserys had only portrayed Rhaegar as a ruthless warrior, unaware of his musical talents and his ability to bring joy to the people. Barristan derides the notion that Rhaegar was a fearsome warrior, emphasizing that he was a kind-hearted man. When questioned about their use of money, Barristan reveals that they used it for various purposes. Sometimes they donated it to wandering minstrels, once Rhaegar gave it all to an orphanage in Fleabottom, and on another occasion, they spent it on excessive drinking. In the novel, Barristan Selmy never explicitly mentions that Rhaegar detested killing, but rather that he did not have the same passion for the art of combat as Robert or Jaime. Rhaegar did not perform for money, instead retreating to Summerhall to compose songs in solitude, occasionally sharing them with a select audience who were often moved to tears. Daario Naharis then informs Daenerys that the day's visitors are waiting in the throne room, with Hizdahr zo Loraq being the most important among them. Knowing Barristan's aversion to politics, Daenerys offers him the day off, suggesting that he indulge in making music in the city below, as Daario will support her in the throne room. Hizdahr once more implores Daenerys to consider reopening the fighting pits of Meereen, citing the traditional commencement of the fighting season. Despite Daenerys' continued refusal, Hizdahr logically presents his case, highlighting that the fighting pits have historically served as a unifying source of entertainment for both the slave masters and slaves. He acknowledges that reviving this significant tradition may not resolve all of her challenges immediately, but it could serve as a step towards uniting her people. The title of the episode, Sons of the Harpy, alludes to the faction that opposes Daenerys' reign over Meereen, and adopt the guise of the Harpy, a symbol historically associated with the slave masters and the ancient Giscari Empire, which perpetuated the tradition of slavery in the cities of Slavers Bay. Meanwhile, the Sons of the Harpy launch an attack. The Unsullied give chase, only to find themselves surrounded by a significantly larger number of the Sons of the Harpy. A brutal battle ensues throughout the streets of Meereen. Among the ambushed Unsullied is Grey Worm, who manages to kill many of the attackers but sustains injuries. He loses his helmet, gets slashed in the leg, and is stabbed in the side. Despite his wounds slowing him down, Grey Worm pulls the dagger out of his own chest and uses it to kill an enemy by stabbing him in the throat. In Season 2, it was revealed that the Unsullied are trained to disregard fear and pain, even consuming a special tonic to numb their senses in the books. Jacob Anderson, who portrays Grey Worm, discussed the careful consideration between him and the writers regarding his groans when attacked by the Sons of the Harpy. As Grey Worm clarifies in the following episode, these sounds were not due to pain or fear of death, but rather the fear of never reuniting with Missandei. However, Grey Worm is the only one left standing as the majority of the Unsullied have been defeated. Just in the nick of time, Ser Barristan arrives and saves Grey Worm from certain death. By diverting the attention of the remaining rebels, he engages in combat with 8 Sons of the Harpy, successfully killing 7 of them. Unfortunately, the 8th manages to stab him in the abdomen. Ser Barristan falls to his knees, but before the attacker can deliver a fatal blow, Grey Worm impales him with his spear, ending his life. Grey Worm then struggles over to the unconscious Ser Barristan, before collapsing from his own wounds. In the books, Barristan Selmy and Grey Worm do not engage in combat with the Sons of the Harpy. Various incidents involving the Harpies occur, such as an ambush on the Unsullied during their night patrols in pairs. During one of these attacks, 3 freedmen and 6 Unsullied are killed, including one of Missandei's Unsullied brothers, but not Grey Worm. Ian McElhinney, the actor portraying Barristan Selmy, expressed surprise upon learning about his character's demise. He had previously read the novels where Barristan was still alive and playing a significant role with his own point of view chapters. McElhinney became suspicious when he noticed his shooting schedule was shorter than usual. There was much debate regarding whether Barristan Selmy should have been kept alive, as he was in the books. Even McElhinney himself, upon learning of Selmy's planned death, argued with the writers to prolong Selmy's presence on the show. Ultimately, it was decided that his death was necessary to further isolate Daenerys as the season progressed, and to create space for Tyrion to become Daenerys' trusted advisor in the future. Ser Barristan valiantly defeats 13 Sons of the Harpy before succumbing to his injuries. Missandei keeps a watchful eye on the injured Grey Worm, who remains unconscious due to the wounds he sustained while battling the Sons of the Harpy. Daenerys and Daario Naharis stand guard over the fallen Ser Barristan Selmy. Hizdahr enters the scene to offer his condolences. Daario proposes a strategic retreat to the pyramid, using it as a stronghold to eliminate the Sons of the Harpy. However, Daenerys decides to take a different approach by gathering the leaders of the prominent families in Meereen, including Hizdahr. These leaders are then brought to the catacombs where Rhaegal and Viserion are held captive. As Daenerys' Unsullied slowly guide the leaders towards the dragons, the menacing growls of the creatures echo through the darkness. Daenerys emphasizes that good mothers never give up on their children. They may discipline them if necessary, but they never abandon them. With a nod to Daario, she signals for one of the leaders to be pushed further forward. Suddenly, Rhaegal unleashes a burst of flames, engulfing the man before both dragons tear him apart and consume him. Daenerys suggests that the dragons can determine the innocence of the captives and briefly touches Hizdahr's back, as if contemplating pushing him forward. However, she decides against it, pretending that she doesn't want to overfeed the dragons and allows the remaining men to be led away. In the book, Hizdahr zo Loraq finds himself incarcerated, but it is Barristan Selmy who later takes charge of his imprisonment, escaping the fate of death during a Harpy assault. In the novel, Daenerys refrains from using her dragons to intimidate the leaders of the noble Meereenese families. Instead, she adopts a different approach by taking children from each family as hostages, appointing them as cupbearers without causing them any harm. Additionally, she imposes a requirement for blood money from all the families, as compensation for every individual who falls victim to the Sons of the Harpy. Sam peruses a message from Slaver's Bay addressed to Maester Aemon, providing an update on Daenerys' circumstances. Sam commends Daenerys' bravery, yet Maester Aemon expresses concern for his great niece's safety as she faces isolation, siege, and a lack of guidance, with her only remaining relative being incapacitated and distant. In the book, Aemon's already declining health worsens after he catches a cold on the Cinnamon Wind, a ship manned by a crew from the Summer Islands who had encountered Daenerys when she was seeking passage at the Qarth docks. They inform Aemon that she is alive and has successfully hatched new dragons, which briefly improves his health. Jon Snow arrives to have a private conversation with Aemon, seeking counsel on a divisive decision that will likely alienate half of the Night's Watch. Aemon acknowledges that Jon is already disliked by many at Castle Black, but advises him to have faith in his leadership. He warns Jon that the role of Lord Commander will not be easy, but encourages him to muster the courage to make tough choices. Aemon instructs Jon to kill the boy and let the man emerge. The title of the episode, Kill the Boy, alludes to the counsel Maester Aemon imparts to Jon regarding his transformation into a leader to fulfill his duties to the Night's Watch. Interestingly, this is the same guidance he once gave to his own brother, Aegon V Targaryen, when he ascended to the throne. Jon then encounters Tormund and proposes forming an alliance with the Wildlings, urging Tormund to lead them beyond the Wall and unite them. He promises to grant them passage through the gates and land to settle south of the Wall. It has been verified that the Wall dates back 8,000 years, whereas in previous episodes it was only referred to as being thousands of years old. In exchange, the Wildlings will fight alongside the Night's Watch against the White Walkers. Initially hesitant, Tormund is persuaded when Jon releases him from his chains. Tormund discloses that most of the Wildlings are at Hardhome. Jon offers horses and men to help bring them back. Tormund mentions the need for ships to transport his people, to which Jon suggests borrowing from Stannis. Tormund's final request is for Jon to accompany him to ensure the Wildlings' safety from any potential traps set by the Night's Watch. In the book, Jon initially establishes a peaceful relationship with a faction of Wildlings whom he encounters in the Haunted Forest, while conducting the induction of new recruits at the Weirwood Grove. Through them, he becomes aware that a significant number of Wildlings have sought refuge in Hardhome. Consequently, Jon dispatches Cotter Pike on a rescue mission to that location. Additionally, he entrusts Val, who is Mance Rayder's sister-in-law, with the task of venturing beyond the Wall to locate more free Wildlings. These Wildlings are presently under the leadership of Tormund, who managed to evade capture during the Battle of Castle Black and elude Stannis' forces. Jon extends an offer to this group, granting them unrestricted passage through the Wall. Those who are unable to engage in combat are given the opportunity to settle in the Gift, while the remaining individuals will join the Night's Watch and occupy the 16 vacant castles along the Wall. However, certain conditions are imposed upon them, including the surrender of their valuable possessions in exchange for sustenance, as well as the provision of 100 boys as hostages at Castle Black. Following intense negotiations, Tormund reluctantly accepts these terms due to the relentless onslaught of the others, or White Walkers, which has significantly diminished their numbers. In the novel, Tormund arrives at Castle Black willingly to discuss peace, never having been captured. Rather than Jon accusing Tormund of being a coward, it is Tormund who initially insults Jon by calling him a liar and turncloak, even throwing his empty drinking horn at Jon's head twice. Eventually, Tormund agrees to surrender his valuable possessions, 2 heavy golden armbands adorned with the ancient runes of the First Men. Despite Jon's offer for him to keep the armbands, Tormund refuses, stating that he will not be seen as someone who made the free folk relinquish their treasures while keeping his own. Their relationship strengthens when Tormund shares the heartbreaking story of his son's death, whom he had to kill after he returned as a White. The members of the Night's Watch are not pleased with the news of the alliance, expressing concerns over the loss of innocent lives at the hands of the Wildlings. Even Jon's comrade Ed opposes the decision, pointing out that the Wildlings were responsible for the deaths of their friends Grenn and Pip. Despite this, Jon remains steadfast in his plan, arguing that abandoning the Wildlings at Hardhome would only result in their destruction by the White Walkers, who would then turn them into more Whites to bolster their army. In the library, Sam confides in Gilly about his desire to become a maester at the Citadel before joining the Night's Watch, just as Stannis enters. Stannis recalls how Sam's father, Randyll Tarly, emerged victorious over Robert Baratheon at the Battle of Ashford. Curious about how Sam defeated a White Walker, Sam explains that he used a dagger made of dragonglass. Stannis notes that dragonglass is abundant in Dragonstone. Sam has been studying dragonglass and its effectiveness against White Walkers, but has not made any breakthroughs yet. Stannis advises him to keep researching before taking his leave. The Battle of Ashford, which marked the initial mention of Robert's defeat in his rebellion against the Mad King, stands as the sole battle where he faced defeat. Sam mentions Oldtown in the Reach, the place where the citadel of the Order of Maesters is situated. He expressed his desire to become a Maester himself, but his father Randyll compelled him to join the Night's Watch in order to disinherit him. If Randyll truly wanted to remove Sam from the picture, he could have had him join the Order of Maesters, as they also renounce all titles and inheritance. However, the books reveal that due to House Tarly's strong warrior tradition, Randyll specifically wanted Sam to join a military group. Ashamed that Sam chose an intellectual order, Randyll went to extreme lengths by restraining Sam for 3 days and nights, with a tight chain symbolizing a maester's chain wrapped around his neck in a mocking manner. This traumatic experience had such a profound impact on Sam that Jon had to intervene and command him to go to Oldtown, despite Sam's objections. Sam discovers from ancient records that the Children of the Forest forged dragonglass weapons to combat the others, delivering 100 of them annually to the Night's Watch. Upon hearing Sam's account of dragonglass's effectiveness against the others, Stannis instructs the Castellan to commence mining the material and crafting weapons from it. Brienne of Tarth and Podrick Payne reach an inn close to Winterfell. Podrick proposes that Sansa might find safety in Winterfell now that she is distanced from the clutches of the Lannisters. However, Brienne firmly believes that Sansa will not be safe amidst the Boltons, the very people responsible for the murder of her mother and brother. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a servant. Sensing the servant's loyalty to the Starks, Brienne reveals her unwavering allegiance to Catelyn and manages to persuade the servant to deliver a message to Sansa. The first Winterfell set encompassed the courtyard, the Grand Hall, and a single bedroom during the first 2 seasons. However, in the current season, the castle is showcased in greater detail, necessitating the construction of supplementary staircases, corridors, and bedrooms atop the existing courtyard and Grand Hall. In Winterfell, Ramsay Bolton and his bedwarmer Miranda are engaged in a conversation regarding Ramsay's impending marriage to Sansa. Miranda expresses her envy towards Sansa, particularly since Ramsay had previously promised to marry Miranda when he was still a bastard. Ramsay dismisses Miranda's feelings of insecurity, leading her to suggest that she may also find someone to marry. Ramsay becomes furious and forcefully asserts that Miranda belongs to him and will not be leaving. He also mentions that her jealousy is becoming tiresome, warning her of the consequences for those who bore him. Upon hearing this, Miranda vows never to bore him again. Miranda, the daughter of the Kennel Master and Ramsay's lover, is not a character that exists in the books. The only character with the name Miranda is Miranda Royce, a noblewoman from the Vale who has no connection to the Boltons. In the books, Sansa remains in the Vale and develops a close friendship with this Miranda. However, the only similarity between the show's Miranda and the book's Miranda is that they both feel jealous of Sansa because of their feelings for Sansa's future husband, Ramsay in the show, and Harold Harding in the books. The show's Miranda also appears to be loosely inspired by the Bastards Boys, a group of Ramsay's subordinates at the Dreadfort who assist him in his cruel activities. The oldest member of this group is Ben Bones, the Kennel Master. Sansa's handmaiden delivers a message from Brienne, reassuring Sansa of her allies in the north. The elderly woman advises Sansa to light a candle in the highest window of the Broken Tower if she ever requires aid. While exploring the castle, Sansa visits the tower where Bran was pushed out of the window by Jaime. Miranda approaches Sansa, feigning friendliness, and discusses her mother's tragic fate. Miranda then guides Sansa to the kennels, where she encounters Reek, formerly known as Theon Greyjoy, sleeping in a cage. Upon being awakened by Sansa, he simply shakes his head when she addresses him as Theon, and cautions her against being in that area. Witnessing Reek's pitiful state, Sansa storms off in anger. Sansa has not encountered Theon in the books since departing Winterfell with her father in the first book. By the 5th book and a preview chapter of the 6th book, Elaine, Sansa is residing in the Vale. Meanwhile, her friend Jane Poole is coerced into marrying Ramsay Bolton and pretending to be Arya Stark. During the preparations for dinner, Reek admits to Ramsay that Sansa had seen him in his cage earlier that day. Ramsay pretends to be angry and threatens severe punishment for not informing him sooner, but ultimately forgives Reek. At the dinner table, Ramsay behaves well initially, raising a toast to his marriage with Sansa. However, he quickly reverts to his cruel ways by making Reek apologize to Sansa for the deaths of her brothers Bran and Rickon. After much struggle, Reek manages to mumble an apology. Ramsay then proposes that Reek should give Sansa away at the wedding, as he is now the closest thing she has to family, and Roose Bolton absent-mindedly agrees. In the books, it is Barbary Dustin, not Ramsay, who informs Theon that he ought to be the individual responsible for presenting Ramsay's betrothed. Lady Dustin, who happens to be Roose Bolton's sister-in-law, his previous wife was her sister, aligns herself with the Boltons due to her deep-seated resentment towards the Starks. This animosity stems from the fact that her husband perished under Ned's command during the rebellion led by Robert, and Ned failed to return his remains to her. Noticing Ramsay's growing arrogance, Roose decides to shake things up by having his new wife Walder announce her pregnancy with a boy. Ramsay is visibly upset by the news, much to Sansa's satisfaction. In the 5th book, it is revealed that Walder Bolton is expecting a child, as mentioned in the final chapter of Theon's storyline. However, neither she nor Roose make any official announcement about it. After the evening meal, Ramsay expresses his concerns about the unborn child potentially threatening his claim to the north. Roose scolds his son for his behavior during dinner, but appears to brush off his worries. He proceeds to recount the tale of Ramsay's birth, how he had forced himself on a miller's wife who had married without his approval after executing her husband. A year later, she arrived with Ramsay, asserting that the child was his. Initially, Roose contemplated having her punished and the baby killed, but upon seeing Ramsay, he was convinced of the boy's paternity and chose to raise him. Legitimizing bastards is an exceedingly uncommon practice in Westeros, resulting in the absence of formal regulations regarding succession in such cases. Ordinarily, any legitimate son would inherently become the rightful heir, superseding an older bastard son. However, when the older bastard son is legitimized, the decision of appointing an heir rests solely with the father. Exploiting this legal loophole, Roose Bolton strategically employs the threat of making his son with Walder Bolton the new Lord Bolton, aiming to reinstate Ramsay's obedience. The show does not mention it, but in the novels, Ramsay was born because his mother, the miller's wife, had married the miller, but did not seek Roose's approval for their marriage due to the Boltons' adherence to the banned custom of first night. This tradition allows a lord to spend the wedding night with any commoner bride. Despite marrying in secret to avoid this fate, Roose discovered their union during a hunt and punished them accordingly. When Ramsay's mother brought infant Ramsay back to Roose a year later, he immediately recognized him as his son, due to Ramsay inheriting the unique grey, almost white Bolton eyes. Instead of keeping Ramsay at the Dreadfort right away, Roose gave his mother her deceased husband's mill and livestock as a bribe to ensure Ramsay's true parentage remained a secret. Ramsay only arrived at the Dreadfort 2 years prior to the War of the Five Kings, but his mother's whereabouts remain unknown. Roose then discloses to Ramsay that Stannis has amassed an army at Castle Black. Stannis aims to claim the Iron Throne, with the path to King's Landing leading through Winterfell, indicating his intentions to seize the north as well. Seeking Ramsay's assistance in thwarting Stannis, Roose proposes an alliance, to which Ramsay consents. Stannis informs Davos that they would begin their march towards Winterfell the following morning. Despite Davos' suggestion to wait for Jon and the wildlings, Stannis dismisses the idea, believing that any delay would only benefit the Boltons. Concerned for the safety of Selyse and Shireen, Stannis decides to bring them along, fearing for their well-being at the Wall among criminals. The next day, Stannis, accompanied by Melisandre, lead his army on the journey to Winterfell. In the books, Melisandre, along with the newly arrived Selyse and Shireen, choose to stay at Castle Black, while Stannis leads his forces towards Deepwood Motte instead of Winterfell. Stannis receives assistance from the Northern Mountain clans, who have been convinced to support him. Meanwhile, Davos is not accompanying Stannis on this campaign, as he is in White Harbour to secure Lord Wyman Manderly's support. Grey Worm awakens later to find Missandei sitting beside him. He asks about Barristan Selmy's fate after the attack by the Sons of the Harpy, but Missandei sadly shakes her head. Grey Worm feels a deep sense of failure towards Ser Barristan, his comrades, and Daenerys. However, Missandei refutes his claim, assuring him that he should not be ashamed for being wounded as he was ambushed and outnumbered. Despite her comforting words, Grey Worm admits his shame for feeling fear when he was stabbed. Missandei reminds him that fear of death is a natural instinct shared by all. Yet, Grey Worm clarifies that it is not death itself that terrifies him, but rather the thought of never being able to see Missandei again. This confession deeply touches Missandei, prompting her to express her affection by kissing Grey Worm. Daenerys inquires of Missandei whether it would be wise to resume the operation of the Fighting Pits. Missandei simply observes that she has noticed Daenerys' tendency to heed her advisors even when lacking personal experience, while disregarding them when she deems them to be mistaken. Daenerys pays a visit to the imprisoned Hizdahr, who pleads for his life. Daenerys informs him that she has made the decision to reopen the Fighting Pits, but exclusively for free men. Furthermore, she reveals her intention to unite with the people of Meereen by marrying into an esteemed ancient family, and amusingly notes that she already has a suitable candidate kneeling before her. Leaving Hizdahr bewildered, she allows him to contemplate his survival and his imminent role as Meereen's prince consort. Daenerys, in a strategic move to establish peace with Yunkai, agrees to wed Hizdahr, thereby granting him the title of King of Meereen. As Jorah and Tyrion progress on their voyage towards Meereen, Tyrion tries to improve their relationship after Jorah's aggressive outburst during their previous conversation. Tyrion wants to know about their current location. Observing Jorah rise to catch a glimpse of the mist-covered remnants on the distant horizon, Tyrion realizes that they are en route to traverse the remnants of Old Valyria. This path, albeit shorter, is shunned by pirates due to Valyria's notorious reputation. Although apprehensive, Tyrion's anticipation remains intact as he eagerly anticipates witnessing the remnants of what was once the most magnificent civilization in the world. This marks the debut of Old Valyria, the historic homeland of the Targaryens, on the series. The region was devastated and fragmented into numerous small islands following the catastrophic event known as the Doom of Valyria, caused by a series of volcanic eruptions called the 14 Fires. The depiction of the ruins on the show draws inspiration from the ruins of Angkor Wat, an ancient Buddhist temple in Cambodia that is mostly submerged and overgrown. In the novels, there are references to the red skies of Valyria, a foreboding red hue in the sky that could be attributed to active volcanoes or some other mysterious phenomenon. Tyrion and Jorah Mormont opt for booking passage to Qarth on a ship in Volantis instead of sailing in a stolen boat. Tyrion and Jorah gaze upon the magnificent sight of domes, towers, and aqueducts, while Tyrion recites a poem about the tragic doom of Valyria. Jorah joins in, adding his voice to the somber melody. Suddenly, emerging from the mist, they witness the awe-inspiring sight of Drogon soaring through the sky. Despite having heard tales of dragons, Tyrion is completely astounded to witness one in the flesh. Jorah, too, is rendered speechless as Drogon appears even more colossal and majestic than before. They fail to notice the statues on nearby figures coming to life and lunging towards their boat. These are the Stone Men, unfortunate victims of grayscale who have been banished to live out their days in isolation amidst the ruins. Jorah warns Tyrion to avoid their touch and valiantly fights them off. However, as Tyrion finds himself bound, he becomes trapped at one end of the boat, with a Stone Man closing in on him, while Jorah battles others at the opposite end. Just as the Stone Man is about to seize him, Tyrion rolls off the boat and plunges into the water, desperately seeking an escape. To his dismay, he is then dragged beneath the surface by more Stone Men lurking below. During the scene where Tyrion is submerged underwater by a Stone Man, resulting in him blacking out, it marks the lengthiest blackout sequence in the history of Game of Thrones. This was intentionally done to lead viewers to briefly believe that Tyrion had perished. In the novels, the encounter with the Stone Men occurs earlier in the story, during Tyrion's journey to Volantis instead of Meereen. It is not Jorah who contracts grayscale, but Tyrion's guard, Jon Connington, a character who does not appear in the show. Connington, who was once the hand of the Mad King, fought for Rhaegar during Robert's rebellion. However, after failing to prevent Robert from killing Rhaegar Targaryen, the king stripped him of his wealth, lands, and titles, exiling him to Essos. Connington spends his days as a sellsword in the Golden Company until he is reluctantly tasked with bringing Tyrion to Daenerys. In the book, during their journey along the River Rhoyne, they face the Stone Men in an area known as the Sorrows. Connington saves Tyrion from drowning and is infected on the tip of his finger, not the forearm. Connington, accompanied by his son, young Griff, displays animosity towards Tyrion. Young Griff, on the other hand, is much more amiable, and Tyrion soon discovers that the boy is actually Aegon Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen, who was believed to have been killed along with his mother, Elia Martell, by the Mountain. Though Varys had substituted the baby and secretly transported the real Aegon to Illyrio Mopatis, Aegon is convinced that once they encounter Daenerys, she will wed him, and together they will conquer Westeros with her armies and dragons. Tyrion advises him to be more pragmatic, suggesting that he should return to Westeros first to gather allies and armies so that he can receive Daenerys as an equal. This particular storyline has been entirely left out from the television series. After a while, Tyrion awakens to find himself on a shore, pulled from the water by Jorah. They reassure each other that they were not affected by the Stone Men. Jorah expresses his desire to locate a fishing village and secure a boat. Tyrion agrees, and Jorah sets off to gather firewood for their camp. Unbeknownst to Tyrion, Jorah inspects the cracked skin on his wrist, confirming that he contracted grayscale during the encounter with the Stone Men. In Braavos, Arya continues her training with the Faceless Men. She meticulously cleans a corpse, which is then taken away by two men. Arya's curiosity is piqued by what lies beyond the door through which the corpse disappeared. As she moves to step through the door, the waif blocks her path and securely shuts the door. Arya is eager to learn about the fate of the body she cleans, but the waif cryptically assures her that she will find out in due time. Growing frustrated with the lack of answers, Arya insists on playing the game of faces. The waif reminds her that she has already attempted the game unsuccessfully. She presses Arya to reveal her true identity, to which Arya simply responds that she is nobody. The waif instructs Arya to return to her duties and is preparing to leave when Arya questions her own identity. The waif shares a tale of her past, revealing how she sought vengeance against her stepmother, who tried to poison her. She challenges Arya to determine the truth in her story, emphasizing the importance of convincing lies in the game of faces. The waif's backstory in the books differs from the show. Her stepmother was kind to her until she had her own daughter. Then, the stepmother attempted to kill her by seeking the help of the many-faced god, but was unable to go through with the sacrifice required. She then tried to poison the waif, but was unsuccessful. Upon learning of the stepmother's actions, the waif's father offered a sacrifice of 2/3 of his wealth and the waif herself to the many-faced god in exchange for his wife's death. The god answered his prayer, and the waif was brought to the House of Black and White to serve after the healer in the House of the Red Hands revealed the truth. Later, while Arya sleeps, Jaqen H'ghar arrives to test her once more. Arya attempts to weave a story about her journey to the Faceless Men, incorporating falsehoods. However, Jaqen easily detects her lies and reprimands her with a switch each time. He harshly corrects her when she claims to have despised the Hound, emphasizing that she is deceiving not only him, but herself as well. In the book, Arya is not subjected to any physical reprimand by the kindly man, even when she tells lies. Tyrion Lannister and Jorah Mormont continue their journey on foot towards Meereen, located on the far eastern side of Slaver's Bay. They had lost their boat while passing through the treacherous Smoking Sea and the ruins of Old Valyria. Unfortunately, they haven't come across any villages to acquire a new boat or provisions, much to Tyrion's annoyance. As a result, they are forced to slowly make their way, surviving on berries and roots. During their walk, the topic of Tyrion's presence in Volantis arises, and he is surprised that Jorah hadn't asked about it earlier. Tyrion reveals that he fled from Westeros because he had killed his own father, Tywin. He explains that his father had falsely accused him of a crime and then betrayed him by engaging in an affair with the woman Tyrion loved. Jorah understands the motivation behind Tyrion's actions. Tyrion then acknowledges that despite Jorah's current misery, he can at least say that he had a good father. Jorah questions how Tyrion could have known his father, Jeor Mormont. Tyrion explains that he had once visited the Wall and had the opportunity to meet him. However, as the eulogy for Night's Watch members goes, his like will not be seen again. Jorah is shocked to realize that his father is deceased. Tyrion apologizes for assuming Jorah already knew and expresses his condolences. Jorah inquires about the circumstances of his father's death, to which Tyrion can only share the information he heard. Jeor led an expedition beyond the Wall, but a mutiny occurred, resulting in his murder by his own men. Jorah silently processes this heartbreaking news and changes the subject, emphasizing the need to keep moving forward. In the books, Tyrion and Jorah never engage in a conversation regarding the demise of Jorah's father. Tyrion remains oblivious to the fact that Jorah has been killed, as well as the identity of his killer. As for the latest book, Jorah remains unaware of his father's passing and is also unaware of his last wishes, which entailed joining the Night's Watch. However, in the television adaptation, there is a scene where Sam writes letters seeking assistance from the Lords of Westeros in Season 3. He explains that the White Walkers have returned and that the Lord Commander has perished. One of these letters undoubtedly reaches the Small Council, which Tyrion is still a part of at that time. Tyrion's claims regarding Jorah's jousting are not overly exaggerated, especially in the books. While it is true that Jorah did not physically remove Jaime from his horse during the joust at Lannisport, the judges did declare him the victor. Furthermore, Jorah managed to defeat 6 other opponents on that very same day, leaving a lasting impression on Robert, who personally bestowed knighthood upon him. In the television adaptation, Jorah was knighted after the Siege of Pike. A grieving father arrives at the House of Black and White with his sickly daughter, Gita. He shares with Arya that he has exhausted all resources seeking help for his daughter's suffering. Arya, in an attempt to comfort the girl, fabricates a story about her own past illness and miraculous recovery at the temple's well. This leads Gita to drink the poisoned water, finding peace in death. Arya's successful deception earns her a place in the Hall of Faces alongside Jaqen H'ghar, where thousands of faces are stored. Jaqen H'ghar questions Arya's readiness to abandon her identity and become no one, ultimately concluding that she is not prepared for such a transformation, but is indeed ready to embrace a new persona. The majority of the Hall of Faces was built as a functional set, with only the uppermost sections being digitally created. The art department meticulously crafted around 550 plastic faces that adorned the pillars, using casts of approximately 32 distinct individuals. Notably, among those whose faces were cast were various crew members, including showrunners Benioff and Weiss, as well as their families. While walking, Tyrion asks about Jorah's reasons for supporting Daenerys Targaryen and how she could surpass other rulers. He also questions why Westeros would back her, considering her father's reputation as the Mad King. Jorah clarifies that he used to be skeptical and lacked belief in concepts like destiny. However, witnessing Daenerys emerge unscathed from the flames with her baby dragons changed his perspective. He now firmly believes in her and acknowledges her rightful claim to the Iron Throne. Despite Jorah's conviction, Tyrion remains doubtful. He points out that the Targaryens were notorious for their descent into madness, including Daenerys' own father, which raises concerns about her ability to be a competent queen. Upon noticing a slaver ship in the distance, Jorah swiftly brings Tyrion down to the ground. Despite their attempt to hide, they are already spotted by the slavers who emerge from the trees and capture them. The leader of the slavers, Malco, plans to take them back to Volantis. However, Tyrion successfully convinces Malco that Jorah is a highly skilled knight from Westeros and would be more valuable if sold to the fighting pits in Meereen, which have recently reopened. Tyrion and Jorah find themselves on their way to Meereen and Queen Daenerys once again. In the book, Jorah's resistance results in casualties among the slavers, so they opt to transport him to the fighting pits. Similarly, the slavers have no plans to harm Tyrion physically, instead choosing to use him as a source of amusement in the fighting pits. Interestingly, in the novel, Tyrion chooses not to disclose Jorah's true identity to the slavers. Peter Baelish arrives in King's Landing and is on his way to meet Cersei when he is confronted by Brother Lancel and some other sparrows. Lancel warns Baelish that they have purged King's Landing of its corrupt ways and the new King's Landing will not tolerate his execution business. Baelish dismisses these threats. Cersei, meeting with Baelish, continues to deny her involvement in Loras Tyrell's arrest by the Faith Militant. Baelish is not fooled and warns that House Tyrell will not tolerate this insult. Cersei claims that she is the insulted one since Sir Loras, who was promised to her, prefers the company of men. Cersei then explains why she summoned Baelish. She is suspicious where his loyalties truly lie, and asks him whether she can rely on the Vale to fight for the throne if the time comes. Baelish assures her that young Robin heeds his advice, and he will always counsel loyalty to the throne. Baelish then reveals that Sansa is back in Winterfell, where Roose Bolton has arranged for her to marry Ramsay, while omitting the fact that he was responsible for the arranged wedding in the first place. Cersei is infuriated by the Boltons' betrayal. To add fuel to the fire, Baelish adds that marrying the last remaining Stark gives the Boltons a stronger hold over the north than an alliance with a hated southern house. Baelish counsels patience and suggests letting the Boltons and Stannis fight each other, and when the victor is still recovering from the battle, step in and defeat him. He suggests that Cersei's uncle Kevan Lannister muster a force or have Jaime Lannister lead an army to the north. Cersei contemptuously claims that her uncle doesn't have the courage to lead an army, while Jaime is away on a sensitive diplomatic mission. Baelish proposes that the soldiers of the Vale could fight instead, but Cersei is unsure of Baelish's ability to lead an army. Baelish convinces her, stating that he lives to serve. All Baelish wants in return is to be named Warden of the North. Cersei agrees to his proposal. In the books, Littlefinger does not return to King's Landing or have any meetings with Cersei. Instead, he simply sends her a request for some ancient tapestries. Consequently, he never discloses to her that Sansa is under the custody of the Boltons, nor does he ask to be appointed as Warden of the North after defeating them. Additionally, Cersei never discusses any plans to confront the Boltons using Littlefinger's armies from the Vale. In the books, it is actually the Lannisters themselves who propose the idea of marrying Ramsay Bolton to the fake Arya Stark. Cersei's frustration towards the Boltons for seizing Sansa and manipulating her to gain control over the North is somewhat ironic. This is because her father Tywin had the same strategy in mind in The Lion and the Rose. Despite forming an alliance with House Bolton and appointing them as the official rulers of the North, Tywin's hidden agenda was to arrange a marriage between Tyrion and Sansa, placing them in Winterfell. The show hinted at this plan, which was explicitly stated in the novels. Tywin's hope was that the Boltons and Greyjoys would weaken each other, allowing the Lannisters to claim the North from whoever emerged victorious. Although it remains uncertain whether Cersei would have pursued Tywin's scheme, it is now irrelevant since the Boltons have already betrayed the Lannisters. They argue that their agreement was solely with Tywin, and therefore it died with him. Littlefinger's strategy diverges in the books. He conceals Sansa in the Vale under the guise of his illegitimate daughter, Alayne, with the intention of marrying her off to Harold Harding, who was poised to become the Lord of the Vale after Robert Arryn's or Sweet Robin's demise. Given Robert's frail state, Littlefinger anticipates a swift succession, possibly hastened by the administration of perilous medications by a maester under his command. This union would grant Sansa influence over the Vale, and with Littlefinger's belief that the Boltons will be vanquished either by Stannis or the northern houses, she could then assert her claim to Winterfell, potentially with the support of Harold's Vale armies. Myrcella is taking a leisurely walk with her fiancé, Trystane Martell, while Prince Doran Martell and his bodyguard Areo Hotah observe from a vantage point. Doran remarks on how well they complement each other, yet expresses concern over the potential risks of their engagement. He emphasizes the need for himself and Areo to ensure their safety. Doran inquires if Areo recalls how to wield his long axe, to which Areo confidently confirms his proficiency. Bronn and Jaime make their way towards the Water Gardens, donning clever disguises borrowed from the fallen Martell soldiers. Bronn performs the melody The Dornishman's Wife, which narrates the tale of a man entangled in a romantic liaison with a Dornishman's spouse. The Dornishman, upon discovering the affair, exacts revenge by slaying the man. Although Bronn doesn't complete the song in this particular instance, he does so in the subsequent episode. Interestingly, in the books, it is Mance Rayder who initially sings this song when Jon enters his tent for the very first time. Ellaria Sand and the Sand Snakes have already infiltrated the gardens. Ellaria instructs her companions to seize Myrcella, urging them to do it in the name of Oberyn. Doran Martell takes proactive measures in the books by having the Sand Snakes detained before they can act on their intentions to seek revenge on the Lannisters. This results in their schemes being thwarted. Surprisingly, Ellaria is also taken into custody despite her vocal opposition to engaging in any conflict with the Lannisters. This episode, called Unbowed, Unbent, Unbroken, is named after the House Martell motto, symbolizing Dorne's unconquered status through guerrilla tactics. Jaime and Bronn successfully infiltrate the Water Gardens and soon stumble upon a surprising sight: Myrcella and Trystane sharing a passionate kiss. Trystane and Myrcella do not engage in any displays of affection, such as kissing, in the books. The timeline in the books is shorter at this stage, and although they have a good relationship, it remains uncertain whether romantic feelings exist between them. Jaime attempts to persuade Myrcella to leave with him, but Trystane becomes suspicious of the bloodstains on their Dornish attire. In a swift move, Bronn knocks Trystane down, leaving Myrcella in a state of shock. Despite Jaime's efforts to lead her away, their escape is abruptly interrupted by the Sand Snake's attack. Bronn engages in a fierce battle against Tyenn and Nymeria, while Obara targets Jaime with her spear, forcing him to retreat from Myrcella's side. Obara commands Nym to seize Myrcella, but before they can escape, they are confronted by Areo and Prince Doran's guards, who swiftly surround them and demand their surrender. Consequently, Jaime, Bronn, Ellaria, and the Sand Snakes find themselves apprehended and taken into custody. According to Dornish law, Myrcella would be the rightful ruler of Westeros after Joffrey's demise, not her younger brother Tommen. Hence, Tyenn and Arianne Martell, Prince Doran's daughter, devise a plan to declare Myrcella the Queen of Westeros, aiming to provoke a conflict with House Lannister and entice them into Dorne's grasp. The encounter between Areo Hotah and the Sand Snakes in the books differs significantly from the show. Instead, Tyenn aims to crown Myrcella and manipulate her as their puppet queen to provoke the Lannisters into attacking. Arianne Martell plans to execute this scheme after her cousins are imprisoned, as they head to Hellholt for the coronation with Arys Oakheart and Gerald Darkstar Dane. During the encounter, Darkstar tries to kill Myrcella and flees, while Oakheart fights the Dornish soldiers but is killed by Hotah. Arianne and her companions are captured, and Myrcella survives but is left disfigured, losing an ear and gaining a hideous facial scar. Also in the book, Jaime and Bronn are not present in Dorne, as it is Balon Swann who was sent by Cersei to bring Myrcella back officially, without any sneaking or fighting involved. The fight scene between Jaime, Bronn, and the Sand Snakes in this episode received a lot of criticism for its poor choreography, photography, and editing. Writer Brian Cogman and director Jeremy Podeswa disclosed that they had limited time to film the scene at the Alcazar of Seville, a UNESCO World Heritage Site in Spain. Despite the script calling for a night scene to match Jaime's stealthy mission, they were only able to film during the day. This restriction, along with limited camera placement options, forced them to shoot in the outer plaza instead of the corridors, impacting the shots and energy of the fight. Additionally, the actors had little time to train individually and rehearse together, leading to the use of stunt doubles and quick cuts to hide them during the fighting sequences. Olenna Tyrell arrives in King's Landing upon hearing about her grandson's arrest. Olenna observes that the stench of King's Landing can be detected from a distance of 5 miles. The literature frequently portrays the unpleasant odor of King's Landing, which is a consequence of its rapid construction as the Targaryens' capital, lacking sufficient long-term planning. The subsequent growth and overcrowding have given rise to impoverished areas such as Flea Bottom, where proper sewage systems are lacking, making the maintenance of adequate hygiene an ongoing challenge. Olenna Tyrell has refrained from returning to King's Landing in the books ever since the High Sparrow ascended to the position of High Septon. It is Mace Tyrell and Randall Tarly who undertake the task of compelling Margaery's release. In the show, Olenna attempts to persuade Cersei to free Loras. but Cersei maintains that the Faith militant was responsible for his arrest. Olenna cautions Cersei that her actions have jeopardized the crucial Lannister-Tyrell alliance, which is responsible for providing food to the capital. Cersei reveals that the High Septon has scheduled a preliminary hearing to assess the validity of the charges against Loras and expresses belief that he will be cleared of all accusations. Tywin had a tendency to irritate individuals who had scheduled appointments with him by either making them wait or only partially acknowledging their presence while he focused on writing letters. This behavior was evident in his treatment of Tyrion and Cersei in Season 3. Cersei, in turn, is now attempting to employ the same tactic with Olenna, but Olenna quickly recognizes Cersei's pretense and reminds her of the importance of the Lannisters' reliance on the Tyrells' wealth and influence. Cersei's willingness to risk angering and alienating a crucial ally for her own trivial amusement highlights a point previously made by Tywin in Season 3, where he criticizes Cersei for allowing Joffrey to create chaos and attributes it to one of her significant flaws, overestimating her own intelligence. This is the first time Olenna is referred to as the Queen of Thorns on the show. The High Sparrow begins by questioning Loras, who vehemently denies the accusations against him. Following this, Margaery is interrogated and she also denies any involvement. However, the situation takes a turn when Olyvar, posing as Loras's squire, confesses that the accusations are true. Olyvar goes on to reveal that Margaery once caught them together, showing no surprise. He even mentions a birthmark on Loras that resembles Dorne, leaving Loras shocked and enraged. Convinced by the evidence presented, the High Sparrow orders Loras's arrest. Margaery, for bearing false witness, is also taken into custody. As Margaery is being dragged away, she desperately calls out for Tommen, who is frozen with uncertainty, while Olenna looks disdainfully at Cersei's smug expression that she can barely contain. In the novel, Margaery is arrested by Cersei on false charges of infidelity and treason, not due to providing false testimony to protect her brother Loras. The books merely allude to Loras's romantic involvement with Renly Baratheon. Following Renly's demise, Loras does not engage in a relationship with Olyvar, a character exclusive to the television series. Consequently, Olyvar does not testify against Loras, who was never prosecuted for his orientation or any other offense. However, 3 of Margaery's relatives are apprehended alongside her on similar accusations. By that point, Loras has already departed King's Landing of his own accord to assist the Lannister troops in the siege of Dragonstone. Tommen is not present during Margaery's arrest or any subsequent proceedings. His uncle Kevan confines him to the Red Keep, thus keeping him completely unaware of Margaery's detainment. In previous seasons, the Tyrells' attire was characterized by gentle hues and understated tones, reflecting their amicable relationship with the ruling Lannisters. They now exude a bolder aura, adorned with deeper shades of green and opulent golden accents. In Winterfell, Sansa is accompanied by Myranda in her chambers. Myranda offers to assist Sansa in preparing for her wedding to Ramsay by helping her bathe. While washing Sansa's back, Myranda brings up 3 other girls who had been involved with Ramsay, only to be mistreated by him when he grew tired of them. Myranda discloses that Violet, the girl who seduced Theon in The Bear and the Maiden Fair before he was castrated, was murdered by Ramsay due to her pregnancy. A new character named Tansy, portrayed by Jazzy DeLissa, was introduced. Although Myranda states that Ramsay lost interest in her, it was hinted that Myranda herself orchestrated Tansy's demise out of jealousy. The third girl, Kira the blacksmith's daughter, is referenced in the book, but was killed purely for amusement, not for being too talkative. She never appeared on screen. The novels do not mention Ramsay impregnating Violet or any other woman, but there is a character named Kyra. When the Boltons attacked, a girl from Winterfell called Kyra was taken captive. Ramsay let Kyra and Theon escape, but pursued and ultimately killed Kyra. However, because she provided him with a formidable challenge, he later named one of his new dogs after her. Suspecting Myranda's true intentions, Sansa surprises her by inquiring about the depth of her feelings for Ramsay. She calmly reminds Myranda that she is a Stark of Winterfell and will not be intimidated by her, instructing her to leave so she can finish bathing on her own. Despite her composed demeanor, Sansa is visibly shaken by Myranda's revelations. Later, when Reek arrives to escort Sansa to the wedding, she declines his offer to hold his arm, even after he pleads with her to do so. He states that Ramsay will punish him if she refuses, but Sansa coldly questions whether he believes she cares about Ramsay's actions towards him. Without another word, she confidently strides past him. Sansa's bridal gown was of such great length and weight that it left a noticeable trail devoid of snow wherever she stepped. Consequently, the wedding set had to be covered with new snow after each shot in which Sansa made her way down the aisle. Additionally, her gown was stitched with fragile cotton thread to allow for easy tearing, but due to multiple takes, it had to be mended numerous times. At the wedding, Theon is dressed in an outfit reminiscent of Robb's attire from the Red Wedding, but without any direwolf pins, as the Boltons have eradicated all direwolf symbols in Winterfell. Sansa, on the other hand, is adorned with pins featuring her mother's trout sigils, symbolizing her Tully lineage. Then, in the presence of the Godswood, Reek presents Sansa to Ramsay during the wedding ceremony. The faith of the old gods of the forest, which is still observed in the north, does not have any religious leaders, such as Septons in the faith of the Seven. This is why Roose Bolton personally presides over the wedding ceremony between Ramsay and Sansa. Surprisingly, Ramsay allows Reek to refer to himself as Theon Greyjoy. The ceremony is officiated by Roose Bolton and attended by numerous Northern lords. As they retire to the bedroom, Ramsay begins by interrogating Sansa about her before commanding her to undress. Reek, intending to leave, is stopped by Ramsay, who insists that he stays, cruelly taunting him about their shared past. Ramsay callously tears open the back of Sansa's dress, forcefully pushing her face down over the edge of the bed. While Sansa obediently remains motionless, tears silently stream down her face. Reek, visibly distressed, begins to cry silently as Ramsay proceeds to rape Sansa, forcibly consummating their marriage. The depiction of Ramsay's assault on Sansa received widespread criticism for its explicit nature. However, the same scene in the books, featuring Jeyne Poole instead of Sansa, was significantly more explicit. Ramsay orders Theon to undress Jeyne and then proceeds to coerce him into performing oral on her under the threat of losing his tongue. Theon reluctantly complies with Ramsay's command. Subsequently, Ramsay brutally Jeyne, even going as far as implying that he forces her to engage in disturbing acts with one of his hunting dogs. The aftermath is marked by Jeyne's uncontrollable sobbing echoing through the halls of Winterfell, causing discomfort among the attending Northern lords who are still present at the wedding. In defense of the scene, Sophie Turner expressed her appreciation for its twisted nature, as it showcased Sansa's escape from Joffrey's clutches, only to end up with a character even more despicable. Turner also acknowledged that audiences became more sympathetic towards Sansa following this episode. The show's creators decided to merge Sansa's storyline with that of her friend Jeyne Poole, because they believed that the Vale subplot in the books was not significant enough to justify sidelining one of their main characters, so they altered the plot to keep Sansa engaged in the Northern storyline, where she could also interact with Theon. Jon sets off for Hardhome alongside Tormund and a band of rangers, following a conversation with Sir Alliser Thorne and Sam. Prior to their departure, Sam presents Jon with some dragon glass weapons, reminding him of their effectiveness against the White Walkers. Later, Sam and Gilly pay a visit to Maester Aemon, who is bedridden and nearing the end of his life due to old age. Gilly brings her baby, little Sam, to lift Aemon's spirits. In Season 3's Mysa, Maester Aemon affectionately calls Gilly Gillyflower, a term that reminds him of the time they first met. Aemon joyfully observes that the baby's laughter resembles that of his younger brother, Egg, King Aegon V, when he was an infant. This affectionate nickname originates from George R.R. Martin's renowned prequel novels, Tales of Dunk and Egg. Aegon later ascended to the throne as King Aegon V Targaryen. Due to being fourth in line for succession, he was also known as Aegon the Unlikely. Aegon's kingship came about because his two elder brothers had already passed away, and Aemon had willingly relinquished his rights to inheritance by becoming a maester. As Aegon held populist views that were unpopular among the nobility, they exerted pressure on Aemon to renounce his vows and claim the crown. However, Aemon considered this dishonorable and instead chose to join the Night's Watch, removing himself from the realm of politics. In a moment of clarity, Aemon solemnly advises Gilly to leave the wall with her son before winter and the White Walkers arrive. Throughout the night, as Aemon's condition worsens and he drifts in and out of consciousness, Sam and Gilly remain by his side. Gilly encourages Sam to rest while she watches over Aemon, predicting that he will need to conduct the funeral during the day. However, Sam insists on staying with the old maester, who has always been kind to him. Towards the end, Aemon awakens from a dream, still lost in memories of his youth. He calls out to his brother, Egg, and mentions a peculiar dream in which he was an old man. Shortly after, Aemon peacefully passes away. Maester Aemon holds the distinction of being the first character in the show to pass away on screen due to natural causes. The only other characters known to have met the same fate are Hoster Tully, who was only seen as a lifeless body during his funeral in Walk of Punishment, and Old Nan. It is worth noting that Old Nan's death was never explicitly mentioned on screen. Peter Vaughan, the actor who brought Maester Aemon to life, would sadly pass away on December 6, 2016, approximately a year and a half after his final appearance on the show aired. In the books, some key events at the Wall, like Maester Aemon's passing and Sam and Gilly's intimate moment, occur on a ship heading to Oldtown via Braavos. Following Stannis and Melisandre's arrival at the Wall, Jon decides to send Maester Aemon, Sam, Gilly, and Mance Rayder's baby, or Gilly's baby in the show, away. During the journey to Oldtown, Aemon falls ill due to his fragile health and eventually passes away. Despite Sam's heartfelt eulogy, the captain prohibits a funeral pyre on the ship, leading to Aemon's body being preserved in a cask of blackbelly rum until a proper funeral can be held in Oldtown, which means his body could be burned later for its valuable king's blood. Following Aemon's passing, this is where Gilly sleeps with Sam. At Winterfell, Sansa pleads with Reek for assistance, revealing the horrors she has endured at the hands of Ramsay. Reek, however, warns her to obey Ramsay or face even worse consequences. Despite this, Sansa confronts Reek about his loyalty to her family, prompting him to apologize. She then instructs him to light a candle at the top of the broken tower to signal her family's allies. Reluctantly, Reek agrees to help and heads towards Ramsay's room with the candle. In the courtyard of Castle Black, Sam pays tribute to Aemon before setting his funeral pyre ablaze, proclaiming to all present that he was of Targaryen descent, but now his watch has ended. Sir Alliser discreetly cautions him that one after another, Sam is losing all his friends. Within the pages of the books, Jon dispatches Alliser and 8 other rangers to locate Tormund. Thorne's whereabouts remain a mystery as he has not made his way back. Later on, Sansa is escorted to meet Ramsay at the ramparts, which are currently being built. Seizing an opportunity while Ramsay is preoccupied, Sansa discreetly takes hold of a corkscrew resting on a nearby barrel and conceals it. Ramsay confidently discusses his strategy for triumphing over Stannis' army, emphasizing the advantage of their soldiers' training to combat in snowy conditions compared to Stannis' forces. He also expresses his ambition to become the future Lord of Winterfell and the Warden of the North. Sansa points out to Ramsay the potential claim of the unborn baby, especially if it's a boy, as a true-born child. Ramsay, in turn, asserts his legitimacy as Roose Bolton's eldest son, legitimized by the king, but Sansa quickly reminds him of his own bastard status. Despite Ramsay's obvious anger, he acknowledges that bastards can still rise in the world, citing Jon's appointment as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Jane is confined to her room at Winterfell, and Ramsay never engages in any political discussions with her. It is through Miranda Royce, who is unrelated to the show character Miranda or the Boltons, that Sansa learns about her half-brother, Jon, being elected as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Ramsay then shifts the conversation to the reason for summoning Sansa, revealing the gruesome sight of the old woman's corpse, who had promised to aid her. He discloses that Reek betrayed Sansa, causing her to hold back tears as Ramsay gleefully orders his men to return her to her chamber. Meanwhile, Brienne watches Winterfell Castle intently from her inn-room, awaiting the signal to rescue Sansa. In the books, the Boltons are informed about Stannis' actions not by their scouts, but by a betrayer within Stannis' army, Arnulf Karstark, the uncle of Rickard Karstark, and the overseer of Karhold, who covertly cooperates with the Boltons. The elderly lady who was skinned by Ramsay does not appear in the books. Stannis' forces establish a temporary camp amidst a fierce snowstorm. Davos Seaworth holds a meeting with Stannis and delivers the news that 40 horses perished the previous night, with more expected to meet the same fate by sundown. The Storm Crows, a mercenary group, have deserted under the cover of darkness. Davos suggests returning to Castle Black and waiting out the inclement weather due to the scarcity of provisions. However, Stannis adamantly refuses, fearing the reputation of being labelled the King Who Ran. Moreover, with winter approaching, remaining at Castle Black for an extended period may allow the Boltons to regain their strength. Unable to find an alternative means to persuade Stannis, Davos departs. Davos and Melisandre do not accompany Stannis in the books. Davos journeys to White Harbour in order to secure the backing of Lord Manderley, while Melisandre remains at Castle Black. Stannis does not rely on sellswords in the novels. He heeds Jon's counsel and unites the Northern Mountain clans, along with volunteers from House Mormont and select minor northern houses. Alongside his own forces, he commands an army of 5,000 soldiers who join him in the mission to free Deepwood Motte from the Ironborn. Subsequently, they advance towards Winterfell, and not a single soldier abandons their cause. Stannis inquires Melisandre about their chances of winning at Winterfell. Melisandre confidently confirms, referencing the vision he witnessed in the flames. However, Stannis begins to doubt the accuracy of what he saw. Melisandre tries to reassure him that her prophecies will be fulfilled, but she also mentions the necessity of a sacrifice involving king's blood to secure their triumph, hinting at sacrificing Shireen. Stannis is enraged by the proposal and commands her to depart. In the book, Melisandre never implies the idea of sacrificing Shireen. Jon, however, suspects that she plans to offer either Maester Aemon or Mance Rayder's only infant son as a sacrifice in order to obtain their king's blood. This suspicion leads Jon to send them away for their own protection. Additionally, some of Stannis' soldiers propose the idea of making a sacrifice, but they never mention any particular individual. Melisandre does not speak of seeing herself walking on the battlements of Winterfell in the books, nor does she mention a vision of House Bolton's flayed man banners being taken down. Later on, Gilly is assaulted in the dining hall by two fellow Night's Watch brothers, but Sam and Jon's direwolf, Ghost, rush to her aid. Sam sustains severe injuries in the scuffle, and Gilly attends to his wounds. Jon's direwolf, Ghost, is portrayed by a skilled wolf named Quigley. Gilly makes a move on him, and they engage in intimacy. In the book, Gilly, overwhelmed by grief, makes advances towards Sam, who initially resists but eventually succumbs. Subsequently, she declares, "I am now your wife," as the wildlings perceive a continued relationship after intimacy as equivalent to marriage. Initially, Sam experiences profound guilt for breaking his vows of celibacy. Jorah is traded by Malco to Yezzan Zokagaz. Malco's portrayal of Jorah Mormont is riddled with inaccuracies, seemingly aimed at inflating his worth. While it is true that Jorah participated in the Siege of Pike, which Malco mistakenly refers to as Spike, he was not the first to breach the walls, nor did he wield a flaming sword. That distinction belongs to Thoros, although Jorah did come in second. Furthermore, Jorah had no involvement in Drogo's demise. He merely dispatched Drogo's blood rider, Kotho. Prior to Yezzan's departure, Tyrion manages to persuade him that Jorah and himself make a formidable team, leading to Tyrion being purchased as well. Yezzan Zokagaz is depicted as extremely overweight and wearing yellow attire in the novels. In the books, Tyrion and Jorah are not acquired for pit fighting. Tyrion and his companion Penny, who is not featured in the series, are purchased for amusement in the fighting pits. Jorah is in a dire condition. Following his slaying of 3 of the slavers who boarded his vessel, the others proceeded to brutally assault him and even marked his face with the symbol of a disobedient slave. Tyrion convinces Yezzan's supervisor to also purchase Jorah, asserting that he is part of their entertainment. The slavers are unaware of Jorah's Westerosi knighthood, and he is sold at a relatively low price, a tiny fraction of what was paid for Tyrion. Tyrion does not defeat any of the slavers in the book. Meanwhile, in Meereen, Daenerys and Daario engage in a conversation regarding her upcoming marriage to Hizdahr zo Loraq. Despite turning down his proposal to marry him instead, Daario suggests that on the day the fighting pits are reopened, she should round up all the great, wise, and good masters and execute them. Dany hesitates, fearing the repercussions of being seen as a ruthless ruler, but Daario counters by stating that all rulers are either butchers or meat. In the book, the Stormcrow serve as the Sellsword Company under the command of Daario, but this Sellsword Company is given to Stannis in the TV show. In the book, Daario proposes to Daenerys the idea of gathering all the slave masters from Meereen, Yunkai, and Astapor and executing them. He goes as far as suggesting that she should extend an invitation to them for her wedding to Hizdahr, only to unleash a brutal massacre similar to the infamous Red Wedding, although he doesn't explicitly draw this parallel since the Red Wedding is less renowned in Essos. Daenerys is taken aback by this proposition and resolves to persist even more fervently with her peaceful endeavours. In the Great Sept of Baelor, Lady Olenna has a meeting with the High Sparrow to discuss the imprisonment of her grandchildren, Sir Loras and Queen Margaery. Despite briefly finding common ground over the challenges of old age, she insists that he release them, only to be met with his refusal, stating that they will face punishment for their crimes. The High Sparrow emphasizes the importance of applying the gods' laws equally to everyone. In an attempt to sway him, Olenna initially tries to bribe him, but upon discovering that he cannot be influenced by money, she resorts to threatening to cut off the Tyrell support for the capital by halting food shipments. Once again, the High Sparrow remains undeterred, reminding her that the nobility of Westeros have lost sight of the fact that they are outnumbered by the common people. He urges Olenna to contemplate the consequences when the masses no longer fear the privileged few. Olenna Tyrell has not made a return to King's Landing in the books following Margaery and Tommen's wedding, making her interactions with the High Sparrow and Littlefinger unique to the television series. In the meantime, within the Red Keep, King Tommen expresses his frustration over his inability to assist Margaery. He expresses his desire to initiate a conflict on her behalf, confessing his affection for her in front of a stunned Cersei. In order to retain authority over the matter, Cersei proposes to communicate with the High Sparrow on his behalf and support the release of Margaery and Loras. Despite harboring doubts, Tommen, who is still overwhelmed by the situation, reluctantly agrees. Cersei's declaration to Tommen, "I would destroy entire cities," hints at her future decision to use wildfire to destroy the Sept of Baelor in order to save him from Margaery's influence. In the books, Tommen is confined to the Red Keep, tasked with stamping the royal seal on various documents without being involved in small council gatherings by Cersei. Currently, Tommen is oblivious to Margaery's detainment and upcoming legal proceedings. Prince Doran instructs Areo Hotah to escort Myrcella to Jaime in his quarters, as Jaime is worried about her safety. Myrcella, who possesses a discerning mind compared to her brothers, displays skepticism towards Jaime's diplomatic mission to bring her back to King's Landing. In response, Jaime simply mentions the involvement of complicated matters. However, Myrcella firmly declines his request and declares her intention to marry Trystane. In his jail cell, Bronn melodiously sings The Dornishman's Wife, while the Sand Snakes, Obara and Nymeria, listen with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. As the song concludes, the two parties engage in a verbal exchange, trading witty insults. During the mid-1990s, Jerome Flynn pursued a singing career alongside fellow actor Robson Green. Together, they achieved multiple #1 hits on the UK charts, including a 7-week reign with their rendition of Unchained Melody. Tyenn, intrigued by Bronn's arm which she had wounded in their previous altercation, casually asks about it, to which Bronn nonchalantly dismisses it as just a new scar. The conversation takes an unexpected turn as they discuss Tyen's beauty, a topic that Bronn initially disregards. However, his perception begins to shift when Tyenn starts undressing, capturing his undivided attention. Tyenn playfully brings up Bronn's arm once again, causing Bronn's nose to suddenly bleed and his vision to blur. Tyenn reveals that the poison on her weapon originates from Asshai, a renowned city known for its sorcerers and alchemists, which is also the birthplace of Melisandre. The Sand Snakes are confined to cozy chambers within the Tower of the Sun in the books, rather than being imprisoned in a dungeon. Each of them is situated in a separate room. Bronn collapses, attempting to downplay his sudden illness. However, Tyenn discloses that her daggers were coated with a slow-acting poison known as the Long Farewell. Her seductive advances towards Bronn were intended to accelerate his heart rate, thereby expediting the poison's effects. She gestures towards an ampule hanging from her necklace containing the antidote. However, she only offers it to Bronn under the condition that he acknowledges her as the most beautiful woman in the world. As Bronn's strength wanes, he musters the energy to affirm her request, prompting Tyenn to toss the ampule to him. With a smug smile, Tyenn comments that she also finds him attractive, before redressing and taking a seat beside her mildly amused half-sisters. Bronn did not travel to Dorne in the books, thus he did not fall victim to poisoning, and the existence of a poison known as the Long Farewell remains unknown. As Olenna returns to her palanquin, she receives a letter sealed with Baelish's mark. In his pillaged brothel, Littlefinger encounters Olenna, initiating a tense exchange between the two. Olenna promptly reminds him of their shared responsibility in orchestrating Joffrey's demise. She warns him that if her house were to crumble, she would have no incentive to safeguard his involvement, and further threatens him with the knowledge that her men have been instructed to eliminate him if he attempts to silence her through covert means. Littlefinger proceeds to explain his reason for returning to King's Landing. He simply could not decline Cersei's summons and was compelled to provide her with information. He assures Olenna that he will bestow upon her the same offering he presented to Cersei, a charming young man subtly implying that it would be Lancel in this particular instance. In the books, House Tyrell dispatches Mace Tyrell and his vassal Randil Tarly, Samwell's father, to the capital for negotiations to secure Margaery's release, accompanied by a sizable contingent of Tyrell soldiers to exert pressure on the Sparrows. Sir Loras, having not been apprehended, is not part of the bargaining process. He has already departed King's Landing to aid in the siege of Dragonstone. Yssanne leads his fighters to Meereen, where they are tested in the lower pits to identify those worthy of fighting in the Great Pit of Daznak. The fighters showcase their skills in front of a hesitant Daenerys who has been convinced by Hizdahr that it is customary for Meereen's ruler to visit the lower pits before the main tournament. The metallic chest plate adorning Daenerys' gown at the arena is designed in the likeness of dragon wings, with the heads of her trio of dragons emerging from the center. Jorah makes an early entrance into the pits upon realizing that Daenerys is observing, and he pushes down Yssanne, who attempts to scold him. Jorah emerges victorious against the other fighters without causing any fatalities, leaving a strong impression on Daenerys and preventing her from leaving. However, when Jorah discloses his true identity, Daenerys' expression quickly turns into a scowl, and she orders for him to be taken away. Before the Unsullied can act, Jorah presents Daenerys with a gift, and Tyrion makes a dramatic entrance into the arena, revealing his identity to the astonished queen. In this particular episode, Tyrion has officially exceeded his storyline in George R.R. Martin's novels, given that he had not yet encountered Daenerys in the volumes published at that time. Martin has mentioned that the two characters will eventually intersect in a future novel. Showrunners Benioff and Weiss explained that they chose to accelerate this moment, rather than delaying it to the following season due to creative reasons. They believed it was the right decision since Tyrion and Daenerys are considered the best characters in the show. Bringing them so close together this season only to have them not meet would have been incredibly frustrating. Additionally, they emphasized that the show is moving at a relatively fast pace and they do not intend to drag out the adaptation of the books. Daenerys never participates in any trials for the fighting pits in the books, and she only reopens them after her marriage to Hizdahr. Furthermore, in the most recent book, Jorah has not yet reunited with Daenerys since she expelled him from her service. The Sons of the Harpy have temporarily ceased their attacks. The fifth novel delves extensively into Daenerys' struggle against the Yunkai Masters, who are amassing an army to oppose her. Although the episode suggests that this conflict is also unfolding on the show, much of it takes place off-screen during the fifth season. The episode's title, The Gift, alludes to Tyrion being the gift from Jorah to win back Daenerys' favor. However, it could also be in reference to Sam giving Jon dragonglass weapons for his trip to Hardhome, Melisandre telling Stannis that a sacrifice is needed for victory in Winterfell, and Littlefinger providing a witness as a gift to Olenna Tyrell to implicate Cersei. In the cells of the Sept, Cersei encounters Margaery and offers her some food. However, Margaery refuses, making it clear that she is aware of Cersei's involvement in her and Loras's imprisonment. Concerned about being overheard, Cersei vehemently denies any responsibility. Margaery taunts Cersei, mocking her feeble attempts to save her, and suggesting that Tommen loves her because she lacks the ability to fake innocence and decency. Margaery even goes as far as to imply that she was willing to send Cersei away. Concealing her anger, Cersei informs Margaery that her trial will commence soon and emphasizes the importance of her presence for her son. In a fit of rage, Margaery hurls the stew at Cersei and orders her to leave. With a smug smile, Cersei exits the cell. Margaery's friendly facade towards Cersei has always been maintained until now. In the novels, it is Cersei, not Margaery, who hurls a pitcher of water at her captor. In this brief encounter, they touch upon the legal proceedings that await Margaery and Loras. Finn Jones, the actor who plays Loras, has mentioned in interviews that the Sparrows are driven by a thirst for power rather than religious beliefs. This assertion appears to be supported by the events in the previous episode, Unbowed, Unbent, Unbroken, where the Sparrows accused Loras of a crime, but showed no interest in prosecuting Olyvar, who confessed to the same offense. Furthermore, in the same episode, Olenna criticizes the High Sparrow for focusing solely on the wrongdoings of the nobility in a city teeming with criminals. The arrival of Brother Lancel serves as a revelation for Cersei, as she realizes the impending turn of events, causing her triumphant expression to falter. Disregarding Cersei's futile attempts at intimidation, the High Sparrow orders a group of Septors to apprehend her, ultimately confining her within a cell. In the book, Lancel Lannister admitted his wrongdoings as well as those of Cersei, their illicit relationship and the murder of Robert Baratheon, to the previous High Septon. Consequently, Cersei orchestrated the assassination of the Septon through her hired soldier, Osney Kettle Black. However, Cersei's arrest later occurred not due to these crimes, but rather because of Kettle Black's confession. She manipulated him into falsely admitting to the High Sparrow that Margaery engaged in adultery with him. Nonetheless, the Faith found Kettle Black's testimony suspicious as he appeared overly eager, leading them to subject him to torture. Eventually, he confessed that Cersei was the mastermind behind this scheme to discredit Margaery. The television adaptation simplifies this storyline by eliminating Kettle Black and directly implicating Cersei through Lancel, who possesses a greater understanding of her actions, including her involvement in Robert's demise and her incestuous relationship with Jaime. The High Sparrow criticizes the Sept of Baelor as a massive, ornate structure constructed on top of the original Chapel of the Faith, which stands as one of the oldest buildings in King's Landing. King's Landing, established approximately 300 years ago by King Aegon the Conqueror, predates the Great Sept significantly, as it was commissioned by the devout King Baelor around 130 years ago. In the throne room of Meereen, Daenerys contemplates the fate of Tyrion and Jorah. She questions Tyrion about why she shouldn't execute him, considering the enmity between the Lannisters and her house. Tyrion asserts that he has already killed both of his parents, making him an enemy of the Lannisters as well. However, Daenerys remains unconvinced that someone who has murdered their own family would be a valuable asset in her service. Tyrion counters by openly pondering whether she is deserving of his loyalty. When commanded to explain why he has traveled from the other side of the world to join her cause, he reveals that he learned about her remarkable journey through rumors and Varys. He describes her as a lost girl born amidst a storm who managed to amass a barbarian horde, a formidable army, conquer 3 cities, abolish the slave trade, and hatch 3 dragons, all with minimal assistance. Tyrion suggests that she might be worth living for, considering he has lost everything he previously held dear. Furthermore, he emphasizes that despite her powerful army and mighty dragons, Daenerys still requires his counsel due to her lack of political experience and practical knowledge of Westeros. She ultimately consents to spare his life, but asks about what should be done with Ser Jorah. Jorah Mormont and Tyrion have not made an appearance in the books before Daenerys. Daenerys appears determined to fulfill her promise of executing him if she were to encounter him again, as it would be unacceptable for a queen to break her word. Tyrion defends Jorah, stating that he is undeniably loyal to her and quite possibly harbors romantic feelings for her. However, he also points out that Jorah did not trust her enough to disclose his mission of spying on her for King Robert, which raises doubts about his trustworthiness to stand by her side. Nevertheless, Tyrion argues that, just as a queen should honor her commitments, she should also refrain from killing those who are devoted to her. Jorah is then banished from the city by Daenerys. Considering his grayscale, Jorah decides to go back to Yezan Zokagaz and proposes to join his team in the Great Pit Tournament. He assures Yezan that he will emerge victorious for the queen, and afterwards, Yezan can profit greatly by selling Jorah on the black market. In Braavos, Arya adopts the persona of Lana, a seller of clams, and impresses Jaqen H'ghar by convincingly transforming into a completely different individual. Arya is known as the Cat of the Canals in the books, not as Laena. She constructs a detailed and highly plausible backstory to support her new identity. As Laena, she is sent by the Faceless Man to the harbour, where she witnesses an individual known as the Thin Man, rejecting a contract to insure a man's boat, leaving the man in dire straits. Upon reviewing the sailor's itinerary, the insurance seller, referred to as Thin Man, informed him that he would not be able to provide insurance coverage. Upon further examination, it is because the sailor's planned journey included passing through the Smoking Sea and the ruins of Old Valyria. This route is notoriously perilous, and even pirates steer clear of it whenever possible, as depicted in Season 5's Kill the Boy, where Tyrion and Jorah encountered an attack by the Stone Men. Jaqen reveals that the Thin Man's business is akin to a gamble, as he frequently fails to fulfill his obligations. When a ship captain perishes at sea, he is expected to fulfill his promise and compensate the family, but he often neglects to do so. Jaqen instructs Arya to eliminate him and presents her with a gift for the Thin Man, a vial of poison. The waif expresses doubt regarding Arya Lana's ability to succeed in this mission. In King's Landing, Septa Unella persistently demands that Cersei confess in exchange for her freedom. Despite her intense thirst, Cersei remains defiant and refuses to comply, even resorting to drinking water from the floor. In her cell, Qyburn pays her a visit and informs her that her trial for the alleged crimes of fornication, treason, incest, and Robert's murder will commence soon. Cersei angrily dismisses these accusations as mere falsehoods. Qyburn further reveals that Grand Maester Pycelle has summoned Kevan Lannister to assume the role of Hand of the King. However, Kevan has already arrived and adamantly refuses to visit Cersei in her imprisonment. Qyburn also discloses that Tommen has become withdrawn, isolating himself from others and refusing to eat due to his emotional state. Before departing, he cryptically mentions that the work continues on their clandestine project. Cersei does not succumb to the demands of the Septors in the books, refusing to confess even though they are beating her. Cersei discovers that Pycelle betrayed her loyalty by reaching out to Kevan, who had previously departed King's Landing for Casterly Rock following a disagreement with her. Pycelle, who had been a staunch supporter of Cersei in the past, abandons her due to her failed leadership, particularly after she brought Qyburn onto the small council, a move he strongly disapproved of. In the book, Kevan comes back to the capital to take over Cersei's role as regent, appointing Mace Tyrell as the new Hand of the King and removing Qyburn from the small council. Cersei faces a multitude of charges in the books, including fornication, treason, incest, and the murder of Robert Baratheon. Additionally, she is accused of being responsible for the death of the second High Septon. This particular Septon was silenced by Osney Kettle Black under Cersei's orders, as Lancel Lannister had already confessed to him about their affair and Robert's murder. Following days of imprisonment and sleep deprivation, Cersei herself eventually confesses to her extramarital affairs. Tommen remains occupied within the Red Keep, signing off on official documents crafted by the small council. At just 9 years old, he is shielded from external affairs and remains oblivious to the imprisonment of the two women. Sansa, filled with bitterness and determination, confronts Reek regarding his recent act of betrayal. Reek, with a tone of apology, assures her that he was actually trying to assist her and emphasizes that there is no escape from Ramsay's clutches. He reveals that Theon Greyjoy attempted to flee but was captured by Ramsay, who subjected him to unimaginable torture until he was stripped of his identity as Theon. Sansa, in a cold and detached manner, expresses her approval of Theon's suffering and reminds Reek of the role he played in her family's downfall. She makes it clear that if she had the opportunity, she would inflict upon him the same torment Ramsay did. Reek, filled with shame, acknowledges that he deserved the torture due to the terrible things he had done, specifically mentioning the killing of those boys. Sansa's anger intensifies upon hearing Reek's dismissive reference to her brothers as mere boys, rather than acknowledging them as Bran and Rickon. This forces Reek to finally confess that the boys he killed were not Bran and Rickon, but rather 2 innocent farm boys. Sansa is left stunned by this revelation, and her anger towards Reek begins to subside. However, she continues to press him for information on where her brothers might have gone, addressing him as Theon once again. Overwhelmed by guilt and despair, Reek breaks down and flees from the room, crying out, "Not Theon, Reek." Theon keeps the secret about Bran and Rickon from Sansa and everyone else in the books, since Sansa is residing in the Vale, and they have not crossed paths yet. Roose Bolton insists on keeping his army within Winterfell to deplete Stannis' forces by cutting off their supplies, as Winterfell is well stocked to withstand a siege lasting up to 6 months. This strategy is expected to lead to a rebellion within the Baratheon ranks and weaken them significantly. In contrast, Ramsay proposes a plan to swiftly defeat Stannis by requesting his father's support with only 20 good men. In the book, Hosteen Frey, not Ramsay, proposes the idea of attacking Stannis instead of remaining in Winterfell. Roose Bolton is forced to dispatch the Freys and the Manderleys to confront Stannis, as the 2 houses are in conflict with each other within Winterfell, and this action will alleviate some of the tension in the castle. Also, the Boltons discover Stannis' strategies through a betrayer within his army, Arnulf Karstark. Instead of a minor raiding group under Ramsay's command, Roose dispatches a significantly larger army comprised of troops from House Frey and House Manderley. Daenerys and Tyrion deliberate on Varys' significance, with Tyrion affirming to Daenerys his confidence in him and suggesting that he may have been instrumental in preventing her demise in the past. Varys successfully convinced Tyrion that Daenerys is a leader worthy of his allegiance. Tyrion and Daenerys are engaging in a conversation regarding their aspirations. As Tyrion brings up the topic of Tywin's dreadful parenting, Daenerys confesses that she no longer harbors any delusions about her own father. Intrigued by the circumstances surrounding Tyrion's act of killing Tywin, Daenerys asks him about it. In a sardonic manner, Tyrion assures her that if she chooses not to end his life, he will eventually reveal the details. It is worth noting that when Tyrion informs Daenerys about his mother Joanna's demise during his birth, it signifies the initial mention of her name on screen. Interestingly, both Tyrion and Daenerys experience the loss of their mothers during their own births. Fathers slain by a member of House Lannister and siblings who were abusive. Daenerys has decided to keep Tyrion as her advisor, but she has taken away his wine, believing that a drunkard will not be of any use to her. When Tyrion asks about what advice she seeks, he is almost exasperated by her ambition for the Iron Throne. He proposes that she should consider staying in Slaver's Bay and establishing a new kingdom in Meereen, praising her for reopening the fighting pits and her upcoming political marriage. Daenerys assures him that she will remain to help bring stability and ensure the end of the slave trade, but she emphasizes that Essos is not her true home. When Tyrion questions who will support her in Westeros, Daenerys optimistically states that the common people will back her, although Tyrion knows this is unlikely. He then asks about her experience ruling Meereen with only the support of the commoners, lacking the backing of the wealthy elite, and extends this to the situation in Westeros with its great houses. Tyrion points out that houses Targaryen and Stark have been severely weakened by the actions of their fathers. He suggests that House Tyrell might be persuaded to switch sides due to Cersei's machinations, but Daenerys remains resolute in her belief that the great houses are like a wheel, with one on top and others below, all oppressing the common people. Tyrion cynically remarks that many have dreamed of stopping the wheel, but Daenerys asserts that she intends to break it. In analyzing the situation in Westeros, Tyrion overlooks several great houses that could potentially shift the balance in the War of the Five Kings. Houses Greyjoy, Martell, and Arryn possess formidable armies that remain largely intact. Among these, the Martells emerge as the most strategic choice due to their historical ties to the Targaryens and animosity towards the Lannisters. Despite their neutrality in past conflicts, the Greyjoys harbour resentment towards the Baratheons for their defeat in the Greyjoy Rebellion, making them potential allies for Daenerys. Additionally, Tyrion suggests the possibility of forming an alliance with the Tyrells, who have a history of supporting the Targaryens and are currently at odds with the Lannisters. While the books portray Daenerys as compassionate towards slaves and impoverished individuals, she never explicitly suggests abolishing the feudal system within the Seven Kingdoms. At the Wall, Gilly continues to attend to Sam's injuries. Ollie arrives with some food after hearing about what happened. After Gilly leaves, Ollie expresses his concerns about aligning with the Wildlings, especially Tormund, who led the attack that resulted in his parents' death. Sam assures Ollie that Jon is aware of the risks and knows what he is doing. He explains that unless Jon succeeds, both the Night's Watch and Westeros will be defenseless against the White Walkers. Sam acknowledges that Jon's decision may not be popular, but it was a difficult choice that had to be made. He reassures Ollie that Jon always finds a way to come back. However, Ollie remains skeptical. Sam explains to Ollie the importance of making tough decisions, even if they may not be understood by others at the time. This conversation hints at Jon's eventual murder, in which Ollie plays a part. Later in the series finale, The Iron Throne, Jon is faced with a similar difficult choice. Sam also mentions Jon's tendency to always return, foreshadowing his resurrection in Season 6. Ollie may have already been approached by Thorne and the other conspirators when he visits Sam, and he seems to be searching for any excuse to avoid joining them in their scheme to assassinate Jon. Jon Snow, Tormund, and their companions from the Night's Watch and the Free Folk reach the wildling settlement of Hardhome in an attempt to persuade the remaining wildlings to unite with them in the imminent battle against the White Walkers and their legions of Whites. Jon's plans with the wildlings in the series differ significantly from those in the book. In the book, Jon sends an envoy named Val to find Tormund beyond the Wall, as Tormund did not participate in the Battle of Castle Black and was never captured. However, in the series, Jon encounters a group of wildlings, including Wun Wun, while in the Haunted Forest to swear in new recruits. Realizing the potential threat they pose, Jon offers both groups shelter south of the Wall. It is during this time that he learns of a large wildling population at Hardhome, prompting him to send another envoy there. Meanwhile, the two wildling groups begin their journey south to safety. Unlike in the book, Jon's intention is to offer the wildlings the opportunity to join the Night's Watch rather than permanently settle in the land south of the Wall. In the books, Tormund is depicted as having 4 sons and a daughter named Munda rather than 2 daughters. In the books, Whites are depicted as slow and awkward. The initial 3 seasons of the series also illustrated them in a similar manner, until the conclusion of Season 4 in The Children, where they exhibited increased speed and agility, hinting at their heightened ferocity when White Walkers are in close proximity. Director Miguel Sapochnik has verified that the creators aim to visually distinguish the Whites from the conventional, sluggish zombies featured in The Walking Dead. In contrast, Whites are considerably more resilient, capable of functioning even after sustaining brain damage, provided they retain their joints and muscles, and are most effectively eradicated through the use of fire. The Lord of Bones, declining to form an alliance with a crow, disrespects Tormund for aligning himself with Jon Snow, who is considered an enemy. In response, Tormund takes hold of the Lord's staff and fatally strikes his once comrade. Christopher Hivju, the actor who portrays Tormund, allegedly shattered all 4 prop sticks provided to him during the scene where he mercilessly defeats the Lord of Bones. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the elders of the wildlings decide to convene in the town hall to listen to Jon's proposition. This proposal entails forging an alliance between the Free Folk and the Night's Watch, as they both face a shared adversary, the Undead. In this particular episode, the demise of the Lord of Bones takes center stage. However, in the books, the Lord of Bones had already passed away at this juncture. He had been confined at Castle Black, where Melisandre employed her mystical abilities to transform him into Mance Rayder, and vice versa. Consequently, it was the Lord of Bones who faced execution, while Mance Rayder remains alive. Having not laid eyes on Mance Rayder since he was captured at the Wall, the wildlings are curious about his whereabouts. Snow reluctantly discloses that he is deceased, revealing that he was the one who shot him with an arrow. The group is enraged, but as they prepare to attack him, Tormund steps in to defend Snow. He recounts how Rhaegar was on the verge of being burned alive as a warning from Stannis Baratheon, and how Snow chose to end his life swiftly instead of subjecting him to a painful death in the flames. Some of the leaders, like Khasi and the giant Wun Wun, are swayed by Tormund's words, while others, such as the Fen warrior Loboda, begin to walk away. Jon offers them dragon glass daggers, mentioning that his comrade had slain a White Walker with one. Despite Jon's efforts, the wildlings remain skeptical. Michelle Clapton, the costume designer, created 6 distinct types of clothing to represent 6 subgroups of wildlings, despite the fact that there are approximately 90 different clans of wildlings. These include the main wildlings from the Haunted Forest, such as Tormund, coastal wildlings who embellish their attire with seashells, like Khasi, wildlings from the Frostfang Mountains who incorporate bone fragments, like the Lord of Bones, cave dwellers who utilize face paint, thens who carry bronze axes, and giants who simply cover themselves in any available cloth, fur, or bone fragments. While around 5,000 freefolk gather to embark on their journey to the Wall, the Night's Watch commences the task of collecting the dragonglass daggers within the tent. In the novels, Jon's absence from Hardhome is notable as he is preoccupied with negotiating with the wildling leaders near Castle Black. Instead, he delegates the task to Cotter Pike, the commander of Eastwatch by the Sea, in order to persuade the wildlings to travel to Castle Black by ship. As Pike is not a point-of-view character, the events at Hardhome occur off-screen. The only information Jon receives is a hastily written Raven message from Pike, revealing their dire situation surrounded by dead things in the woods and even dead things in the water. By the end of the book, Jon and Tormund make plans to personally journey to Hardhome to offer assistance, leaving the outcome of the conflict uncertain. The showrunners of the series deemed it crucial to depict the events at Hardhome, thus keeping Jon involved in this storyline. Ed approaches Wun Wun, who holds one of the daggers, inspecting it with curiosity. Dragonglass weapons are not given to the wildlings by Jon or anyone else in the books. Wun Wun communicates with Edison Tollet in the Old Tongue of the First Men, a language that was introduced to Westeros more than 12,000 years ago. This language is now nearly extinct in most of Westeros, as the Andal language, Common Tongue, has been adopted by the majority, including the North, over the centuries. Only those living beyond the Wall, like the Giants and Thens, who had minimal interaction with the Andals, still use a basic version of the Old Tongue. Suddenly, the sound of barking dogs and the intensifying winds of an approaching storm fill the air. Recognizing these as signs of the White Walker's arrival, Loboda commands the gates of Hardhome to be closed, leaving many of the free folk on the other side to their unfortunate fate. As the storm engulfs the village, the cries of those trapped outside the walls of Hardhome quickly fade away. Moments later, a vast army of undead wights begins to breach the gates and scale the walls. Jon, Tormund, Loboda, and Khasi, along with their comrades, valiantly battle to ensure that as many individuals as possible have a chance to reach safety on the ships. Unfortunately, Edison Tollet, Wun Wun, and several others find themselves trapped within the town hall, which becomes a target for the relentless wights and is engulfed in flames. On the summit of a hill that overlooks Hardhome, a group of White Walkers on undead horses are observing the battle, with the Night King among them. Upon spotting them and realizing the importance of Dragonglass, Jon and Loboda head towards the burning town hall, only to be met by a White Walker warrior. While Loboda confronts the threat, Jon Snow goes in search of the Dragonglass. Loboda meets a swift demise as his axe shatters upon contact with the White Walker's crystal sword. Jon manages to secure a dragonglass dagger, but is repeatedly thrown aside by the White Walker until they both end up outside the town hall. Jon retrieves Longclaw and raises it in a desperate defense against the White Walker. To their surprise, both fighters witness the Valyrian steel blade holding strong after clashing with the White Walker's weapon. Jon takes advantage of the opportunity and strikes the White Walker, causing his body to shatter into fragments of ice. This confirms that Valyrian steel is just as deadly to them as dragonglass. The Night King, observing the battle from afar, appears somewhat intrigued by this unexpected development. Meanwhile, Khasi bravely fights off numerous wights before facing a group of undead children. Overwhelmed by fear, she is unable to defend herself as they attack and ultimately kill her. The White Walkers unleash more wights, sending them hurtling over the cliffs of Hardhome. Jon, Ed, Tormund, and the remaining defenders make a desperate escape to save their lives. This marks the first occasion where we are able to have a clear view of the character confirmed to be the Night King, portrayed by Richard Brake. In the episode Oathkeeper, the character was briefly shown. The Night's King is a distinct character from the books, an ancient Lord Commander who fell under the spell of a White Walker woman and established his own realm. The appearance of the Night King was accomplished through the utilization of silicon prosthetics and digital ice. According to the books, Sam discovers that the sole two known means of slaying another are obsidian, also referred to as dragonglass, and dragonsteel. The latter is presumed to be Valyrian steel. Regrettably, the technique for producing Valyrian steel has been lost since the Doom of Valyria, resulting in such weapons such as Jon's sword Longclaw becoming exceedingly scarce. Wun Wun shields them from the wights, tossing them aside and using a burning log as a weapon. With his protection, they reach the last boat and row to safety. Jon and his companions watch in terror as the Night King emerges on the dock, commanding the undead wildlings to rise. The Night King and his army then withdraw in silence. A genuine boat was overturned using ropes and a crane to capture the scene where the terrified wildlings overwhelm one of the rowing boats. The stunt performers bravely plunged into the icy water, necessitating the presence of a safety team equipped with scuba gear to promptly rescue anyone who might become trapped or lose consciousness. The original plan for the battle sequence at Hardhome was to have a smaller scale and film it in Iceland, just like all the other scenes beyond the wall. However, the scene underwent extensive revisions and was transformed into a major battle scene later in the production schedule of Season 5. Approximately 400 extras received training in combat, and out of them, the best 220 were selected for filming along with 50 stuntmen. Kit Harington, or Jon Snow, mentioned that the filming of this particular episode required a duration of 3 to 4 weeks to capture a sequence that would ultimately amount to 20 minutes of screen time. The production of this particular episode necessitated a substantial allocation of funds towards CGI, reaching a stage where the visual effects team had to approach HBO for additional financial support. Miguel Sapochnik, the director of this episode, drew inspiration from Spielberg's Jaws when crafting the attack scene. The intention was to create a sense of horror reminiscent of a horror film, rather than an action or battle sequence. I look for an emotional and dramatic spine to the sequence, whatever it is. In this instance, it struck me that this is not a battle, it's a massacre. Instead of just an action sequence, I wanted to make it a tragedy. The Battle of Hardhome, also known as the Massacre at Hardhome, stands out as the sole major battle featured in an 8th episode. The battle was planned to be on a grander scale, with the Whites slaughtering thousands of wildlings outside the palisade. However, director Miguel Sapochnik informed showrunners David Benioff and D.B. Weiss that the budget was insufficient for such a large production. They removed certain elements to cut costs, but insisted on keeping Wun Wun the giant. Sapochnik proposed focusing on the action inside the palisade, with the wildlings hearing muffled screams and catching glimpses of the horror outside while desperately trying to keep the Whites at bay. Ice spiders, a common legend associated with the White Walkers, are described in the novels. Old Nan recounts ice spiders to Bran in the context of the White Walkers and the Long Night. However, despite these references, the show creators had no plans to include them in the series, resulting in their absence from the show. During the night at Stannis Baratheon's army camp, Melisandre stares deeply into the flames of her tense brazier in hopes of receiving visions from the Lord of Light. Suddenly, in the distance, multiple tents catch fire, causing chaos among the men and a horse to run away in flames. Ramsay Bolton and his 20 men have launched a surprise raid on the camp, destroying a significant portion of their food supplies and heavy siege weapons. The fire also claims the lives of hundreds of horses. Davos grimly observes that their situation has become critical. Lacking sufficient food to return to Castle Black, or to advance towards Winterfell, and without their siege weapons, their chances of taking the castle are slim. Stannis questions how this breach occurred, with Davos pointing out that the Boltons' knowledge of the North's terrain made it easy for them to infiltrate the camp. Stannis suspects collusion or negligence among the Watchmen and orders their execution. He decides to use the dead horses for sustenance, buying them some time in their dire circumstances. In the books, the Boltons do not attack Stannis' camp. Instead, Roose Bolton is compelled to dispatch Freys and Manderlys to confront Stannis in battle, as they were engaged in internal conflicts at Winterfell, resulting in multiple casualties. Stannis does not need to seek assistance from Castle Black for additional provisions. His struggles primarily stem from being trapped in a severe snowstorm. Stannis' countenance turns solemn and somewhat dazed, as he firmly believes there is only one viable course of action to pursue. He commences by instructing Davos to make his way back to Castle Black and beseech Jon Snow for additional provisions. Davos finds himself perplexed, as even if Jon were to agree to resupply them, the provisions would likely not arrive in time. He wonders why Stannis would choose to send him instead of a mere messenger. Stannis maintains that it is because he requires his Hand of the King to engage in diplomatic efforts to win Jon's support. However, the truth is that Stannis dispatches Davos elsewhere to prevent him from impeding his forthcoming plans. Upon their arrival at the Wall, Jon Snow, Tormund, and the remaining wildlings from Hardhome are then met with a tense atmosphere. Sir Alliser Thorne initially hesitated to allow their old enemies entry, but eventually relented and ordered the gates to be opened. As thousands of wildlings, including women, children, and the giant Wun Wun, pass through the Wall to Castle Black, the men of the Night's Watch watch them with suspicion. Alliser calmly acknowledged Jon's compassionate act of saving so many lives, but warned that it could ultimately lead to their demise. Jon is reunited with Samwell Tarly, however. He is filled with despair as he expresses that their mission was an utter catastrophe, resulting in the rescue of only a minuscule portion of the wildlings at Hardhome. In response, Sam directs Jon's attention towards various wildlings who are passing by, emphasizing that if they had taken no action, each of these individuals would have perished. Thus, Sam asserts that their efforts were not a total failure. The reason behind Jon's decision to march the remains of the wildling army north of the Wall to Castle Black, instead of using ships to drop them off somewhere south of the Wall, is never explicitly explained. However, from a geographical standpoint, it would have made more sense for the ships to sail to Eastwatch Harbour just south of the Wall, considering that Hardhome is located on a tip of land north of the Wall. By doing so, they could have simply marched south without having to traverse a long and potentially dangerous area north of the Wall and then cross at Castle Black. One possibility is that this decision was influenced by an earlier script for Hardhome, where the battle was on a smaller scale and the wildlings fled to Castle Black over land instead of by boats. Another possibility is that Jon chose the longer route over land in order to persuade more wildlings along the way to join their cause. Alliser Thorne is currently absent from the Wall as Jon dispatched him and 8 other rangers on a quest to locate Tormund, but they have yet returned. Davos pays a visit to Stannis' daughter, Shireen Baratheon, in her tent to bid her farewell. Shireen is engrossed in reading a book authored by Grand Maester Muncan, which delves into the historical account of the Dance of the Dragons, a significant civil war in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms. They share a moment of amusement as they discuss a failed attempt by a knight to slay the dragon Vhagar by employing a mirrored shield to sneak up on it, only to be swiftly incinerated by the cunning creature. As a token of his affection, Davos presents Shireen with a meticulously carved wooden stag figurine. Intrigued by his kindness, she inquires about his motives, prompting Davos to reveal that he carries a sense of guilt for not fulfilling his late son Mathos' desire for him to acquire literacy. Having perished in the war, Mathos' wish was realized through Shireen's teachings, thus prompting Davos' benevolence toward her. Davos never presents Shireen with any gifts in the books. Their conversations are mostly unique to the show, and in the books, their interactions are minimal. In Season 2, the showrunners were uncertain about including Shireen in the series. This led to the statement in the Nightlands that Stannis has no sons or potentially no daughter. Kerry Ingram was cast as Shireen in Season 3, but initially only hired for 1 year due to uncertainty about her future in the show. However, both the character and Ingram's performance were highly appreciated, leading to her continued presence in the next 2 seasons. This decision turned out to be fortunate when author George R.R. Martin revealed Shireen's significant role in the future novels, where she would ultimately be sacrificed. It was implied that her sacrifice would be for the impending battle against the others, rather than the retaking of Winterfell. Jaime Lannister is accompanied by Areo-Hotah as they enter the primary chambers of the Water Gardens. They are there to meet Prince Doran Martell in an opulent solar, where they are joined by Ellaria Sand, Doran's son Trystane Martell, and Jaime's niece Myrcella Baratheon. They all relax on a set of couches arranged in a circle, with Myrcella and Trystane affectionately embracing each other. Jaime observes that Myrcella is now dressed in a revealing Dornish-style gown, and she expresses how the warm climate of Dorne suits her well. Doran questions Jaime about his clandestine mission to Dorne to take Myrcella back to King's Landing. Jaime claims he was concerned for her well-being, but Doran presses him on why he didn't opt for a messenger raven to deliver a letter instead. Jaime reveals that they had received a menacing message. Myrcella's Lannister lion pendant was found lodged in the mouth of a deceased viper. Ellaria receives a stern look from Doran as Myrcella, puzzled, clarifies that her pendant was actually stolen from her chambers. In the book, Doran dispatches his niece Nymeria to accompany Myrcella to the capital city of King's Landing, while also entrusting her with the responsibility of assuming her late father Oberyn's position on the small council. Meanwhile, Trystane remains in Sunspear. In the novels, Ellaria is the mother of 4 out of Oberyn's 8 daughters, Elia, Obella, Doria, and Loreza, all of whom are minors, while Tyenn is Oberyn's daughter from an unnamed scepter. Tyenn in the show is a combination of 2 characters from the book, Tyenn, a skilled poisoner, and Elia, a younger girl striving to prove herself to her older half-sisters. Doran has 3 children in the novels, a daughter named Arianne and sons named Quentyn and Trystane. However, in the show, he only has Trystane, who consequently becomes his heir by default. Jaime then asks about Doran's intentions regarding his beheading, but Doran, now displaying more sympathy after learning about the threat Jaime received, assures him that he has no such plans. He explains that his primary goal is to prevent a devastating war, as he has witnessed the horrifying consequences of conflict firsthand. Countless bodies strewn across battlefields and innocent orphans left to starve in their own cities. Doran firmly believes that it is his duty to protect his people from such suffering. Ellaria, however, confronts him directly, questioning whether he intends to form an alliance with the Lannisters by breaking bread with them. To everyone's surprise, Doran affirms that this is precisely what he intends to do. As wine is poured for Jaime, Doran raises his own goblet and proposes a toast to King Tommen, the first of his name, wishing him a long and prosperous reign. Jaime reciprocates the gesture, but Ellaria, filled with disgust, deliberately spills her wine onto the floor. Doran wishes to know about Tommen's command to return his sister to the capital, and Jaime politely confirms that he does. Doran expresses his inability to disobey his king, thus stating that Myrcella will indeed return to King's Landing. Initially upset, Myrcella's mood changes when Doran presents his solution. His son Trystane will accompany them and assume the seat on the small council that was previously granted to Oberyn and left vacant by his death. Doran emphasizes that in order for the alliance between the Iron Throne and Dorne to continue, the engagement between Trystane and Myrcella must remain intact, with Trystane taking his late uncle Oberyn's place on the small council. Jaime finds Doran's request to be entirely reasonable, and Myrcella is overjoyed that she will not be separated from Trystane. As Ellaria prepares to leave, she rudely remarks that it is no surprise that Doran lacks a backbone. In response, Doran firmly grabs her arm and speaks in a lowered voice, expressing his hope for her long and happy life as the mother of his nieces. However, he warns her that if she speaks to him disrespectfully again, it will not bode well for her. In the book, Ellaria refrains from speaking harshly to Doran. It is the Sand Snakes, primarily Obara, Nymeria, and Tyenn, who are not Ellaria's daughters, who mock him for not seeking vengeance for his brother, although they do not desire any harm to befall Myrcella. Ellaria pleads with her nieces to abandon any thoughts of revenge against the Lannisters, as she fears that a full-blown war will result in numerous innocent casualties. Jaime also wants to know about the destiny awaiting Bronn, who remains incarcerated. Bronn assaulted Trystane while attempting to seize Myrcella, prompting Jaime to be questioned about the typical penalty for striking a prince in his homeland. Jaime respectfully argues that Bronn was merely obeying orders and should not be penalized for carrying out Jaime's instructions. Trystane concurs, mentioning that he has grasped the importance of mercy from his father, but he has one stipulation. In the prison cells, Nymeria and Tywin Sand engage in a friendly spar to pass the time, while Obara attempts to get some rest. The guards enter and release Bronn, prompting Tywin to taunt him as he exits. Areo escorts Bronn back to the Solar where Doran, Jaime, and the others are waiting. Bronn expresses regret to Trystane for his earlier actions and assures him it was not intentional. Jaime then reveals to Bronn that the Martells have agreed to his release with one stipulation. Without a word, Areo swiftly strikes Bronn in the face with his elbow, causing him to fall to the ground. As retribution for his previous actions against Trystane, the Sand Snakes are not confined together within the same cell in the books. Nymeria and Tywin engaged in a hand-slapping game as an inside joke. At a rap party, Benioff became intoxicated and challenged Jason Momoa to a friendly match. Arya, disguised as Lana, is once again maneuvering her cart through the winding canal streets of Braavos, peddling an assortment of shellfish. Maisie Williams was required to acquire the skill of shucking oysters for this particular season. As Arya passes by the Thin Man, who specializes in selling insurance to sailors, Arya is entrusted with a mission by the Faceless Men to eliminate him using poisoned oysters. However, just as she approaches her target, she abruptly halts and fixates her gaze on a boat docked nearby. Emerging from the vessel is Mace Tyrell, the Master of Coin, accompanied by Sir Meryn Trant, the commander of his guards. Sir Meryn happens to be one of the individuals on Arya's list of people she intends to kill, a list she recites as part of her daily prayers. Sir Meryn had played a role in the betrayal of her father and the demise of her water dancing instructor, Syrio Forel. Mace has been dispatched by Cersei Lannister to negotiate with the Iron Bank of Braavos, which has begun demanding repayment of the kingdom's substantial debts. His objective is to secure additional time from the bankers to address this predicament. The design of Braavos drew inspiration from the Netherlands during the Dutch Golden Age and Venice. The temporary architecture in Braavos was influenced by the wealthy merchants and bankers of the Netherlands, while the small canals and Romance culture were reminiscent of Venice. Interestingly, the exterior of the Iron Bank of Braavos was actually a local Croatian church, as the production team did not have permission to film inside. Upon reaching the dock, Mace is cordially greeted by Tycho Nestoris, the representative of the bank. Mace engages in polite and friendly conversation with Tycho, oblivious to the fact that his attempts at humor fall flat. Throughout this encounter, Arya remains motionless, her attention solely fixed on Sir Meryn, disregarding the Thin Man's pleas for a taste of her oysters. The character King Maegor III, mentioned by Mace Tyrell as the king who attempted to ban moneylending, is a creation of the television show. In the novels, there was only one king named Maegor, commonly known as Maegor the Cruel. Throughout the series, he has been referenced multiple times as the king responsible for constructing the Red Keep, and its formidable fortification known as Maegor's Holdfast. In the Histories and Lore episode The Red Keep, it is mentioned that he had all the workers killed afterward to protect the secret of the keep's tunnel system. Maegor also popularized the use of wildfire and infamously crushed and disbanded the Faith Militant. Due to his dark history, most Targaryen kings avoided naming their children after him. George R.R. Martin suggested that the deliberate error was made to further portray Mace as an incompetent individual who confuses historical facts. The Madam of the Brothel introduces several girls to Meryn one after another, but he rejects each one, considering them too old. Finally, she presents her finest and most expensive a stunning young lady named Anara, but Meryn once again dismisses her, claiming she is also too old. Gradually, the Madam realizes that Meryn has a disturbing preference for young girls who are barely in their teenage years, similar to Arya's age. In response, she brings out a very young girl who Meryn reluctantly accepts, gruffly stating that he expects another fresh one the following day. As Meryn departs, the Madam unexpectedly encounters Arya and hastily sends her away. Arya's encounter with Mace Tyrell and Meryn Trant is depicted in a preview chapter from the yet-to-be-released 6th book, The Winds of Winter. However, in the books, Arya encounters Harys Swift and Rafford Raff the Sweetling instead. Swift, appointed by Kevan, serves as the Master of Coin and handles matters concerning the Iron Bank. Raff, who is not featured in the show, acts as Swift's bodyguard. In the books, Arya seeks revenge against Raff for killing her friend Lomi, while the show attributes this act to Polliver. Notably, Arya has already avenged Lomi's death by killing Polliver in a previous episode. It is worth mentioning that in the books, Raff's disturbing preference for young girls is transferred to Trant in the show, whereas Trant does not exhibit such inclinations in the novels. Arya later comes back to the House of Black and White without any success, as she decided to give up on her initial task for the Faceless Men. When Jaqen H'ghar inquires about what occurred, she deceives him by claiming that the Thin Man was not interested in her oysters that day. Jaqen humorously remarks that this might be the reason why he is referred to as the Thin Man, and Arya assures him that she will carry out the assassination the next day. Despite Jaqen appearing to have doubts about her story, he does not show any visible reaction to it. Arya's focus on eliminating the insurance seller is not interrupted by Meryn Trant or Raff in the books. Instead, she notices the insurance man testing the authenticity of each coin by biting it. Consequently, she cleverly dispatches him by having him bite into a poisoned coin. Her triumph at killing the insurance man promotes her to a new assignment at a nearby theatre, where she crosses paths with Rafford. In the courtyard, Arya escorts Ellaria and the Sand Snakes to Prince Doran, who sits in his wheelchair. Doran presents Ellaria with a choice. She can either pledge her loyalty to him, promising not to repeat such actions, or face death. Suppressing her tears, she humbly kneels and kisses his hand. Doran expresses his belief in granting second chances and forgives her, yet he sternly cautions her against expecting a third opportunity. Ellaria eventually discovers Jaime in a study, engrossed in writing a letter to King's Landing to inform them of his return. However, his writing skills are subpar as he struggles to use his non-dominant left hand. Ellaria playfully comments that his handwriting resembles that of a 7-year-old. She then reflects on the irony of how she and Oberyn were ostracized in King's Landing due to their sexuality, while Jaime faces scorn for his incestuous love for Cersei. Jaime remains silent, offering no response or acknowledgement. Ellaria muses that if Jaime were a Targaryen a century ago, no one would have batted an eye at his relationship with Cersei. In a cryptic manner, possibly influenced by Doran, she mentions that she knows your daughter, Myrcella, had no involvement in Oberyn's fate, and perhaps even Jaime is innocent in that regard, which is true, as Oberyn willingly volunteered for the trial by combat. With that, Ellaria exits, leaving Jaime to contemplate what appears to be her apology. Stannis pays a visit to Shireen, visibly shaken, yet attempting to speak to her with kindness. Inquiring about her reading, she elaborates on the Dance of the Dragons, a significant civil war between Rhaenyra Targaryen and her half-brother Aegon, both vying for the Iron Throne. The Seven Kingdoms' great lords sided with either contender, splitting the realm in two and plunging Westeros into chaos. Brother turned against brother, and dragons clashed in the brutal conflict. House Targaryen suffered greatly and never fully recovered. Stannis wants to know about her preference between Rhaenyra and Aegon, to which she responds that she wouldn't choose either, as picking sides led to the civil war. Stannis solemnly remarks that sometimes circumstances compel a man to choose, even if he doesn't wish to, but staying true to oneself reveals the necessary path, making the decision inevitable, despite the distaste. Shireen expresses her willingness to assist him, but he points out that she doesn't know his desires. Undeterred, she offers her help, and he acknowledges that there is a way. Asserting her identity as Princess Shireen of House Baratheon, she insists on aiding him. They embrace, and as Stannis holds her tightly, he whispers, "Forgive me." In the book, Davos, Melisandre, Shireen, and Selyse are not part of Stannis' entourage. Davos was dispatched to White Harbour beforehand. Melisandre stays at Castle Black. while Selyse and Shireen are situated at Eastwatch by the Sea before eventually arriving at Castle Black. Afterwards, Shireen emerges from her tent and observes the soldiers congregated around. She asks about the whereabouts of her father. Approaching the forefront of the gathering, she catches sight of Melisandre positioned before a wooden pyre featuring a prominent stake in its center. In an attempt to locate her father, she raises her voice, only to be seized by soldiers who forcefully escort her towards the pyre and fasten her to the stake. Melisandre, in a soothing manner, endeavors to pacify her by assuring that it will all conclude shortly. Shireen's anguished cries reverberate throughout the camp, yet no one steps in to intervene. Subsequently, Stannis and Shireen's mother, Selyse, appear amidst the crowd. Shireen catches sight of them and implores her mother and father for assistance, but they remain inert. Selyse audibly asserts to herself that the sacrifice aligns with the desires of the Lord of Light. Melisandre initiates her prayer and declares the offering of the girl's life to the Lord of Light. Proceeding to ignite the pyre, she firmly believes that sacrificing Shireen will earn the favor of the Lord of Light. Stannis is convinced that without taking action, they will all perish from starvation in the snow. Despite Shireen's desperate pleas to her parents, especially her mother, Selyse, breaks down and pleads for the sacrifice to be stopped. However, soldiers prevent her from intervening, leaving her on the ground in tears. Shireen's cries grow more terrified as the flames engulf her, causing even Stannis to turn away in anguish as she meets a tragic end. Shireen's impending sacrifice was hinted at in Season 2's Valar Morghulis. Following Stannis' defeat in the battle at Blackwater Bay, he expresses regret for killing Renly, convinced by Melisandre that the murder was necessary for his path to kingship. Melisandre ominously predicts a prolonged war with countless casualties under Stannis' orders, foretelling his betrayal of his loyal followers, family, and former values. She assures him that all sacrifices will be justified as he is the chosen son of fire and the warrior of light, destined to rule as king. Liam Cunningham, during Comic-Con 2017, confessed that he took the actual prop of the little wooden stag from the set after filming the scene where his character Davos presents it to Shireen. He decided to give it to his own daughter for her collection, instructing her to wait until the episode featuring the stag to understand its significance. However, at that time, Cunningham was unaware of Shireen's fate since he was not involved in the filming of that particular scene. When he and his daughter watched the complete episode together, they were understandably disturbed by the dark implication of the gift. Numerous television writers and historians have drawn comparisons between Stannis' decision to sacrifice Shireen and the Greek myth of Agamemnon. In the myth, Agamemnon angers the goddess Artemis by killing one of her sacred deer. Following the advice of a seer, he sacrifices his daughter Iphigenia in order to appease the goddess and ensure favorable winds for his fleet to sail to Troy. It is worth mentioning that while the sacrifice leads to success for Agamemnon in conquering Troy, it ultimately fails for Stannis. In the discussion of the scene depicting Shireen being burned alive, co-showrunner David Benioff disclosed in the Inside the Episode featurette that George R.R. Martin informed them that, in the then unpublished books, Stannis would prioritize his ambitious aspirations of becoming the king of Westeros over familial affection by sacrificing Shireen. Benioff mentioned that he and co-showrunner D.B. Weiss were initially shocked, but knew they needed to use it. In the royal box, Daenerys is joined by Tyrion Lannister, Missandei, and Daario Naharis. The Harpy statue situated outside the fighting pit is now without a face. Daenerys ordered the removal of most of these statues in Meereen, due to their connection with slavery in the cities surrounding Slavers Bay. Nevertheless, the Harpy statue at the fighting pit served as a crucial support structure, preventing its complete demolition and only allowing for its defacement. Hizdahr zo Loraq arrives tardily, explaining that he was finalizing the event's arrangements. Daenerys had already wed Hizdahr in the book by the time the fighting pits were reopened. The decision to exclude their wedding in the show remains a mystery. As the first combatants enter the field, Hizdahr signals for Daenerys to initiate the fight with a clap of her hands. Daario engages in a verbal confrontation with Hizdahr during the initial match, diverting Daenerys' attention from the action. Her focus shifts back to the arena when Jorah Mormont delivers the customary dedication to her. The melee commences with 6 fighters, Jorah facing off against a Norvosi long axe wielder. The Norvosi lands multiple strikes on Jorah, eventually toppling him to the ground. Nevertheless, Jorah manages to draw his dagger and drive it into the Norvosi's chest after a brief struggle. In the meantime, a Braavosi water dancer effortlessly defeats his Dothraki adversary before turning his focus to Jorah. The Plaza de Toros in Osuna, Spain served as the setting for Daznak's pit. The filming of this scene spanned a period of 12 days and featured 1,000 extras who were later digitally replicated. Jorah Mormont encounters a Braavosi water dancer as his second opponent in the fighting pit. This warrior practices the same agile fighting style that Arya was taught by Syrio Forel in the first season. Jorah realizes he is severely overpowered by the water dancer and sustains numerous cuts from the rapier of his opponent. Simultaneously, a Miranese pit fighter successfully pierces his opponent's chest during the skirmish. Ultimately, the water dancer manages to knock Jorah down and is on the verge of delivering a fatal strike, but fails to notice the pit fighter who eliminates him from behind. Subsequently, Jorah engages in combat with the pit fighter and emerges as the sole survivor of the battle. In the chapter set in Daznak's pit in the novel, Jorah is absent as he is imprisoned in a cage at Yezzan's camp. Instead of Jorah, Daenerys encounters Tyrion, who is not a warrior and is not seated beside her, but is participating in a dog-riding performance with another dwarf named Penny, not included in the television series. At the conclusion of their act, Tyrion and Penny are supposed to be executed by lions, but Daenerys intervenes to prevent it. Daenerys catches a glimpse of Tyrion, not recognizing him, while Tyrion considers revealing his true identity to her, but refrains from doing so upon seeing Ser Barristan Selmy, who was still alive in the books, fearing that Selmy would harbor strong prejudices against the Lannisters. Jorah gazes at Daenerys intently, then abruptly seizes a spear and hurls it towards the royal box, piercing a son of the Harpy who was sneaking up behind Daario. The Sons of the Harpy suddenly reveal themselves on every level of the arena, launching a merciless slaughter of both collaborating masters and freedmen, including Hizdahr. Jorah and Daario swiftly escort Daenerys away from the royal box, while Tyrion comes to the rescue of Missandei. With the exits blocked, the group takes a defiant stance in the center of the pit, alongside the remaining unsullied defenders. Realizing their overwhelming disadvantage, Daenerys clasps Missandei's hand and closes her eyes, prepared to confront her impending demise. In that instant, a piercing draconic screech fills the air as Drogon swoops down into the arena, releasing a massive burst of flames. As Drogon sinks his teeth, crushes, and ruthlessly incinerates the Sons, a wave of scatters through their ranks. However, the Sons manage to gather their courage and launch a counterattack, thrusting their spears into the dragon's resilient scales. In a desperate attempt, Daenerys swiftly intervenes to remove the embedded spears, causing Drogon to turn towards her with a thunderous roar. Yet, instead of attacking, he unexpectedly calms down. Seeking safety for both herself and Drogon, Daenerys climbs onto his mighty back and commands him to take flight, becoming the first Targaryen dragon rider in more than 100 years. With the Sons of the Harpy temporarily defeated, Daario, Jorah, Missandei, and Tyrion watch in awe as Drogon soars into the distance. The audio commentary on the Blu-ray for this episode mentioned that Drogon's vulnerability in the fighting pits was due to his young age as an adolescent dragon, as his fully protective adult scales had not yet developed. Rowley Earlham, the stunt coordinator for the Meereen sequence, revealed that a 45-foot flamethrower controlled by motion was employed on set to replicate Drogon's attack on the Sons of the Harpy. Additionally, Earlham mentioned that an astounding number of 20 stunt performers were set ablaze in a single day for this scene, setting a new record in the history of productions. Interestingly, this record was later surpassed in Season 7's The Spoils of War. This episode implies that Hizdahr remained loyal to Daenerys throughout her reign in Meereen, as evidenced by his death at the hands of the Sons of the Harpy. The Harpies later go on a killing spree, targeting both masters and freedmen indiscriminately. In the books, Ser Barristan Selmy, who is still alive at this point, apprehends Hizdahr on charges of attempting to poison Daenerys and colluding with her enemies. The evidence Hizdahr tried to kill Daenerys is when he offered her a bowl of poisoned honeyed locusts, urging her to consume them. She declines the offer. Belwas consumes the poisoned locust and falls gravely ill. Following Daenerys' absence, Hizdahr seizes control of Meereen. Barristan Selmy harbors suspicions that Hizdahr was behind the attempted poisoning of Daenerys, and that he may be collaborating with the Sons of the Harpy, potentially even leading them. Barristan has Hizdahr imprisoned and, together with other loyal followers of Daenerys, establishes a council to govern Meereen until her return. In the book's depiction of the Daznak's pit scene, the Sons of the Harpy do not launch a direct assault, as their attacks are never carried out openly. Furthermore, Drogon's landing in the pit is not motivated by a desire to rescue Daenerys, but rather by the enticing scent of blood. He only retaliates against the spectators when provoked by the animal trainers. As a result of the ensuing chaos, approximately 200 individuals lose their lives either due to Drogon's actions or being trampled in the ensuing panic. Drogon in the books is struck by a single spear thrown by an animal handler. The episode's title, The Dance of Dragons, alludes to the historical civil war Shireen learns about, which occurred 170 years prior to the events of the series and depicted in House of the Dragon. As the snow starts to thaw, Melisandre feels joyous. Meanwhile, Stannis, still mourning, readies himself to march towards Winterfell. Unfortunately, one of his commanders delivers the devastating news that almost half of his soldiers have deserted, particularly the sellswords who have taken off with all their horses. Another soldier brings even more grim tidings. Selyse has taken her own life out of despair over her daughter. While inspecting her lifeless body, his commander informs him that Melisandre has fled. Upon receiving the news, Stannis was informed that only half of his men had deserted during the night. However, in reality, more than 75% of his entire army had abandoned him, including half of his Baratheon soldiers and all of the sellswords. According to Roose Bolton's scouts, Stannis' army, which had been reinforced by the sellswords, was estimated to be 6,000 strong. Yet, when Stannis' forces arrived at Winterfell, a wide shot revealed that he only had around 1,300 men remaining. In the novels, Melisandre does not witness any prophecies of Stannis triumphing over the Boltons, and chooses not to join him and his troops on their journey to Winterfell. Instead, she decides to stay at the Wall where her abilities and visions are more potent. While trying to foresee the Lord of Light's champion in the fire, Melisandre only sees visions of Jon Snow, including some of him encircled by skulls and others of him encircled by adversaries brandishing daggers. In the novels, Stannis' storyline is considerably more detailed. Following Jon's counsel, he recruited approximately 2,500 soldiers from the northern mountain clans and House Mormont. After successfully capturing Deepwood Motte and decimating most of Asher Greyjoy's forces, House Glover pledged their allegiance, bolstering his army to over 5,000 men. Despite a Bolton spy within his ranks, Alice Karstark's assistance led to the traitor's capture. Subsequently, the Iron Bank offers him financial support to hire mercenaries. At the Wall, Jon Snow informs Sam about what he saw at Hardhome. He expresses his concern about the White Walkers potentially climbing the Wall, given the scarcity of dragon glass and Valyrian steel in Westeros to combat them. Sam proposes traveling to Oldtown to study and take over Aemon's role as the new Maester of the Watch, as he believes this is the best way he can contribute since he cannot fight. Worried about Gilly and her child's safety, Sam wishes to bring them along. Jon reminds him of the Citadel's rules against maesters having relationships, but is amused by Sam's response that it's already too late for that. Sam assures Jon he will return, they share a toast, and Jon bids farewell to his only friend. In the books, Sam expressed a desire to become a maester in his youth, but his father Randall strongly opposed the idea due to House Tarly's warrior tradition. Despite prior traumatic experiences from his dad, Jon eventually sends Sam to Oldtown to study as a maester in order to research the threat of the others. However, in the show, the situation is reversed, with Sam himself volunteering to go to Oldtown against Jon's initial objections, until Jon realizes that Sam's skills are more valuable to the Night's Watch in that capacity. Sam departs for Oldtown much earlier in the narrative. Jon instructs him to travel to the Citadel to delve into the mysteries of the White Walkers as a maester. Along with this task, Jon also commands Sam to bring Gilly, Maester Aemon, and Mance Rayder's child to safety, fearing Melisandre's intentions. Despite Gilly's sorrow, Jon assures her that her son will be cared for and educated under his watchful eye. Advancing through the fields with less than half of his original troops, Stannis instructs his men to prepare for the siege, only to be ambushed early on by the Bolton army. The mounted Bolton forces easily overpower Stannis' weary and horseless army. Injured and fatigued, Stannis manages to fend off 2 remaining soldiers amidst the chaos before collapsing against a tree. Brienne of Tarth receives a warning from Podrick Payne about Stannis' arrival and decides to leave her post waiting for Sansa's signal. Following the battle, she encounters a wounded Stannis. Brienne reveals her identity and recounts how her king was killed by a shadow resembling him created by his own brother. She then prepares to execute Stannis by drawing her sword. Stannis, resigned to his fate after losing everything, calmly instructs Brienne to carry out her duty. Despite a brief moment of hesitation, Brienne ultimately strikes at him with her sword. It seems that she executes him by beheading, and the show's creators assert that Stannis is unquestionably deceased. However, George R.R. Martin has affirmed that Stannis is undeniably alive, at least within the pages of the books. In the novels, Brienne has not come across Stannis since she participated in the meeting between him and Renly in the second book. She and Podrick are not near Sansa or Stannis' army when he marches towards Winterfell. They remain in the Riverlands in their search for the Stark sisters, which proves fruitless, and are captured by the Brotherhood without banners. Initially, Stannis had a multitude of final phrases prepared for when Brienne arrived to seek vengeance upon him. However, the majority of these lines were omitted as the writers recognized Stannis' tendency to be concise in his speech. The demise of Stannis in this installment effectively brings an end to all branches of House Baratheon. Stannis' wife and daughter have also passed away, along with his siblings Robert and Renly, neither of whom left behind any legitimate heirs. While King Tommen is recognized as a Baratheon by law, he does not share any biological connection with his supposed father, King Robert. As of now in the series, Gendry is the sole surviving individual known to carry Baratheon lineage. Meanwhile, Ramsay eliminates the remaining Baratheon soldiers and makes his way back to Winterfell. In Winterfell, Sansa utilizes a corkscrew she had concealed to free herself from her room and heads towards the tower to ignite her signal. Upon lighting the candle, she witnesses the clash between the Boltons and Stannis' army, seizing the opportunity to flee Winterfell. Frantically navigating the ramparts, she encounters Myranda and Reek. Myranda menaces Sansa with a bow, prompting Sansa, fatigued and aware of her inability to evade an arrow, to urge Myranda to end her life while a part of her true self remains. Myranda discloses to Sansa that Ramsay requires her solely for producing an heir, nothing more, emphasizing that Ramsay does not need Sansa intact for that purpose. Bracing herself for the worst, Sansa faces Myranda as she readies her bow, yet Theon breaks free from the Boltons' control, causing Myranda to miss her shot. Seizing the opportunity, he hurls Myranda over the ramparts, leading to her instantaneous demise upon impact with the courtyard below. In the book, Sansa and Theon flee, but with Ramsay's return imminent, they find themselves trapped. Opting to leap off the rampart in hopes of landing in deep snow and surviving the fall, they clasp hands and jump together. In the novels, Theon and Jeyne Poole manage to escape from Winterfell well before Stannis confronts the Bolton army. Their getaway is facilitated by a bard named Abel and 6 women, who are actually Mance Rayder and 6 spearwives. Jon Snow and Melisandre send them to rescue Jeyne, whom they mistakenly believe to be Arya, as she is being held captive by the Boltons. Eventually, Jeyne and Theon find themselves in Stannis' camp, where Stannis seizes Theon and intends to execute him for his crimes. This is done in an attempt to pacify the Northerners, who believe Theon is responsible for the deaths of Bran and Rickon Stark. As for the fate of Mance and the other spearwives, it remains unknown. In the novels, Theon does not murder Myranda while trying to escape, since Myranda is a creation of the show. In the novels, the Boltons find themselves in a precarious position. Despite having superior shelter and more food supplies compared to the Baratheon forces, Roose is compelled to dispatch the Freys, his sole dependable allies, from Winterfell due to their conflicts stemming from the Red Wedding with certain northern houses. With the Freys now gone to fight Stannis in the books, the Boltons inside Winterfell are left surrounded by northern houses who harbour deep animosity towards them and could potentially turn against them at any given moment. Furthermore, Roose has also sent away the White Harbor troops, unknowingly providing Lord Manderley with an opportunity to align with Stannis. In order to avoid a prolonged siege, Roose is compelled to abandon Winterfell to confront Stannis' forces in the field. Despite Stannis advancing towards Winterfell in the midst of a blizzard, his soldiers are more seasoned than the Bolton forces, who lack experience in open combat or are led by individuals with questionable reputations. Additionally, Stannis' attack is hinted to involve the utilization of a frozen lake. In Braavos, Sir Meryn Trant is inspecting 3 young girls in the Braavosi brothel. 2 of the girls cry and scream as Meryn whips them, while the 3rd girl remains stoic. Meryn dismisses the 2 crying girls and strikes the stoic girl in the stomach. To his surprise, the girl is revealed to be Arya Stark disguised as Geeta, the sickly girl who Arya had poisoned earlier. Arya removes her face mask, takes out a knife, and mercilessly stabs Meryn in the eyes and chest before gagging him to silence his screams. She then reveals her true identity, accuses Meryn of killing her dance master, Syrio Forel, and ultimately slits his throat, calling him No One. The violent sequence in which Arya eliminates Meryn Trant was purportedly the costliest demise scene in the entire series, and it was influenced by Quentin Tarantino's craftsmanship. In the novels, Meryn Trant remains alive and never departs from King's Landing. Arya's act of killing Meryn is a combination of 3 murders she carries out in the novels. Firstly, she repeatedly stabs the Tickler in Westeros. Secondly, she kills Darion, a deserter from the Night's Watch, which becomes her first kill in Braavos. As a consequence, the Faceless Men punish her with blindness. Lastly, she takes the life of Rafford Raff the Sweetling, a Lannister soldier from King's Landing who accompanies the Master of Coin. Raff is on Arya's list of people she seeks vengeance against for murdering her friend Lomi. Arya sarcastically repeats the insults Raff once directed at Lomi as she fatally stabs him twice. Her physical transformation is enough for Raff not to recognize her, thus she doesn't require a disguise. Additionally, Meryn Trant's character in the show incorporates Raff's pedophilic tendencies from the book. Although Raff never physically harmed girls with a stick, Arya then makes her way back to the House of Black and White and surrenders the face she used to conceal her true identity. However, Jaqen H'ghar and the Waif suddenly appear and claim that Arya had no right to take Meryn's life, insisting that a debt must be repaid. As the Waif seizes Arya, Jaqen produces a vial, presumably containing a poisonous substance. Surprisingly, Jaqen drinks the poison himself and collapses, prompting Arya to desperately plead for him to stay alive. Arya declares that he was her friend, only to hear Jaqen's voice from behind her utter the words, "He was no one." When she turns around, she discovers that the Waif has now assumed Jaqen's appearance. Curious about the person lying on the ground with Jaqen's face, Arya inquires about their identity. In the body of the Waif, Jaqen responds by stating that he is no one. Arya proceeds to remove multiple faces from the individual on the floor, eventually revealing her own face. Suddenly, her vision begins to fade as her eyes turn a milky white, causing her to scream for assistance. Maisie Williams has revealed that during the scene where Arya removes faces from Jaqen H'ghar's corpse, a stiff cloak made of wire was used to prevent any movement. 7 individuals took turns lying under the cloak on the floor, each being filmed for a brief moment while Williams mimics removing a mask. Subsequently, Williams herself performed the action, with her body double replicating the motion. These individual shots were later combined during post-production. Arya's sightless eyes were not a result of digital manipulation. Maisie Williams donned sizable 16mm wide contact lenses. It remains uncertain whether the Jaqen H'ghar who takes his own life was the same faceless man who welcomed Arya into the House of Black and White, or even the same individual she encountered in Westeros during Season 2. When questioned, writer Brian Cogman cryptically mentioned, "There is no Jaqen H'ghar, he is no one." This suggests that the persona of Jaqen H'ghar is a guise utilized by various faceless men, as they view themselves as no one and therefore interchangeable. In the novels, the preserved faces of the faceless men can only be used as masks after undergoing a blood magic ritual that causes the mask to bond with the wearer's face. Selyse Baratheon is the first notable character to take her own life. with Jack and Hagar following closely behind. In Dawn, Ellaria bids farewell to Myrcella with a kiss. Jaime, Bronn, Myrcella, and Trystane also say their goodbyes to the Martells before heading back to King's Landing. Tywin Sand playfully flirts with Bronn. On the ship, Jaime and Myrcella engage in a conversation about Cersei. Jaime awkwardly confesses to Myrcella that they have no control over who they love. Surprisingly, Myrcella reveals that she already knows Jaime is her biological father and expresses her happiness about it. The two share a heartfelt embrace. However, Myrcella's expression suddenly changes. Her smile fades and her nose begins to bleed. She collapses into Jaime's arms. Meanwhile, back in Dawn, Ellaria wipes the blood from her own nose and takes the antidote for the poison that was on her lips. Nell Tiger Free revealed that the depiction of Myrcella's demise was initially intended to be more visually explicit. She was provided with blood-colored mashed bananas to regurgitate, mistakenly perceiving them as a representation of her brains. Ultimately, the creators opted for a gentler fate for Myrcella, considering her kind-hearted nature warranted a more pleasant demise. Ellaria discarded the handkerchief, which was produced using computer-generated effects, as all efforts to use a real handkerchief resulted in it falling directly into the water instead of elegantly drifting with the wind. In the novels, the interaction between Jaime and Myrcella is absent since Jaime remains in the Riverlands instead of going to Dawn. Sir Balon Swan is tasked with bringing Myrcella back. Myrcella never directly hints at suspecting Jaime as her father, but there are implications that she might have her own suspicions. In the 5th book, Jaime considers disclosing the truth to her, yet he hesitates, due to concerns that the Martells could cancel her betrothal to Trystane upon learning the truth. Myrcella remains alive in the novels. The Sand Snakes once tried to crown her and declare her as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms to incite conflict with the Lannisters. To thwart this plan, Myrcella was harmed by the renegade Dornish knight Sir Gerald Darkstar Dane, resulting in the loss of an ear and a significant facial scar. Meanwhile, in Meereen, the absence of Daenerys leaves her council uncertain about how to proceed. Tyrion acknowledges the complicated emotions that both Jorah and Daario have for her, understanding all too well the complexities of loving the wrong person. The three engage in a heated debate regarding Jorah's betrayal, but they agree not to pass judgment until Daenerys returns. It is revealed that Drogon was spotted carrying her towards the north, prompting the council to decide that their search for the Queen should begin there. Despite still recovering from his injuries, Grey Worm volunteers to accompany Jorah and Daario, as does Tyrion. However, Daario firmly rejects both offers. He argues that Grey Worm is needed to lead the Unsullied in maintaining control over the city, while Tyrion is the only one among them with actual political experience. Daario expresses confidence that, with Missandei's assistance, they will be able to keep Meereen under control until they successfully bring Daenerys back. Following Daenerys' disappearance with Drogon, the leadership of Meereen takes a different turn in the novels. Hizdahr zo Loraq proclaims himself as the king of Meereen after marrying Daenerys, only to be overthrown and imprisoned by Barristan Selmy. Barristan accuses Hizdahr of collaborating with Daenerys' enemies and attempting to assassinate her with poisoned locusts. Barristan assumes the role of the Queen's Hand and governs Meereen with a council that includes Grey Worm and other loyal followers of Daenerys, excluding Daario, Jorah, and Tyrion, who are not part of the council for various reasons. In the novels, Daario and Jorah Mormont do not set out to find Daenerys. Instead, it is Daenerys' blood riders, Aggo and Rakharo, along with the majority of her original khalasar, who embark on the search for her. During this time, Daario is being held hostage by the Yunkai, while Jorah is held prisoner at Yezzan's camp. Upon witnessing Daario and Jorah's departure from the city, Tyrion finds himself approached by Varys in a composed manner. Playfully taunting Tyrion about his abandonment in Volantis, Varys expresses satisfaction in seeing Tyrion adapt to a suitable role. He kindly reminds Tyrion of his own expertise in governing a city teeming with individuals plotting against one another, hinting at his and his network of informants' willingness to assist. Varys does not make an appearance in Meereen in the books. However, during the period when Daenerys goes missing, Varys briefly shows up in King's Landing. In order to deceive Cersei into believing that Tyrion is responsible for their deaths, Varys uses a crossbow to kill Kevan Lannister and Pycelle. As a result, he remains in the capital. This particular scene is the only one featuring Varys in the 4th and 5th novels. She discovers herself on a magnificent hill far from Meereen amidst a vast expanse of green grass. Drogon, still recuperating from his injuries sustained in the Meereen arena, shows no interest in returning by flight. Regrettably, he also displays no inclination towards hunting for sustenance. In search of food, Daenerys ventures off, only to be taken aback by the sudden appearance of 3 Dothraki bloodriders. In a matter of minutes, the entire Khalasar has her cornered. Realizing the peril she is in, she swiftly removes a ring and discreetly drops it in the grass, intending to leave a trace. These pearls were once possessed by her late mother, who tragically passed away during childbirth. In the books, Daenerys does not part with a ring in this manner. Eventually, a Dothraki scout on horseback appears, but upon seeing Drogon, he quickly flees on foot. In order to sustain herself, Daenerys resorts to consuming the horse that Drogon kills for food. Later on, the scout returns with the Khalasar, leading to their discovery of Daenerys and Drogon. Daenerys, stranded in the Dothraki Sea with Drogon, is observed wearing riding leggings. The likelihood of her donning such attire during the opening of the fighting pits in the previous episode was questioned by certain television viewers. In King's Landing, Cersei readies herself for her penance. Septa Unella arrives in Cersei's cell and demands a confession. Reluctantly, Cersei is taken before the High Sparrow to admit her wrongdoings. She acknowledges her affair with Sir Lancel, but vehemently denies any inappropriate relationship with her brother Jaime. Cersei pleads to visit her son Tommen at the Red Keep. The High Sparrow allows her this visit, but warns of an impending trial to address the remaining accusations of incest and regicide. Cersei is then taken to a cell, stripped, washed roughly, and given a hasty haircut. She is paraded naked through the streets of King's Landing from the Great Sept of Baelor to the Red Keep as a form of punishment. Septa Unella accompanies her, chanting shame and ringing a bell while 6 members of the Faith Militant escort her. The crowd hurls insults and filth at Cersei as she walks, causing her feet to bleed. Upon reaching the Red Keep, Cersei is met by her uncle Kevan Lannister, Grand Maester Pycelle, and Qyburn. Qyburn tries to console her by draping a cloak over her. A giant silent knight in golden armor, introduced as the newest Kingsguard member, appears. Qyburn advises Cersei to go inside for treatment of her injured feet, and the knight carries her away as her expression turns steely. HBO faced initial challenges while filming Cersei's Walk of Penance due to the Catholic Church of St. Nicholas, which serves as the Great Sept of Baelor, declining permission to film nudity within their premises. However, they eventually agreed to the nude walk through the streets, provided it did not encroach upon sacred territory. Consequently, the production team constructed artificial fronts of both the church's interior and exterior to capture the scene. HBO took extensive measures to ensure that no information was leaked during the filming of Cersei's Walk of Atonement. It has been reported that more than 200 security guards were employed to prevent paparazzi from accessing the set. Additionally, the cast and crew were strictly prohibited from carrying cell phones on set, and were obligated to sign confidentiality agreements, which included the risk of facing fines amounting to $250,000 if they were to disclose any details or images of the scene. Despite these precautions, the Daily Mail managed to obtain a paparazzi photograph capturing the backside of Lena Headey or her body double, both of whom were covered in dirt. To capture the full body shots of Cersei, actress Rebecca Van Cleve was enlisted as a nude body double from a pool of 1,000 applicants. As a significant aspect of Cersei's humiliation in the story revolves around the common people mocking signs of aging and the visible effects of 3 pregnancies on her naked body. George R.R. Martin mentioned that Cersei's Walk of Atonement draws inspiration from the punishment endured by Jane Shore, who was a mistress of King Edward IV of England. Following Edward's passing, his brother and heir, King Richard III, subjected Shore to a humiliating walk through the streets of London barefoot and in her undergarments, as punishment for her alleged promiscuity and involvement in conspiracy, while onlookers jeered at her. During Cersei's confession to the High Sparrow, he refutes the allegations that her children were not fathered by Robert and were instead the result of incest with Jaime. He accepts her claim that these accusations were spread by Stannis. In the books, the High Sparrow's decision is further explained. Regardless of his personal beliefs, he is cautious not to accuse her of this, as it would make Stannis the rightful heir to the Iron Throne if Cersei's children were proven to be illegitimate. Stannis, who now follows the Lord of Light instead of the Faith of the Seven, is considered a heretic by the Sparrows. If he were to ascend the throne, it would undoubtedly lead to the downfall of the Faith militant. Therefore, the Sparrows aim to keep Cersei in power, albeit symbolically stripped of her authority. In the book, Qyburn refers to the new member of the Kingsguard who escorts Cersei following her walk of penance as Sir Robert Strong. However, there are suspicions among various characters, such as Kevan and many readers, that he is actually a reanimated Gregor Clegane. In the novel, Strong Clegane is depicted wearing a visored helmet that conceals his face entirely, leading to speculation that he may not even have a head. This is supported by Qyburn's claim that Clegane had perished, and a large skull, presumed to be Clegane's, was sent to Dorne as a gesture of appeasement to the Martells. The Lannister family's history has had previous walks of atonement. Kevan reflects on the past, revealing that Tytos Lannister, the grandfather of Cersei, had almost destroyed their house due to his poor leadership, influenced by his mistress, who influenced him. Following Tytos' demise, Tywin's initial move to restore the family's reputation was to publicly shame and disempower the mistress through a naked walk of atonement. During Cersei's penance walk in the book, she reflects on Ned's beheading and holds Joffrey accountable for disregarding the agreement to send Ned to the wall. She encounters individuals who bring to mind Robert, Tywin, Tyrion, Joffrey, and her childhood companion, Melara. She envisions spotting Ned with Sansa by his side and a shaggy grey dog that could possibly be Lady. Davos, back at Castle Black on Stannis' orders, urges Jon to seek help from the Wildlings. Jon declines, stating that the Wildlings wouldn't support Stannis and that their current situation is not their concern. Both are surprised to see Melisandre return to the wall in a state of shock and despair. Despite Ser Davos pressing her for information, particularly about Shireen, Melisandre remains silent. Recognizing the emptiness in her eyes, Davos allows her to depart. In the book, Jon receives a threatening letter from Ramsay Bolton, known as the Bastard Letter or Pink Letter, claiming Stannis and his supporters are dead and Mance Rayder is imprisoned. Ramsay demands that Jon hand over Arya, who is actually Jane Poole, Melisandre, Selyse, Shireen, Mance's son, Val, Mance's sister-in-law, and Reek, unknown to Jon as Theon, or he will kill the entire Watch. The authenticity of the letter is questioned due to the absence of the customary piece of skin sent by the Boltons. George R.R. Martin has indirectly suggested the letter is false, as he mentioned that Stannis will confront the Boltons in the upcoming 6th book. This letter leads Jon to declare his intention to abandon his Night's Watch vows and march on Winterfell, ultimately resulting in his assassination. In the novels, Melisandre, Selyse, and Shireen stayed at Castle Black while Stannis headed north to free the region. Davos is sent to White Harbor to enlist the Manderleys. However, Lord Manderley has been influenced by the Freys, who allege that it was the Starks who initiated the attack during the Red Wedding, transforming into wolves and murdering Manderley's son, Wendell. Davos is captured and condemned to death upon his arrival, but after many days of relatively comfortable imprisonment, Lord Manderley reveals that it was all a ploy to make the Freys and Lannisters believe that he still supports them, and to retrieve his eldest son Wylis from them. He remains faithful to the Starks and has discovered that the Stark boys are still alive. Manderley assigns Davos the task of bringing back Rickon Stark from the island of Skargos, which will spark a rebellion by the remaining northern houses against the Boltons, and promises to swear allegiance to Stannis if Davos is successful. This storyline was entirely left out from the television series. That evening, Jon is engrossed in reading messages when his steward Ollie informs him that a wildling has information about the whereabouts of his long-lost uncle. Jon Snow hastily joins Thorne in heading towards a gathered group of watchmen, only to be confronted with a sign bearing the word traitor. Surrounded by his brothers, Jon is taken aback. Thorne initiates the attack by stabbing the Lord Commander, uttering "For the Watch," followed by the others as they join in the betrayal. Jon Snow is mercilessly stabbed one after another, all in the name of "For the Watch." Eventually, a tearful Olly steps forward, before receiving the final fatal blow from him, as he too repeats the pledge. The brothers abandon Jon to perish alone in the cold snow. In the episode Winter is Coming, Ned Stark advised his sons that the individual who makes the decision should also carry out the action. Each of the 3 Starks who adhered to this principle, Ned, Robb, and Jon, tragically met their demise in the same season they executed the sentence. Ned executed Will in Season 1. Robb executed Rickard Karstark in Season 3. Jon executed Janos Slynt in Season 5. In the novels, steam rises from Jon's wounds and blood as it makes contact with the snow. Just before losing consciousness, Jon softly utters the word "ghost." Interestingly, Robb's final words were "grey wind," the peculiar occurrence of both of them mentioning the name of their respective direwolves before succumbing to their injuries has given rise to a fan theory suggesting that they walk into their direwolves. Unfortunately, Robb had no chance of survival as Greywind was slain shortly after his demise, meaning he might have died twice. However, the situation differs for Jon and Ghost, as Ghost was not present at the time of Jon's stabbing. It is plausible that Jon may have walked into Ghost and thus managed to survive. Numerous television critics and writers have drawn parallels between the demise of Jon and the assassination of Julius Caesar. Both incidents involved an ambush and a stabbing carried out by their own subordinates. The fatal blow in both cases was delivered by a trusted friend and protege, with Olly being responsible for Jon's demise and Brutus for Caesar's. In this particular installment, 7 main characters meet their demise: Jon Snow, Stannis, Selyse, and Shireen Baratheon, Myrcella Lannister, Meryn Trant, and Miranda. In the novels, the circumstances surrounding Jon's assassination by the Night's Watch differ from the show. They do not kill him for his actions regarding the wildlings, but rather because he intends to break the Watch's political neutrality. Upon hearing about Ramsay's victory and demand for Arya's return, Jon decides to leave Castle Black with a group of wildlings to confront the Boltons, planning to kill Ramsay for the abuse inflicted on his sister. This is seen as a betrayal of the Watcher's vows and potentially dangerous, leading to a group of conspirators attacking Jon in broad daylight. Wick Whittlestick is the first to stab him, followed by Bowen Marsh, who is in tears. Jon falls after being stabbed multiple times, not recognizing all of his attackers. Olly is not involved in the attack as his character does not exist in the books. The assault takes place openly, with other watchmen and some of Stannis' men present, rather than in secret at night with only the mutineers. Alliser Thorne's involvement in the attack on Jon is not depicted in the books. Following the episode's airing, US President Barack Obama personally inquired with director David Nutter about Jon's fate. Nutter's reply was, "Jon Snow is unequivocally deceased." The episode's title, Mother's Mercy, alludes to the mother, a representation of mercy in the faith of the Seven. Did you know George initially planned to have a 5-year time skip after the War of the Five Kings ended, which the show should have done by taking a year off after Season 4. We could have had Arya spend 5 years training with the Faithless Assassins, and we could skip all the sweeping flaws. Daenerys could have spent that 5 years ruling Meereen and allowing her dragons to grow. Jon could have spent that time as Lord Commander, with Stannis manning all the castles on the wall. Sansa and Littlefinger could have spent that time making the Vale completely theirs. Cersei could have spent that time misruling the Seven Kingdoms so that Myrcella could declare herself queen with the support of Dorne. Bran could have spent that time becoming a powerful Greenseer. Tyrion could have made it to Meereen, and Episode 1 could have been Tyrion finally getting an audience with Daenerys. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.